Okay. It is 5:10 p.m. October 29th, 2025, the special meeting of the Common Council of the City of Oneonta, and we'll begin this show with the clerk will call the roll.
Mayor Drennan?
Here.
Councilmember Mosher Campoli?
Here.
Councilmember Walsh Russo?
Here.
Councilmember McHugh? Councilmember Lepari Shu?
Here.
Councilmember Carson? Councilmember Harrington?
Here.
Councilmember Forrester Rothbart? Councilmember Matheson?
Here.
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, folks, and very happy to acknowledge Alan Ruffles in the gallery, and I wonder, Alan, if you would kind of bring us up to speed on where we are county-wide. Would you mind providing a little bit of information for the council?
Yeah, I mean, I can do it right before I think about it, and I can answer.
It's,
Yeah, we'll do the best
yeah,
we can.
he's going to be giving a presentation.
Oh, you are?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I think she's doing it first. No, I absolutely will.
That's fine. I'm somewhat misinformed. My ears. Okay, very good. In that case, Ginny, Greg? Ginny?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so quickly, the new inserts that you have for your binder today is a memo on the tax roll. If you remember, if you were here at the time for the 2024 tax year, budget year, we had given you a update on the makeup of the tax roll at that time. It was based on the 2023 tax roll. This memo updates that based on the 2025. And so what is in your binder is the makeup of the 25 roll, a comparison between the 23 and the 25 roll, so you can see what got changed. The categories of the parcels that are wholly exempt, categories where the city provides exemptions to the property owners, and possible increases for the tax levies. But we'll get into this a little bit later. Also, right after the memo, there is a screenshot of our Waterworth presentation, and we'll maybe be getting to that later, depending on how long this meeting lasts. And then after that is an Albany update that Alan is going to be presenting. He attended a meeting last week, and so he's going to run that section of the presentation. And then our goals for tonight are for us to go over the memos again. If you want me to repeat what I did last week, I know it was very late, it was 10 o'clock, and I don't know if you guys want me to redo what I did last week. I don't mind doing that at all. Going over today's memo, and then we will need to have the council members decide what they want to discuss as far as the budgets. Going over the budget request forms. If you want any questions that you have on the budgets, if you want to add something, you can discuss if you're going to add it. If you want to add it, we'll have to decide how to fund it. If there's something that you want to cut, we'll just go over all of those type of things. The last thing that I would like direction on, or maybe even approval tonight, is the addition to the reserves. Greg, is there any other goals that we want to meet for tonight?
No, I'd just add that once we get through the first, Alan's update, Jenny's review of the memo, we're going to go Ward 1 through 8, and we're going to ask, just give us a list if there are any particular items that you had looked at and want to talk about in more detail tonight. Let's get a list of those compiled, and then we'll start going through them. So it just gives everyone an idea of what we're looking at, and a sense of how long.
Okay. All right, so now I would like to turn it over to Alan. And so,
Let me just ask the council, is there a desire of council to have Ginny review the information that was presented at our last council meeting, or did we all understand that and we're good to move on? Okay, so that piece is taken care of.
Okay, all right. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Alan, and then we'll change positions again.
So I'll just start, like I said, just a quick counting thing for you, as you mentioned.
So now that we hired a county administrator a couple years ago, I don't get involved as much with the budget as I used to. We used to do the whole budget. I did get a call last Friday though when I was at this conference that we do need some significant budget help. I believe last I heard we were in about a $13 or $14 million gap that we had to close. So I had my first meeting with the board chair and the administrator, and we are going to try to close that gap. So I'm working on some stuff now that I have to present to the county tomorrow to try and help out. So the county is also struggling. Well, I honestly don't know what the city is, but the county is struggling to close their gap. And a lot of that will be just in this presentation that you all have in front of you and is also here. This information, it was given to us at the conference on Friday. I'm gonna regurgitate the main points where everyone kind of broke down. Happy to answer any questions if anyone has them, but what I know is just kind of what I wrote down. The guy that does this for the New York State Association of Counties has been there. He's an economist, insanely smart, and goes over everything. So I was writing as fast as I could on some of the main slides. So I just want to start, and if you look at it's slide 2 right after this one. I didn't have much on here because he didn't spend too much time on it, but this is where the state is looking at their budget. So they were working well into cutting their financial plan gap, as you can see with the 2025 enacted plan. They were reducing it from the years prior, and then 2026 is through the roof. So I'm not going to read it to you, but then on slide 5, 2 more slides, is kind of a quote from the Division of Budget that just says like, hey, you're not adding anything. We don't know what's going on with federal revenues yet. We don't know where that is. So you guys, I believe she puts in there, they issue the call letters that you're staying at whatever your enacted 2026 budget was, because we are unsure of revenues and where that is. So there's more information on there. You guys can read that, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to reach out and see where you got the information from, but that's just the kind of state update. The first slide that I kind of want to hit on, slide 7. This was a big one. Sorry, it's slide 8. I made this one because Jane, I looked at it. His slide numbers are different, but so here you can see a lot of the job losses that the ADP has put out. The labor markets are cooling, so I want everyone to be aware of that. And on the next page, it shows what areas the labor markets are cooling. So this right here, this is national information. This is not strictly New York State, Otsego County. This is across the nation. So you can see, other than construction, education, health services, and natural resources and mining, there's been a lot of job losses over the last 3 months. So I just wanted to highlight that for you because that was a big highlight as well. If you go to the next slide, Carrie. So this was another one. Mergers, acquisitions, IPOs are the healthiest in years. Wall Street is killing it. Wall Street is making a killing. And they think that's going to give a huge boost once all those Wall Street bonuses come out at the end of the year and they get taxed on it. That's going to give a nice boost to all of upstate. We can get some of that money. But then when you go into the next slide, you see Wall Street is going crazy. Money's making everywhere, yet consumer sentiment is the lowest, the 3rd lowest reading ever since it began in 1960. So consumers are scared, yet Wall Street's making a killing. So there's a lot of mixed signals going on, as you saw on that last page. So also on this, they did mention that what they're seeing, this is just you can leave it here, that's just a sentiment. What they're seeing is, and they didn't give specific dollar amounts, but the high earners across the nation are accounting for over 70% of all of the spending across the nation, whereas all the other lower earners are holding back and spending. So that's why they said it's, what they called it. They call it the mixed signals, because where are we at? Consumer sentiment's low, yet all Wall Street is high, and there's a lot of spending, but it's by the high earners, and so it's kind of all over the place. The next slide, I think, is an important one. It's definitely important for the county, and I think it's definitely important for the city. So these are the pension cost estimates that every municipality has to pay in. I know Ginny comes here and says, here's our retirement costs, here's our fringe costs. They are projected to go up double-digit percentages all the way through a minimum of 2029. So the reason for this, and this was the first question, everyone's like, we're stuck to a 2% tax cap, how are we supposed to plan if this has been happening to us? So back during, just before the pandemic and then after, all across the state, all the way from a village, all the way up to a county, and to include the state, there were several salary increases all across every municipality. And it was because a lot of people during the pandemic were being lost to the private sector, flexible work, higher wages. So municipalities across the state had to raise their salaries to keep up. And the comptroller at the time didn't expect these large salary increases, which is why these pension payments are increasing so much, because they have to keep up with your salaries. So they basically said every government increased over the last 3 to 5 years because governments couldn't compete with the private sector, and now the comptroller is trying to catch back up, being like, we should have expected this and we didn't. So now we need 2029, we need to increase for your raises back in 2023, because it's not municipalities' fault if they want to increase rates because they're losing people, but it wasn't expected, which is why our retirement rates are going up double-digit percentages every single year. I thought that was very important, especially for when you guys go over the budget and you have to pay that. That's the one thing. The next couple slides, they talk about SNAP. I know that SNAP is a local issue. I know it's not necessarily funded here at the city. It's more of a county financial issue. Very quickly, I can go over it, and not that I understood everything going on, because even SNAP to me, and I still do it with our Department of Social Services, is confusing. But SNAP is a 50-50 spend. 50% comes from the federal government, 50% comes from the state from the county. That's how we split SNAP. As of October 1st, they shifted SNAP, so it's now 25% funded by the feds, 75% funded by the county. So the county's rates just went up 50%. And the state has said, we're gonna fund those differences, yet they don't know where that revenue's coming from. And the other thing that is going on with SNAP is that they're called error rates. I'm gonna speak to them the best I can based on my notes. So when one of our staff at the county is processing a claim, let's say someone comes in, they say, hey, I work 20 hours a week at $20 an hour. And that's what's filed in there. So let's say the following week after they reported this, someone goes out sick and they get the opportunity to pick up 5 hours of overtime. So they pick it up, not thinking that 5 hours is gonna do anything, but then when they file that claim to the feds are like, this isn't what you filed. And then they penalize the county gets penalized for not putting that on there, but they didn't know it, so that's called an error rate. And the error rates are high, and the error rates are by a region, so it's not just the county. We're grouped in with like 8 or 9 upstate counties. So an example is somebody in Greene County could have an error rate, maybe it was a huge error rate, but it affects our rates. We have to pay a portion because we're in that region. So you're seeing less funding coming in for SNAP, but higher error rates, meaning we're spending even more to pay those back. That was SNAP. Like I said, that's the best I got taking all my notes on that. This guy is a whiz, but he's just said that that is going to go up and increase. On the next slide, I think it's there's SNAP, I think it's slide 15. We just talked about that county budget gets more, I'm sorry, I'm looking what slide you're on as I'm seeing. The state budget, yeah, I think that's 18. Can you go back just a couple of slides, Carrie? This one, county budget planning gets more complicated. So the main thing here is that, the county and now the city, you're getting revenues from feds and from the state. The state budget since 2015, and I don't have these numbers, this was just the quote that was said, has doubled since 2015. So expenditures are going through the roof there, which means more is coming on to us. That's a big thing I just wanted you to get from this. The next slide talks about sales tax. I think it's after that one. There's a couple of budget updates But once you get in there, sales tax, here you go. Because the city gets sales tax from the county. So you can see sales tax is doing good. So at the county, I wrote this down just so you know where we're at exactly. So right now, we are 1.35% higher than we were at the same point in 2024. So that's about $705,000 in an increase. We were doing very well. And then, as you can see here, they have a reconciliation in the month of October. So our reconciliation, we got hammered. We lost 31% of our largest sales tax payment of the year, which was the equivalent of $1.8 million. Now, the reason for that is every year they do a reconciliation. So the state, did you explain this to them, or is it something I should? So the state, everyone files their sales tax quarterly, right? But what the state does, instead of saying, oh, everyone from the town or Otsego County files sales tax and this is what we're gonna pay you. The state pays the county based on prior year payments. So they look at like, oh, the last 5 years you averaged $3 million as payments, so we're sending you $3 million. And then they go back through and they do a quarterly look at it and they're like, yeah, we paid you too much, we're taking it back. Or we didn't pay you enough and we're gonna give you more. You would think that they could do it in real time, like you file the quarterly payments, but they can't. So what happened was they basically said, hey, your summer, Otsego County does well in the summer, we're paying you all this money. Then they realized, nope, we're taking it all back. So we lost a huge portion of that. But we're still up. So I know that your guys' sales tax check that we send you when we get the payment was significantly lower because of that reconciliation. Nothing we can do about that. The state's not gonna fix how they do it. And it's because places like Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, your big box stores, what they do, you're required to file your sales tax quarterly. They file monthly, but what they do is they just send the month of March, April, we'll go, Q2. April, here's $1 million in New York State. They don't tell where it's coming from. June, here's $1 million in New York State. And New York State has to like, okay, well, we're gonna send it here. And then when they filed their quarterly payment, they're like, oh yeah, we sent you all of this money, here's where it's supposed to go. And then New York State's like, oh, okay, well, and they have to do a pullback. The other thing that happens is, and I'm not sure, I emailed the state to ask about it when they get back, why our payment was so low. That could be one. The other one is, let's say you own a business and you've been paying sales tax for all these years and you feel like you shouldn't be paying sales tax. You can write to the state and be like, I'm not supposed to do this. If the state finds that you are right and you shouldn't have been paying sales tax, instead of paying you back like by quarter or whatever, they just take everything out of, bam. The next payment to Otsego County, that business was in Otsego County and they paid $300,000 sales tax, they just take it from you and they give it back in one swoop. That could have been a part of this, but I won't know until I hear back from the state what happened with that massive reconciliation. But we are up. And then I know for your guys' budget, we do predict more next year in average growth, but also because of the short-term rentals. Now, short-term rentals by law are taxed, whereas you never paid sales tax on them before. So we know we bring in 3.8 million in occupancy tax. Take 8% of that for sales tax, and then we split it out. That's kind of what we can expect. And Jeannie and I have done that math so that she has that in your budget. So at least that's one positive for sales tax. So the other thing that came up on this is that on the next slide, it just shows what counties are growing in sales tax, what counties are losing, where they're growing. But they did say that the counties, the cities, the villages, and the towns are really getting, the exact words are, we're getting shafted because the state will tell you what services you have to provide. There's certain services you have to provide by state law, right? But then the Fed will say, no, you don't have to provide that because of everything going on now. So there's a lot of political fighting going on, and we're just kind of in the middle, and we have to deal with what's happening. So we're getting money from the state to use for this, but the Feds say you can't use it for that. We're getting money from the Feds, and the state says you can't use it for that. So we're all kind of in the middle of this, whatever's going on. So it's just tough to figure that out. Just the next couple slides go over sales tax. Kind of the main categories that it comes from, whether it's automobiles, building materials. You can see where it's grown, where it's shrunk all over the place. There is one slide, I believe it's slide 22, I think it's in two more, Carrie, that just goes over internet tax. So they used to break out internet sales tax, they don't anymore, so NISAC does the best they can to break it out. And this is kind of NISAC's thing of breaking it out, because they do get to see a lot of data. That's just, you know, for your information.
Hey, wait fair.
Yeah. And then all of the next slides really relate to there's the Hennepin decision with foreclosures that we have to deal with, since we have an auction coming up next month. And the other thing is occupancy tax registries. Not that the city has to be too concerned about it, but Airbnb, VRBO, all of those are supposed to be providing any registered entity, a county or if the city enacts their own occupancy tax, with a registry. Hey, Joe Schmo, 123 Main Street, rented his building, he gets this much per night, he gets this much, and we're supposed to get that data so that one, we can verify against the receipt we get, but two, to make sure that, is that person in compliance with codes? Is that person doing the right thing? Airbnb and VRBO and all the others have been fighting this. That's the law. They said they were gonna do it, now they're like, no, we're not, and now it's back in litigation again. The good news is that I have verified, and VRBO and Airbnb, the big ones, are collecting the sales tax. So they are remitting it. We are going to get it, and they are also collecting the occupancy tax now. We just may not get the data behind. So next year, Jeannie's gonna come to you and be like, hey guys, our sales tax was huge this month. And you're gonna be like, oh, why? Inflation and some short-term rentals probably, but we won't actually be able to know, dive into that data, because we're not gonna be able to do that. But at least we're getting the money. And then you can just see the last couple slides you guys have are just surveys that they did across the state regarding the short-term rentals. Otsego County also answered, I did that, so to see where everyone stands on that. The only other two things are, and I did bring this on yesterday when I had the meeting with my leadership, that after this, we all had a conversation on where we were going, and several counties, and more than half, more like 65, 70% of counties, right now, all are planning on overriding the tax cap. Fulton County at one point was hovering around 40%. They have since reduced that down to 25%. But that was, I kind of looked at that and I was like, and then they called me and I looked at where we were and I'm like, oh man, I didn't know you got, like, this was the budget, just because I haven't been involved. So that's at the county level. I have no idea what cities are doing. That was just county data. But it's basically, the 2% has not kept up with inflation, which we know is sometimes 5, 6, 7%, and the retirement increases that are bashing everybody that nobody knew about. I mean, the 13% of retirement to the cities is 300,000, 250,000, and your 2% is 192. Yeah, so you just want a retirement, you can't keep up with that. The other thing, and this is just a hats off to you guys as a city and to Jenny. So we had Oric, who is the bond council. Are they the city's bond council? Oric, they manage 37 counties in the state. I don't know how many cities, but I know they manage cities. They also manage several municipalities across the Northeast. They went over borrowing in this time, how to get through this, because this is such a difficult time. They're working with numerous municipalities across the entire Northeast. But they did mention how important it is, and they're seeing several municipalities that don't have any restricted reserves at all. And they were like, it is so important to have those reserves in times like this. And it made the thing, because now I'm here at the city and I'm reconciling your bank accounts, and every month I do the night class and I'm like, this sucks, look at all these things. But then I'm like, man, look at, he's got a lot of reserves. The kind of hats off. So that is one good thing that came out of it. I was like, I should mention that to Ginny, like with those reserves, that's a good thing, and that's what they say needs to happen, especially to get through tough times like this. So hats off to you guys for having that. At the county, we have a few reserves, but not nearly as much as the city has, and all layered out, so. That's it. I'm happy to answer anything else when you guys go through this and read through this. and I will reach out to them to get more information. Like I said, I was just taking notes as fast as I could on kind of the things that I know really pertain to the county, what I could see from the city, so, but I'll reach out and figure out whatever you guys need, so.
Well, I just had a quick question. You started, I think I got the answer from the brief presentation, but you started by speaking about the county having this financial difficulty. Is that due to the external factors here?
So, yes, and I can give a copy of it. So I had Dresser and Malecki. The treasurers have a summer conference every year, which I didn't attend. I was away with the military at that time. But they did a presentation for each county that lists out where your expenditures have been, where your revenues go, how much state and federal, and where everything is headed. And you can see that basically, you know, here's your growth, here's your tax cap, and they're hit or you're surpassed in the last couple years. I can give you Otsego counties that they sent, but they basically said, like, I don't care who you are in the state, they did it for every single municipality. You're struggling at this point. And it is, it's a matter of retirement, and all of the inflation and all of that stuff going up. Salary increases were a big one, and you have to do it. You can't not say, well, inflation's going up everything, no one's getting higher salaries, like otherwise everyone's leaving to the private sector. So they're not like hammering that was a bad thing, it's just, you're stuck at 2% and your salaries go up more than that, and then your fringe cost and your retirement, and it's like, you know, that's the difficult part.
Any other questions or comments from Alan? I don't think very
Yeah,
much.
reach out, like I said, reach out anytime, I'll answer any other questions you guys have, and I'll do the research for you guys.
That's a good offer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ginny?
So I think at this point, if we can take us out of the room and start with Ward 1, go around if there are any particular things that you would flag that you want to dive into tonight in those budget request forms or any other particular topics. Let's just get a quick list of that. Everyone has an idea, and then we'll come back around and start going through things. I don't know if we
Sure,
can start.
Yeah, no, that's fine,
do
but
that
are
before
we just
she
gonna
goes through
start
the
with
memo?
like going through the budget request forms then?
Yeah.
Is that the easiest way to do that? Okay. I've got notes. All right. So hopefully I'll get the list started. That'll help everybody else. But, the first one I wanna look at is the very first proposal, for the executive assistant to the city administrator. And I don't know, are we just making a list right now?
Just making a list
Just
now.
a list, okay, so I
Yeah.
don't need to go into detail.
Just to get an idea.
And then the next one I wanna look at is, and is this the best way, just give you the title or the page number, what is easiest here?
That's
That'd
fine.
work,
Okay.
yeah.
Just the title.
The next one I wanna look at is the active position accountant. I'd say, for the DPW requests, there's just a number that I just wanted to go over how they were prioritized, really, so just as a category there. And then I had some more specific ones that I wanted to make sure we touch on, like the unit heater for storage edition was the first one I had noted, let's see. Okay, and then the next one I have is the recruiting consultant for finance director. There are a couple of requests for break rooms that I'd like to look at both of those. Where my notes are. The cleanup services for properties with significant code violations.
You're not leaving any for the rest of us.
I think that's fine. I don't know. I don't wanna skip over ones that I have though.
No, go ahead, I'm just picking on you, go ahead.
Yeah. Equipment rental. I'll let somebody else get some, I guess. The PPE and uniform upgrades. Oh gosh, now I really am.
What one was that
You're
one?
doing great.
Elaine, which one was that one?
The PPE.
Let's get into it.
PPE.
And uniform upgrades, and then city clerk's salary grade and salary, right? Yeah, city clerk salary grade and salary adjustment. said, hopefully that knocked off a couple for everybody else.
Okay, it's gonna be a little redundant, but, snow removal, anything to do with snow removal, so there's several of them, I don't have but the snow removal personnel and infrastructure, so equipment, personnel, the finance director, consultant, the city clerk, adjustment, title, and then the executive administrative, not assistant.
Yeah, that's what it is, I think, executive assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
think that's
I
what
just
it
have
is.
executive admin.
Executive assistant to city administrator.
Yeah, and then review of the overtime policies to get it under, more fair management. So those are oh, this is just really like an aside, really. There are a couple of requests from DPW for, benches, and I wanted to just explore, we don't have to even do it tonight, but I wanted to explore the possibility of having, we had a project to construct benches that was then given to, I believe, BOCES, and the cost was quite a bit less than the amount that was cited, and so I wanted to find out about the possibility of doing that with these various bench projects. I think there's 2 of them from DPW. If we could then do a similar process to inquire about that, but that's for various public spaces. But that's something, it's a little bit of an aside. These others are the.
Thanks.
Okay, I think my main priorities are staffing, the DPW staffing document, and then also the executive support, which encompasses the assistant and the coaching request. And then also, the finance director, yeah, so it's mainly staffing stuff. And then there was one other thing that is not coming to me now, so I will, yeah, I think also, space utilization, which is very broad, but as it requests, or as it relates to some of the requests, like the break rooms and things like that. Yeah, we'll get into it, alright. Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Space utilization.
So ditto.
What they said.
The one thing that I didn't see it in here, and I might have missed it, but we talked about a public information officer. I didn't see it or hear that, so I guess I can be different there.
There you go.
And I know it's trivial, but I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit of the parks equipment that's not, like a line sprayer and stuff like that, to see if that could ease up some of our personnel to get other projects done, like in the park. I don't understand, like, just want to go over a little bit and see, like, if we're talking like the unmanned GPS machine, or is it the new lines, or if it's like a bigger sprayer, and maybe something that we should maybe look in-house of training some of our DPW staff, if we can add on DPW staff as maybe a bigger sprayer to do some of our own lines in-house. Not necessarily the big roads, but maybe some of the side streets or crosswalks and stuff like that.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking parks lines. I got
Oh,
you.
it's both. It was because you got the
Gotcha.
park sprayer, and then you got, but that leads me into the squirrel down the hole of what if it's a machine that we can utilize both, or what are we talking?
For pavement markings.
Yeah,
On streets. Gotcha.
I guess that's kind of it.
Okay, sorry if I repeat things that were said, but, the door security
Oh,
for City
thank
Hall.
you. I neglected to mention that's also something.
I this is more of a question, but like I'd really like to hear how the levels, the recommendations for how much increasing the reserves in different departments was set. And because, in my opinion, some of them maybe should be higher, but I don't know enough to know. The 25,000 cybersecurity
budget, I think we should discuss, public information officer, that said, question about electric vehicles when we talk about the various DPW vehicles and so on. Oh, and the last thing then was, paid internships. I know that DPW had a request that wasn't funded, I agree, on other departments, but just, yeah, paid internships.
Okay. Thanks.
Can I add one thing when Donna's finished?
Well, I look at it differently. I don't think it's my role to identify individual items that should be added to or taken away, because frankly, I'm not an expert on the operation of the individual departments. When I look at the overall budget, my opinion is probably different from the other council members, but I think we should stick to the property tax cap. And I'd like to explain why. It's simple. The difference between what staff is recommending and what the tax cap would be, I understand it's $108,000, which I believe is less than 1/2 of 1% of the overall budget. I think we should stick to that. That's my belief. You're right, I could be wrong, but that's what I believe. The county is going to be raising their taxes. The school board is definitely raising significant amounts. I believe that's the highest property tax. Then the city will, and plus sewer and water. And I want to emphasize that I support the increases for the sewer and water bills. So I would like to see us stick within the tax cap, and we would have to just adjust the budget to the amount of $108,000, and I believe the staff should do that. That's what I have to say.
So,
Oh, I'd add one other thing. Taxes compound. So if we raise the tax, whatever the amount is in 1 year, and then we do it again, it adds up, and we have a 20% poverty rate in the city of Oneonta. Not everybody can afford these increases. So,
just a question of clarification. When you say staff should do it, do you mean that they should move things around to cover that 108,000, or that they,
That would be my
or they should find 108,000 to cut?
well, they should find $108,000 to cut, and the cuts that would be made should be proposed by the staff, because I don't feel I'm qualified to make adjustments to the highway budget.
Okay, so we're gonna stay kind of on topic, although we did deviate, but at this point, as you're looking at it, our next step would be,
I think Katie had one to add.
I did, it's the parking that we've included in the budget as well.
0.
Oh.
Just real quick, there's nothing in there right now.
Oh, okay,
I didn't hear what
There's
you
no
said.
parking revenue
Okay.
included in the budget,
okay,
correct?
then, forget it, thank you.
okay. Where do you wanna go with this?
Okay, just to be clear, we were not going through Ginny's memo again in entirety, is that correct?
No, not the previous one.
Are we gonna go over my new memo?
Our
on the
current,
tax
the
You
roll?
wanna
one
go
that
through
you
that
just
first?
supplied.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ginny,
All
thank
right, thank you. All right, so as I said in the beginning, today's memo is about the makeup of the tax roll. So, so to summarize, and I want to say this publicly because quite often you hear in the public stats that are stated incorrectly or not quite what the tax roll is made up of. So I just want to make it very clear that the city has 3,563 parcels on the tax roll. 3,331 of them, or 93.49%, are taxable. 232, or 6.51%, are exempt. Now, parcels versus assessments are different. So the total assessed value of all of the properties on the tax roll is just over $941 million, close to $942 million. The taxable assessed value is just about $497 million, which is 52.75%. The exempt values equal just over $445 million, or 47.25% of the total roll. So So I want to talk about what makes up the exempt values of the properties within the city of Oneonta. So the majority of the exempt values is made up of the colleges. That's over 266 million, or 61%. City-related buildings, which is about a little over 15 million. School districts, a little over 41 million. Religious organizations, 8.1 million. Hospitals, over 44 million. And nonprofits, 16 million. So what I just listed there makes up 88% of the exempt, wholly exempt assessed values. And be aware that there's over $48 million of assessed value that have pilot agreements attached to them, and many of them will eventually become taxable once their pilot agreement is done. So page 2 of the memo, I summarized the changes between the, there's an attachment that summarizes the changes between the 23 and the 25 roll. You'll see some things got recategorized, but the values really didn't change much as far as the taxable values. And then the property classifications are also available in the detail that I provided, and it shows how many are exempt, wholly exempt under the different categories. There's 13 residential, 127 vacant land, 30 commercial, 12 recreation, 45 community services, 1 industrial, 3 public service, and 1 public parks. That makes up the 232 parcels that are tax exempt. And then I also gave you some information on if you were to raise the tax levy by certain amounts, what would it range based on the average parcel? And we'll get to that chart soon. But I want to repeat some things that I provided in the October 23 memo. And one of them is, again, to note that the exempt parcels are only 6.51%, and the exempt assessment is 47.25%. And the majority of the exempt assessments values consist of the colleges, the school districts, the religious organizations, the hospitals, and the nonprofits. But it's important to recognize this due to the following. Expansion in the city is restricted by its boundaries. And the pandemic proved beyond any doubt how vital the colleges and the nonprofits are to our area. And the combination of the exempt properties, in my opinion, are vital to the composition of the city. They are vital in making the city Oneonta who the city of Oneonta is. And without them, we would be like our surrounding areas. And a perspective to consider, if the city did not have the colleges in the city at all, but rather taxable properties in place of it, it would take 2016 average residential properties or 856 average commercial properties to replace all of that assessment. And when considering the exempt properties, I've listed 12 different things to think about of how they affect the city of Oneonta. How many jobs do the exempt properties provide, including the college population? What do they bring to the Oneonta area? How much disposable income is spent in the Oneonta area from those that either work, live, or visit due to the exempt properties? How many visitors, U.S. and other countries, do the exempt properties bring to the Oneonta area? How much sales tax is generated from each of the related activities? How is the housing market affected by the exempt properties? How much does the city realize in water and sewer rents from those exempt properties? How much revenue is provided to the local business owners, restaurants, hotels, laundromats, car washes? How many potential small businesses would close if the colleges and other exempt organizations were not in the area? How much revenue does the city collect from all the activities from the exempt organizations, such as parking fines, court fines, ambulance calls, recreation fees, permits, licenses, bus fares, etc.? What amount of taxes are collected from the rental houses that house the students and those related to the exempt classifications? How would public transit be affected without the exempt organizations? And if the colleges and other exempt classifications did not exist in the city, would the city have the public safety departments that they currently have, or would it be organized differently? So I just want to stress that, because the public conversation about the exempt properties in the city of Oneonta, I think needs accurate information, and that's why I thought it was important to repeat this. So if you go, and also, as I've stated in previous meetings, I believe that the best option for creating new revenue sources is economic development, such as light manufacturing in the rail yard, development on Market Street, creation of new small businesses, and continued support of our local businesses, which we've already done by awarding millions of grants, increased population housing, as well as we have done with Springbrook and Deep Street Lofts and other housing entities. History has proven when jobs and population are successfully and productively brought into the area, all else follows. And also, we have previously discussed the occupancy tax and paid parking. And I believe that this should be seriously considered, with the occupancy tax expected to be $400,000 and the paid parking estimated to eventually generate $500,000. That would equate to a 16.2% tax levy increase. And as I have said for the past few, or at least the past two budget sessions, that my recommendation to council is to consider a $600,000 levy increase 3 years in a row. I've said this before, that's my same recommendation. Last year you were willing to go to 300, and so far you're willing to go to 300 for this year. I will tell you, every year the ask is going to be greater because we are not keeping up with our expenditures, the many things that Alan pointed out, just with inflation, the cost of health insurance, the cost of retirement, the cost of keeping our staff. We have to decide what services we are going to provide, what level of services we're going to provide, and how we're going to fund it. So I just wanted to put that out there for your consideration. And then if you go to the back of your memo, you will see the charts that make up the tax roll. I have a summary that shows the composition. Then on page 2 of that, I showed the 25 tax roll versus the 23, and I showed you how they changed. And that the changes are on page 3. Then starting on page 4, I break down the tax roll by category: residential, vacant land, commercial, etc. It shows you the classifications within those categories, what the assessed value is, and where the exemptions apply. Not only do we have wholly exemptions, but we also have exemptions that apply for veterans or I want to say age senior, I believe, something, I'm not sure if I've got the term right. There's different categories that people combat, veterans that have combat service. Those are different type of exemptions that people can qualify for. Those are in the third column N for the roll. And that takes you through page 7, and it summarizes the total assessment, the wholly exempts, the partial exempts, and the net taxable values. The next page, starting on page 8, shows you what the average tax increase would be, starting at the tax cap, and then going from 3,000 and then 50,000 higher all the way up to 600,000. That summarizes for you what the average parcel would change by depending on where you decide you want the tax levy to be. And that is a summary of tonight's memo. It's a lot of information here, but I think it's good information for you to have at your disposal. So when you're discussing what your final decision is on the tax levy. And just for the public, I'm just going to summarize what the range would be. So, and this is going from the tax cap of $192,000 up to $600,000. So residential, it would go from $50.85 per year, this is an annual bill, up to $159. Vacant land would be $5.07 up to $15.88. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm confused about one thing. That $50.34, that's increase over 2025?
Yes, it's the increase over 2025, yes.
Is there a column that shows what the average, what that would be for 2025? On this? Or
I don't understand your question, say that again.
Like, okay, so like column, whatever, it is, one.
Like what the tax bill would be.
Would add
Right,
these
like-
numbers together, right? Isn't that what he's asking? You would
The-
add them together to answer his question.
Like the tax bill, like say what is, say for this average residential property, what is the tax bill for 2025?
I didn't put the average tax bill on there, but it's an increase of, no, I did not give you the average tax bill itself.
Okay.
Okay, I think I might have provided that in earlier memos, but, I can go back to that.
Yeah, I was looking.
I'll go back through it in the break, and I'll find it, because I'm pretty sure we provided that to you in previous memos.
I think interpretive comments appear.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, commercial would be 119 to 375. Recreation is 82 up to 258. Community services, 323 up to 1,012. Industrial, 101 up to 319. And public service, 334 up to 1,046. So, but that's all detailed in the charts for you, so you can just go right across. So what I was reporting was just the range. And also, again, for the public, this is all available online, and they can go right into to the memo and see all the detail. Greg, that summarizes the information in the memo for tonight. I don't know if you want me to touch on Waterworth, if we want to now start discussing the budget request forms.
I think we could start the budget request forms, I asked some questions, but we can come back to water after the general fund. But-
Can I ask a couple of questions about earlier between what we talked about?
Sure,
So, back with the pensions,
yes.
is that something that, not saying I want to do it, it's just a general question. Is that something that those costs could be negotiated into a contract? Or is that something that we have to?
No, that's mandated
just-
by the state. The only way that we can control our pension costs is if we control our salary costs.
Okay. And then did I hear right that this is now the occupancy tax is a complete taxable thing in this?
The short-term rentals are.
Short-term.
And, Alan, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, just, so, the county collects occupancy tax every year. I wanna say last year was in the neighborhood of 3.8 million. That's 6% of, you spend $1,000 to stay in one night, the county gets 6% of that, so, I'm bringing $60, whatever that is. Now, you're gonna have to pay not just $1,000 to stay, and at 6%, you're also gonna have to pay 8% on top of that, because now sales tax is required, so now, the county's gonna get $60 occupancy tax, but we're also gonna get half of that $80 because we're gonna get $40 and all that. So-
And is that what the companies are fighting? That
No,
sales
the
tax?
companies are actually collecting and paying. So, they were supposed to start in September, the state is giving them a grace period to do that. But from what I've seen, most of them have been collecting it from what I see online. Whether it's showing up in our data, I can't know because they're fighting, giving us, hey, I know you stayed at this place for a night, they're supposed to provide us this, and they're fighting that consumer data, which they're supposed to release, so, yes, it is a law, and it is coming, so we will see a sales tax increase next year, and people continue to come and stay in Sioux County, but the amount will never really be able to break out, you can have a guess.
I got one more question. I'm sorry. And
Go
Jenny,
ahead, Scott.
you said 3 years at 10%, right? That's what you said? That's what-
Basically, yes, 3 years at 600,000, yes.
That's just to play catch-up, or does that get us ahead?
That's really just to play catch-up. That will cover the 1.8 million fund balance allocation right now. And also, you have to remember that if you do 600,000 this year,
Right.
to be the 600,000 next year, it's not gonna be 10%. It may be 8.5.
But if we did like, I guess what my question is, like, if we did 3 years at 10%, that plays catch-up, plus we get a little bit extra in.
Yes, and
Just so that we're a little bit ahead of the
Yes.
game,
Yeah, like getting
so when you
a foothold.
reset back,
yes.
right?
Yeah, and also, you're going to have time, that's why I'm saying, so some people have asked me, why don't you just do it all at once? And the reason I don't wanna do it all at once, I wanna do it over time, is that gives you time to see where your sales tax is gonna go, where the occupancy tax is gonna go, where the state aid is going to go, where the paid parking is going to go. It gives you time to adjust over time, so that way you don't have to make larger adjustments in the future or retract in the future.
Yeah, and Mr. Harrington, I don't wanna speak for the board of reps, because I just got involved in this budget Friday, so those numbers I gave for estimates. But our board is also looking at 8 and 10%. I mean, they could go 2%, but right now they're eyeing between 8 and 10%, because that was kind of what's going on at the state level, across the state. So, I don't know what they're actually gonna do, but I know that that's where they're looking.
Cecilia?
And unfortunately, as I said, the services that we provide are enjoyed by many, and it makes Oneonta what it is, but we do have to fund them. So, and that's just the reality.
Cecilia, you had something?
Yes, I did. I had a question about the initial conversation or the initial discussion that you provided in terms of the exempt and non-exempt, and I'm just curious where you thought the source of misinformation. I don't quite understand why it's so confusing for the public to understand that there's, that the majority of parcels are actually taxed. Where does this, why does this circulate, this misinformation about?
Well, I don't want.
Because these are service industries of education and healthcare that are seen as somehow exempt from the tax rolls. I'm curious, when I look at this, it seems very obvious, right? That things are more taxable in Oneonta than not taxable. So why is there this misinformation that circulates?
Well, I can't speak for, how it gets generated.
Right.
It could be, I've had people tell me that websites will say City of Oneonta is, 47%, tax exempt. But, I think sometimes that they just switch the numbers. They'll say 53% instead of 47%. I also don't know if everybody fully understands the difference between assessed value and parcel count.
Right.
And I think that's what they mix up. But that's why I try to keep repeating it, so the public becomes informed what the difference is.
I have kind of a follow-up question on that, and you may have gone into it briefly, and excuse me, I appreciate that you take the time to walk us through all of this. Could you also speak to the impact that the assessed valuation of the non-taxable parcels has on the cap and the levy?
The exempt parcels does not affect the tax levy. The exempt parcels will, the only thing the exempt parcels do is, hold on a second. When the tax cap formula is calculated, the total taxable assessed value is used to come up with your tax cap.
Okay,
But
so the non-taxable assessed value is not included in that
it's
formula?
not included in there,
Okay,
correct?
I just wanna be crystal clear.
Correct. But, where it also affects though, is when you calculate your tax limit and when you calculate your debt limit. Because those, values are not in our total assessed value that's taxable, it lowers our tax limit and it lowers our debt limit
Gotcha.
calculation.
Okay, thank you.
And Katie, you can find that in your budget on the tax.
From last year?
Yeah, well, it's in every budget. You'll see the tax limit, calculation, you'll
Okay.
also see the debt limit.
Alright.
And I believe I've already provided that, and it probably in my, July 28th memo. And
Ginny, have you seen all the papers you gave us?
I did. I don't mean to be drowning you in paperwork. I'm
No,
just
I
I'm trying to build a path.
Yeah.
And also to,
Okay, got it.
I wanna go to Elaine real quick.
Yeah, no, I wanted to thank you, especially for going over this piece about the tax, the taxable versus, not tax properties, because I've heard so much misinformation, and I agree. I think what people are doing are switching up they're getting confused with the numbers. numbers and they're getting confused with the difference between, taxable parcels versus how much of the actual land it covers,
Yes.
So there's some confusion, with how that works, but I really appreciate you highlighting how these properties contribute to the functioning of the city, because I agree, they're essential and, where would we be without them? So thank you for explaining that in great detail, because I think one of the things that happens when we talk about like where does misinformation come from and where does it go, I think that's something that we as council members have a responsibility to make sure that we're talking with our constituents about this, because I've had several conversations recently, I've posted information about this and people are really appreciative of the opportunity to understand this information at a better, better.
And I just wanted to, I did some math here for Mike. The 2025 tax bill for the average resident was approximately $1,350 on a property of 132,390. That's the average for residential. Yeah, it's right around there. I'm trying to remember the tax rate from memory. Oh wait, hold on. I have it right here.
I mean, can we do,
Oh, hold on.
because the
One
top of
more.
the page has the tax rate, can we just do that?
Hold on, 1 second. Sorry, approximately $1,490 was 25. And if I divide that by 12, it's about $124 a month.
We're not set up to pay monthly yet, are we? We have to just
No.
do it all at the end.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We're not paid up so that they can pay monthly yet, right? That's.
Correct, and that's regulated by local law. So right now, and it historically, the city has been, it's all in January. And I believe the county,
You can pay monthly.
Pay monthly.
We do payment plans.
So,
that's when they take over tax enforcement.
so, but so local law, we could pass a local law saying we will allow it to be paid monthly?
Let me confirm what it would do. Just remember that will decrease our interest earnings and it will decrease our cash flow.
I also don't believe you can do it for 12 months because your collection period is on January to April. But
I was just
that-
like, maybe like quarterly or something like that, not necessarily
Yeah.
monthly, but like.
Well,
half-
no,
half
we,
payment, half
at-
payment.
anything that is unpaid as of April 30th gets turned over to the county. And then the county takes over tax enforcement, and then they add penalty on top of the amount we turn over to them. So I wouldn't want to put a homeowner in the position where they're only sending partial bill over to the county, because I think that would be very complicated. And also, when you go to do tax searches, and the penalty that they would be receiving from the county is much higher. What we do is 1% per month. So it's only 1% higher for the month of February, another percent higher for the month of February, and another percent higher for the month of March. So that's why we keep our percents so low, so that way they've actually got 4 full months to pay us. They just might have to pay a little extra for having the extra time.
This is a real quick plug for city council. I spoke to Jenny about this. I spoke to every single town in the county. The county now, we have the ability to collect taxes for towns. The city, you guys are fine, you have a full staff. Towns can't fill, collector positions. So towns that can collect, that we will collect for, we're starting with Unadilla, we're starting with Pittsfield, 2 of them, we can offer them payment plans because we are essentially the collector for them. So whether that's 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, that's something, you guys are not there yet. Because like I said, you guys do bond your tax collection, but it's something the county has been looking into, we can now offer.
And Alan and I have talked about the county taking over tax collection for us, but the county's not ready for us. And we haven't worked out the details because again,
You guys are much larger.
we're much larger, and I want the cash flow in our checkbooks, instead of in the county's checkbooks, with all due respect. But it is something to look at in the future.
So just, I don't know.
Cecilia?
Just a quick question, and I'm gonna not recall the actual exact title of this funding, but I was curious if maybe, Ellen, if you were familiar with, and Ginny knew the status of either of you, there was a amount that New York State was providing that was, I think it was, had something to do with the sort of additional revenue that was given to municipalities, and the funding was sort of contingent, annually contingent.
Yeah, that was the temporary aid.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was just curious what occurred this year with that.
We received it in the year '25 and the year of '26. They have not adopted the '26-27 budget yet, so we will not know that until when they, probably summer, maybe May or June if they adopt the budget that soon. But with all of the struggles that the state budget is having and all of the cuts from the federal funding, I will be very happy if they don't cut our state aid.
So we've included that as a zero assumption in the 2026 budget because we can't count.
That's curious if you were
Yeah.
assuming anything.
Right. We haven't budgeted for that either of the last 2 years because it's only happened for 2 years and we weren't confident it would happen again. And it's the same situation this year.
That payment just went into our surplus for the year.
Even worse.
Right. What is the title of that now? What was it called?
Hold on, I'll
Oh,
get
it's
the
okay.
exact.
I thought maybe you would know.
It's,
Sorry, I didn't-
it's, pardon me, it's temporary, it's, no, it's temporary state assistance, I think.
State assistance.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, but I'll look it up, because I do have it in one of my memos here. Next, I am done with my memo. Is there any
Okay.
other questions?
Yes, Don, go ahead.
And that's about the occupancy tax. The state hasn't approved that for us yet, have they?
Correct, they have not approved it for us. I think the mayor had an update.
Right, I think I sent that to all council,
That was the one from Overack?
that's correct, yeah. So we're expecting it to be something that's put forward in the early part of the year, so we should be hopefully all right.
Will we have to wait for the budget to pass? Or not?
We won't have to wait for the state budget to pass on
Yeah,
that.
that's
We
what I
just
meant.
have to wait for the legislation to go through. And then Carrie, you can fill in the blanks, I think, or maybe Greg can. Once the state passes it, then we have to do a local law?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further for Ginny? Where'd you like to see this go now?
No, actually, sorry, no.
Go ahead, Susan.
No.
No? Okay.
It's totally, it was
It's all good.
totally for Tuesday night.
Okay. Where would you like to start?
Okay, so given the budget review forms they start with equipment and capital outlay requests, the point twos, we can start there if you'd like. And I think I've got the right order as to the questions, the topics that were listed. The first one is likely City Hall door security.
Are we going in order of the code?
Yeah, so if you look at the budget request forms,
Uh-huh.
that section might be better to go through.
Oh, there.
They're listed in order of the code as well.
Oh, they are? But mine are all in order, because I took out the ones that I kind of left out. All right,
That's
no,
okay.
that's fine.
That's okay.
It's fine, it's kind of my
Okay,
vibe.
that's page 24, right?
That is page 24 of Appendix B, it's in Boyd.
So, Greg, I had a question about this. The 30,000, this is a complete key card system, or like code system for every locked door in the building?
Not every single door, it could be exterior doors, and I forget how many, there's, say 13. Yeah, the main access from public areas into other
Look at you,
spaces
thanks.
would be key fob access. One of the two, yeah. Electronic.
Sorry. I'm sort of thinking out loud, but if you have something.
Yeah, I mean, we went through these in my neighborhood meeting, and people's main concern was overall building access. And so I have no idea what the cost would be to just do the exterior doors compared to doing the whole building. But that's something I wanted to raise.
Can I ask what the benefit of that would be? So I'm sort of thinking, just to put my thought onto it, where I was sort of thinking out loud, is that it would be really helpful, I think, if we had a badge management system, so that badges could be activated and deactivated, excuse me, in real time.
Yes, and that would be included in this. And obviously, we had this request in not just City Hall, but several buildings we'd like to convert. The only place it is at right now is OPT and a public safety building. So over time, as we build this out, it'd all become the same system.
And that one we had requested
To upgrade
Yes,
at the public
I said
safety
that.
building.
Right.
So
Elaine?
what I wanted to add to this, I think that front door, the front door especially is, I know I had to get the tutorial on how to, lock it and secure it and take care of the key, so, that does seem like a priority to me as well, but again, I know that these systems are often integrated, so I don't know if it makes sense to just look at one door,
So that door is separately budgeted
Oh,
to be replaced.
Okay.
And refurbished. Actually, all three entry doors
Okay.
are budgeted to be refurbished.
And would the front door have a
Thank you.
key fob access?
It would, yes.
That would, okay.
okay.
Sorry, can I
Yeah.
just follow up on what your constituents' concern was with regarding access?
A number of people who have come to public meetings in the evening and, coming through the back door, they said, with nobody there, dark hallways, people actually, afraid to come in the building because they didn't know, they knew it was empty except for up here. And also somebody in my neighborhood who's a committee chair, board chair, who just said, that she felt really weird being the one. She didn't feel like she wanted the responsibility of locking and unlocking all of City Hall,
Sure.
just because she was a board chair.
Yes, Elaine?
I just want to add, if the concern is that the back is not inviting, let's also keep in mind that that is the only accessible entrance.
Right.
So if we're trying to make it more welcoming, I don't think that just having the front door open, is going to solve that problem, because we still have to have access to the back door, and to me, that should then be the priority for being welcoming, because that is, the place that people with accessibility issues can access the building.
I feel like that's where the wayfinding signage comes in, maybe you could speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, we've made some changes over the years, and we have kind of a hodgepodge of wayfinding signage in City Hall. We'd
Yeah.
like to update it all and have it, especially with upgrading council chambers, for the bathrooms as well. We're making some upgrades to the public spaces in City Hall, and if we could have everything, it'd be nice to do these projects in City Hall in 2026 and kind of be done with City Hall public spaces at that time. And part of the reason we keep the front door locked for most meetings, except for certain ones, is because the clerks aren't at every meeting. And as you mentioned, having board chairs, 200 of them, have to remember to lock the door at the end of the night. One door is enough, and we have issues, too frequently where doors are left unlocked, and it's hard to track
Yeah.
everything. So the system really
We'll be able to
would allow us to have two
Yeah.
doors access.
We'll be able to schedule locking, unlocking.
Yeah.
We'll be able to know who gets in the building, what time they were here, what time they left.
I imagine it would indicate if a door was left ajar. Not sure
I
about
would
that.
ask about that.
Sorry, yeah.
But it would provide security for each of the departments, who would go in each department. We'd be able to eliminate cards without having to ask for keys back. Just delete the card and hand out new cards. Getting keys back from people has been extremely difficult.
Elaine?
Yeah, no, and I understand getting keys back is always difficult, but I really appreciate that it could be that scheduled locking, because I know that has come up several times. Recently, we got an email about remembering to make sure we lock the door, and, I think just for the level of operations that we have here, I think that's almost the presumed assumption, and, that there's gonna be an official procedure, and I think that's where that hesitation from, individual chairs, comes from, in knowing what is their responsibility and who is ultimately responsible, for that. So something like a scheduled locking, with something that can be changed, I think would be much more secure and probably a lot easier for, DPW to implement, so.
So, I guess, I don't know if we're actually being as specific as making proposals or just giving you ideas, but what I would wanna see is to fully fund that if possible, but if not possible, to fully fund it, to just do the exterior doors as a, backup, as opposed to not funding it at all.
Scott, did you have something?
Well, the wheels of return it, but they're
Yes,
not.
I smelled the smoke.
If I do a burnout on the line, I can't get any traction.
It's all right, and obviously we have a number of things to go through, and, you know, we don't need to make a decision right now, put this back in or take it back out. At the end of the meeting, we'll run back through again and say in, out, in, out, in, out, and then we'll talk about how are we funding that, if that makes sense.
I think that's what I was gonna ask, like, in funding,
makes
like,
sense.
when we're gonna start talking about funding, how we're gonna do it.
I think
'cause-
we gotta get an idea of how much we're talking,
Yeah.
and then prioritize and iterate a little bit.
And can I just add to that, Greg? Just so you know, whatever decisions you make tonight, I'm going to implement into the tentative budget that will be presented to you on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that got chopped.
Right, do I wanna continue on?
All right. We had a number of other door access control items. When it was listed, it was mentioned specifically City Hall. Did you wanna talk about the other buildings at this time, or just City Hall? That's a
I
question.
think this one's just for City Hall, we just talked about.
That was an upgrade one, right? I just had the City Hall one.
Public safety had an upgrade in the Bremer building, we had, a card system installed there.
I kinda like, if I was gonna, like, if you're gonna really ask me my priority of it, I would think City Hall, because we don't have anything yet. And it gets used quite a bit. Not saying our public safety isn't important, but we don't have anything here.
I agree.
Public safety already has a system, but you just want to upgrade it, is that correct?
Problem with the public safety system is it's archaic. The person that installed it is difficult to get a hold of, and nobody else really wants to work on it. I don't know if you wanna add to it. With it.
It's more for the police side, it's the need for the fire department side.
Like,
Yeah, I also wonder if, upgrades to that system might eventually be part of those bigger, solutions for the public safety building. And what do we have at Brenner Building now? Does that have carbon access? Only keys, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to manage.
Yeah, I was
Few
gonna
offices
say,
there.
cause there's fewer people
At City
going
Hall.
through it, I would still prioritize City Hall, but,
Okay. So I mark that as considered, and we'll come back.
Can I ask a couple of City Hall questions while are we on the City Hall code?
Yeah.
Okay. So one is, and I'm sorry if you discussed this at a meeting that I wasn't at, but in terms of renovating these bathrooms, could you talk about the extent of that? Because I actually adore them. I know they're super outdated, but I'm gonna be really sad if it's like a modern, like, builder grade situation, because they're really cool. Sorry, I totally set that up. You're like, yeah, we wanna make them white and nice.
I don't believe we were gonna plan on keeping the old style
Can you s-
urinals.
Oh, that's fine.
What?
I thought you were gonna say the doors.
You know, yeah, the pole court urinal. I know there was a request recently to make,
Yes.
want to take.
Oh, that's what I was gonna add, is that, you know, when I brought up that quality of life committee the other day, is that I would like to request that, along with our bathroom renovations, that we look at, implementing all gender bathroom signs.
I support that.
And I think it would make our bathrooms much more accessible to everybody, and it would alleviate some issues that we have with, especially women, waiting for the bathroom during our short breaks.
Yeah, I support that. Upstairs and downstairs.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no reason.
Anywhere
they're-
that it's possible.
They're identical
And especially if we're
downstairs.
taking our urinals, it makes it a lot more possible too.
Yeah, listen, if you surplus those doors, can you just give me a heads up?
What's that?
If you surplus the doors, can you just
Oh.
give me a heads up? I'm gonna put
We
them in
probably
my
will
house.
save them for other doors.
Okay,
We have an inventory.
If we surplus things, it gets emailed out to all parties,
okay. Excellent.
so.
You can visit your door in some stores, though.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping I can buy it.
Yeah.
and just have a
Normally
women's
the
toilet
doors,
door
just so
in
you
my
know, the
house,
doors
so I don't go in
have
there.
just been
That was mine.
recycled throughout City
Yeah.
Hall. If
Okay.
they get moved, they get reinstalled
Yeah.
somewhere else.
The doors
Sure.
in City Hall are solid.
They're
oak
beautiful.
doors,
Oh my
And
gosh.
so we have
And the
great
transom?
talent in the city that can refurbish them. Greg Door has been refurbished.
Okay,
Our door here at engineering has been refurbished. Gene is an excellent carpenter and has the knowledge of how to refurbish the door, so
okay,
we may take them out and refurbish them.
okay. Sorry, the other question was about, hold on, let me go here. No, I'm sorry, I have to come back to it. I got way wrapped up in the bathroom discussion.
That's okay.
Thank you.
So moving along the list with equipment related requests, I think the next one would probably be DPW requests. Like, I'm not sure, I think there was was that more related to equipment or was it more related to other?
Let me see, yeah, I had
Supplies
the
and contract.
equipment and capital outlay
Okay.
was where I started. Just, that, you know, there were just a number of them, and so it's not, I didn't have a specific question about this, just to get an overall idea of how they were prioritized, really.
Well, I guess the reason we picked the 3 vehicles we did, because I believe we had 6 vehicles we picked originally, Greg? Can you recall what?
Page number on that?
Something like that. So I guess, you know, if you wanna move to a page number, do we have a,
I think this was page 35 in here, and I appreciate the details of reading it. Like, I found that very helpful. I just wanted to, you know, get an overarching.
Basically, we picked the absolute worst vehicle we
Okay.
have.
36.
The garbage truck,
Yes.
likely will
Yep.
not pass inspection next year.
Okay,
Will
yes.
not pass inspection, we will not have another means to pick up garbage trucks.
17 years old, it looks
So
like.
that one is a major high priority
Okay.
replaced. The 10-wheel dump truck,
Mhm.
that is a continually used vehicle. It's used to haul all of our materials. We use it for our asphalt projects. The city's actually been saving money on our asphalt paving projects such as East Street and River Street. Using the 10-wheeler is a integral, important component. And actually, I don't know if I should throw this out there or not, but I'm gonna ask Greg for maybe a second one next year, because of how useful it has been for us with those projects. And also, it's a significant help as well. Water main breaks, so the 10-wheeler is a very important piece of equipment. And then finally, the third vehicle that I had selected, the floorboards are completely rotten out. And so, I'm picking that one as a safety reason for.
That's the 20-year-old plow or something. Is that what that is? Existing plow?
I have sheets.
337, the 1-ton dump truck?
Yes, the floorboard.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep.
If you go to your October 19th memo, on page 11, it lists all the equipment that did not get in the budget.
Yes, I do remember you showing that to us, thank you. Okay. All right,
So-
thanks.
So I wouldn't,
I mean, because, like, reading through it, I think the impression I get is like, all of these are valid requests. So that's, thank you for explaining, you know, why they were prioritized.
And we talked it over with Central Garage, Charlie Effner, our manager, and my street supervisor, and we discussed, can the vehicles that we didn't put in there, can they make it one more year? I feel we can make it one more year, but what didn't make it this year is gonna be back on next year
Okay.
for request.
so this might be a good time just to talk about equipment generally. When we look at these .2 codes, equipment and capital outlay, none of them were funded in the general fund budget with the operating funds.
Right.
All of them are proposed, the ones that we did propose funding at all, are proposed to be coming from our reserves. So the highway equipment reserve, the public safety reserve, and a couple cases of water and sewer equipment reserve. But so those reserves obviously have a finite amount of money in them. We're talking about adding some funds to them, you know, now based on our surplus from the past year. And we'll get to that later on in the discussion. But it's something to think about when we look at our general fund equipment, you know, just vehicular equipment between fire, police, DPW mainly, and a few other things that we have. We need about $1 million per year between highway equipment and public safety equipment to be keeping up on these and, you know, having them replaced in a reasonable amount of time. And even that isn't everything we would need to maintain everything in perfect condition, but that's just, I think, what we need to work towards. So when we think about, like, over the long term, how are we funding equipment, I think this is a conversation we have every year. It's always a difficult conversation with the department heads. There's a lot of requests to look at our equipment replacement schedule. If something's supposed to last 20 years or 15 or 10 and it's 15 years or 20 or 25 in, and we keep pushing it off, like the garbage truck, and we tried to look at an alternative solution and it's just not there. You know, that's something I'd like to see us try to work towards, setting aside, you know, an expectation as we enter the budget. We're gonna set aside, if we could set aside ideally $500,000 every year to the public safety reserve and $500,000 every year to the highway equipment reserve. And then some years you'd spend all of that, some years you might spend more if we're buying a fire truck, other years you might spend less depending on what the need is, but that gives you a steady amount that the council could plan for every year, and then we could plan for that accordingly and understand that that's it, that's what we have to work with. Now, I don't think that you're gonna change our budget and add $1 million this year. Obviously, we're proposing using, there's a list somewhere, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but we're using a lot of funds from the reserves. But as we think toward 2027 and beyond, keep that in mind, that we need to be trying to maintain our fleet at a reasonable level. And I think it would help to give me and our department heads and Jenny an expectation of if there's a certain amount that we're trying to get to, and that's what our fleet has to be maintained with, then we can start talking about, well, how do we make hard decisions to reduce the fleet if we know we're never gonna get above this. But right now, it's always a struggle, and it's just trying to throw our money at the thing that's in the most disrepair. And then the other piece of it, not to dive into that, but we are trying to look at, are there certain pieces of equipment that we can sell earlier in their life and get a great resale value on that because of the discounts we're able to get as a municipality to turn those over more quickly if it makes financial sense, over time, and something like the enterprise model, but doing it ourselves. In some cases that might make sense, but in our case, with something like the 10-wheeler or that smaller dump truck is just at the end of its life, you're not gonna get a lot of resale. So,
all of our vehicles are fully utilized. We keep them beyond what we probably should be keeping them. It's been done for a very long time. And so the state of our equipment, because of that. And the other thing I want to mention real quickly is, if we do get these budgeted, it may be 12 to 24 months before we actually get the equipment, so.
And then I just want to jump in for a second, please.
Go ahead.
On your July 28th memo on page 15, where I gave you a summary of the fund balances, I gave you reasons for strong fund balances and reserve funds. Your July 28th, and it's on page 15. And it just spins off of what Alan said about what Oric was saying at the county presentation of why you need strong fund balances and why you need restricted reserves. And I listed out probably over a dozen reasons, and I can say them out loud for the public if you want me to, Mayor. So it's important planning considerations. It's considered prudent management, saving for future projects, acquisitions, and other allowable purposes. Reserves provide a mechanism of legally saving money to finance all or part of future infrastructure, equipment, and other requirements. It provides a degree of financial stability, provides welcome budgetary options that can help mitigate the need to cut services and or raise taxes. It increases your interest earnings. It's a cushion for unseen expenditures or revenue shortfalls. It ensures adequate cash flow. It provides for unanticipated events such as natural disasters and pandemics. It saves costs to the taxpayer by eliminating the need for short-term financing. It affects the city's bond rating. It also attracts investors for bond issuances. Its proactive practices demonstrates to the public and other agency that the city's attention is on its financial needs. It helps mitigate financial impact of major non-reoccurring or unforeseen expenditures in an annual budget. And it helps smooth out spikes in the annual budget and the real property tax levy. Those are just some of the reasons. And if you go to the state controller's websites, you will see these words repeated there.
Thank you, Jen. Elaine?
Yeah, so when we're talking about like the recommendation, that you've made, Ginny, and then hearing how what would really help us catch up, and then on top of our equipment and other expenses, it sounds like, the further we can reach with the tax levy this year, the closer we'll be to being at a point where we can catch up and work on these goals that the city has had about being more proactive with these. So, thank you.
So, Ginny, just looking at this table, is there, you see it's very percent unassigned of the budget. It seems like over the decades, or over the years, it's been generally in the 40 to 50% range, but that recently it's been lower. So is there
Our fund balance policy is that our unrestricted fund balance should be no lower than 35% of our annual budget.
Right.
And if we invest the 1.7 million that was recommended into taking it out of the unrestricted and putting it into the restricted reserves, our fund balance will be just over 40% for the unrestricted fund balance. So it'll still be within the city's policy.
So where have we landed with that?
I wasn't
in
able
terms of
to find
recommendation?
that, the memo
Yeah.
you were reading from in my
I haven't been able to find it.
materials,
It's-
under July 28th.
It's the one that folds out, like, it's a.
Yeah,
single
it
size page.
folds out. It's page 15.
The memo? Okay. Okay.
I got it last time. I don't know if that's helpful, because I was not at that meeting. And also I
I
definitely
have
stuck
charts,
charts.
I don't have my memo though.
I might have missed it.
Forever.
Okay. Oh, those, oh, I do have that, oh my goodness, thank you. Thank
I
you,
know
thank
what
you.
she's talking about.
That helps.
I'm just unaware of
Okay,
Gosh,
does that
there's so much to go through.
answer the questions as far as DPW prioritization?
Yeah, it does.
or-
Like I said, I just wanted to philosophy about that, so to help understand. Thank you.
Okay. Next one I have with equipment is parks equipment, specifically the paint sprayers. So if we go down to, we're gonna look at all the parks equipment. That starts on page 47. Forklift. Appendix B, sorry.
Oh, we're still in appendix B. All right, I blew mine up,
Will be
so
easy.
that's fine. I do. Thank you.
7110.2.
Perfect, thank you so much.
So I guess Chris, you wanna just go through, we got the Yale forklift, that's just a forklift we've had for, it's a, what is it, 38 years old?
Yeah,
It's time.
Quite ages.
it's beyond its life expectancy. It's done a good job for 38 years. It's time to replace.
Come on, that's an antique now.
Aw.
Yeah, maybe it looks-
Let's drive that right over to the History Center.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, man.
It's well seasoned, Chris.
We certainly got it use out of it.
Wow, okay. Oh.
There's also a Gator utility vehicle, one of the little green, vehicles you see mostly are summer student workers
Sprayers.
driving around, doing weed whacking, that sort of thing, other
Yeah,
tasks.
it's a very important vehicle. It's utilized by our summer staff. We use it to haul materials, equipment, weed eaters, that kind of thing. They use it for hauling a small little watering unit. We use the water flowers on Main Street. It's continually used throughout the summer by the staff. It's a very integral part of the Parks Department.
Okay, then the next two, the leaf vacuum and the paint sprayer, those were indicated that we would attempt to fund with what is left in our 2025 budget. They're relatively lower dollar amounts, $8,000 for the leaf vacuum and $5,000 for the paint sprayer. Scott, you had a question specifically about paint sprayer.
Yeah, I was just like, is that a robotic one? Or is
No,
that where you
not
gotta
for that
walk behind
price.
them?
Yeah, no, that's still a manual paint sprayer. It's for lining all of our fields, baseball, softball, soccer. It's used on a regular basis during athletic season. Ours is tired and needs to be replaced.
So, the reason why I'm asking is like, we have problems getting companies to do crosswalks and stuff like that. I know you're short-staffed, and I'm not asking to do more, but if we could get you more staff, is this something that we could do, like the crosswalk, something like that? Not the big roads, just to try to help,
We have a very rudimentary sprayer now that we can do pavement markings with, but it's not great. I have not priced one out in a while. They are a bit pricey. I mean, certainly, yes, we can fund it, we can do it, but I think it's gonna be an issue of, is it a priority? I think our, pavement markings, I think we've only been spending, what, Greg, 20 to 30,000 a year on it?
I think you would budget 30 to 35.
Yeah. And, yes, it has been difficult to get them here to do things, and it doesn't matter who the, pavement marking contractor is. Always seems like we're not as important as maybe the state, I don't know.
this, you know, we're in between sides, we don't have a huge amount to be done, and there are difficult projects, there's a lot of time involved in traffic control as opposed to some of the longer state highway type of jobs. So I think that contributes to the difficulty getting people here. So I don't disagree with the idea, like if it were easier and more cost effective perhaps for us to do them ourselves, but I think it would require a discussion about priorities, or like you said, additional staff, in addition to the equipment. We wouldn't do the long line stuff, that's a big truck that.
Right, I was like talking about the crosswalk, something like that, something, because we always, it seems like especially down in the sixth ward where, you know, more families are walking and stuff like that, that's always their concern is the crosswalks, make sure that they're lined every year.
Mine too.
So that's why I was just wondering if that was an area where maybe make a little investment here now would be the savings in the future, you know?
The other issue with us doing the crosswalks is the majority of it is done at nighttime, between 10 PM and 6 AM. That's when traffic is lightest. So if we were to do that, I would have to change staffing hours, so overnight hours during those times we're gonna be paying, because of traffic concerns. And anyone can paint the drag before someone drives across it, so.
That's how we're gonna line the main long ones. No, it was just more of a curiosity question why I brought it up, because I was just wondering, like, you know, because I know like we've talked about it a couple times, and about trying to maybe position ourselves to be a little proactive, and you know, so thanks, I appreciate that.
I have two parks, they're more facilities than equipment questions. One is about Hodges Pond. So I saw in there that there was a request for the fountains and new electrical for the fountains, and it was excuse me, ultimately cut from the budget. I was wondering, because 2 years ago maybe, there was a lot of discussion about dredging the pond and making it deeper and backfilling where it's getting really close to the road, and that hasn't been done as far as I know. So for me, like, I wanted to get an update on that, maybe not today, but just in general. But then I think too, like, it would make sense to replace the equipment at that time when we're sort of doing structural stuff with that pond.
So the issue with Hodges Pond was DEC was helping us with the permitting for Army Corps, and DEC permitting. That was started the year I started here,
Oh my gosh.
and it fell through. The person at DEC that was handling it, it didn't get done. I mean, we couldn't do it because there was no permitting.
Okay.
There was a coordination effort with SUNY Copaskill to have euthanization of the Asian carp and then capturing of all the other fish and transporting them to the mill race. So there was a lot of coordination effort that was gonna have to happen. I think we may have had in the past rental equipment to rent, the necessary, boom excavator and, trucks to haul material out and relocate it and spread it out. And, they have recently, contacted me, DEC again, to try to start the process. It had not been a major priority for us, so I felt like it wasn't a priority, but I mean, if the council feels differently, that's a priority that we should shift up above other things.
No, I mean, when I saw the fountains, it kind of sparked my interest in that again, because, you know, adding the electricity for additional fountains and doing more, you know, I know that there's a deeper issue than just the aeration of the water, and so I kind of wondered where that was in the process. So
If we did the
I know they're not in there, but I just wanted to ask about it.
If we did the electrical, we would still be able to, dig out the
Do all
pond.
that work.
That would not be an issue.
Okay.
The reason for the electrical and the additional fountains is because we have an algae issue there.
Yeah.
And so the more we can move the water, the less likely algae will proliferate.
Yeah. Was the dredging also supposed to help with that?
A little, that
Okay.
would help, yeah.
What was-
Definitely with aquatic, invasive below.
Okay.
We have a water chestnut issue there.
I know.
We had, one thing we've used is the, summer workers force to go around in the rowboat and
Really?
get to water chestnut.
Oh my gosh, if I had known that was an option, I totally would have wanted to do that over the summer. That would be awesome. So, so the dredging, can you just remind me of the purpose of that?
dredging, I don't know, Ray, I was started before I began, but it was basically to make the pond deeper, give us some elevation to the pond, some structure for fish and aquatics.
Yeah, I think there was gonna be some larger stone added to give a better habitat for some of the fish. Having it be deeper, a little bit darker, I think that helps with the, some of the algae issues, but,
Okay, that's what I want to-
and then also the filling in of the section right by the road that's a little too close to the road,
Yeah.
close for comfort. That was the main purpose.
All right, thank you for addressing that question. The other question I have is about pickleball courts, because we just resurfaced them, and so I'm surprised to see that they need crack filling.
Well, they
Is that-
were, by resurfacing, we did not pave new asphalt or mill and pave. You know, the asphalt had, I'm not sure how old that was, but it wasn't new. When we went over, we repaired the cracks as well as they could at the time. They put a new painted surface.
Mhm.
It's a more than
It's a
just paint,
little rubberized
several,
situation.
6 or 7 layers, I believe. Expensive.
Yeah,
The
it
whole
was.
project was $120,000 for all the courts in Wilbur and in Ewan.
Mhm.
And that was just surfacing everything and painting the lines back on.
That was last year, year before
That was
last?
20,
It was the
22?
year before, it was the year before I started, so 2020-ish probably,
2020.
21,
21 maybe,
maybe 21.
yeah. Okay, so they need to be, so and what does that mean for the resurfacing? Will they need to be resurfaced again once the cracks are filled?
I think we're gonna try
Is
to
the
match the
answer yes?
color of the material they're gonna use will match the color of the courts now. We're not gonna resurface them. Addressing the cracks and the tripping hazards.
Okay.
I mean, quite honestly, to be completely forward
Lay it
here,
out.
they need to be completely redone, like milled and redone. Like the sub base on them, not good. What we're doing is a Band-Aid repair. It's gonna buy us a few years. What was done previously, just bought a few years, unfortunately. They really need to be fully redone. I don't know if you agree, Greg, or not, but they're old, and every time the freeze-thaw cycle and water gets in there, it pushes and pulls and heaves,
Yep.
and it's, they're not in great shape.
Okay. Well, thank you for diving into those.
Sure. Did you want me to talk about the leaf sucker?
I don't know if we have to, unless there's a specific question about that. That was one that was, again, not included in the budget, but we're looking to attempt to purchase if we're able to in this year's budget.
So, I think maybe as we're finishing this DPW stuff would be appropriate time to talk about my question about electric vehicles.
Right, that's next on the list, I believe.
Okay.
Actually, well, maybe next on. We also have the unit heater, go ahead.
I actually just in looking at the DPW infrastructure, following our conversation about, the mower and, anyway, the paint sprayer. I was just curious about both the, baseball funding items and then the swimming pool. There's 3 items for swimming pool infrastructure improvements. And I'm just, what came to mind reading these requests was the mailing I received recently, asking for a donation for the new splash pad. So I'm just curious kind of what role the YMCA could play in these requests here that were obviously nobody took up as an issue, that they would like addressed in the budget. So I'm just curious if city council can find the budget, if there would be other organizations or public interest in.
In helping to fund those?
Right.
I'm not sure. Obviously, we can't solicit those, but the FOF
Right.
and working with the YMCA, but the FOF is the agency that's looking to raise all those funds. You've gotten the mailer. They told us they're confident they're gonna raise the necessary funds, so we're going ahead sooner than later with removing the wading pool this fall, DPW is, and then they'll be able to have a contractor that comes in the spring to do the splash pad. I'm not sure, we'd have to ask them if they have any other ideas or plans for further funding pool upgrades. The one we included was the most urgent, the diving board can't be used now without being replaced. Whereas
So
the
it's
pool
being
heater,
retired. Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
and structural issues.
Right.
And it was closed down toward the end of the season this year because
Oh,
of it.
wow.
So without that item, there would be no diving for next year.
Well, and also the baseball infrastructure, the field infrastructure is there as well. If there wouldn't be other organizations that would be able to do a public-private partnership.
There may be.
I'm putting this out there for the record.
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
gotcha.
saying. I'm not actually asking anybody this
Yeah.
question. I just wanna put it out there that this could be a possibility.
It's a more likely possibility than some.
Yes.
okay. Let's see, we had a unit here. That is something that's split between 3 funds, I'm just looking for it.
Is this, these unit heaters in 76 Silas Lane?
I think this was for the storage edition,
Oh,
right?
for Central
Eileen, is
Garage.
this one of the ones you mentioned?
Yeah.
So it's under Central Garage.
Where was it? I have it,
81?
Yeah,
Page 81?
yep. And this one, I guess, I saw it, like I was reading on this one, that about the new storage area, and that it has to have temperature control, but it looks like we're not funding that. But the temperature control was to, for the materials and equipment? What kinds of materials
So
and
we
equipment?
did an addition on Central Garage, last year, was it, right?
In a couple of years, maybe?
We did,
Maybe
we
it
did the
finished last
foundation,
year.
and then we did
Oh, public-private?
the addition,
I know there are a lot of.
and we put garage doors on it this year. And so now it's enclosed, and now we wanted to, provide heat and insulation so that it could store items in there that require heat.
Yeah.
And it can't, freeze, so,
Jenny?
Chris, wasn't that supposed to be a cold storage unit?
I don't know.
I believe that was the original request, it was supposed to be cold storage, is that correct, Craig?
Yeah. So it, the request is, there's an area that had an overhang that we wanted to enclose, so it was secure from theft or the elements otherwise. It was intended to be a cold storage area. Obviously now, there's interest in making a heated space, you could store other things there. But, in reviewing the budget, I remember that from just a couple years ago, being pitched a different way, and I thought this wasn't maybe the top priority, given everything, but.
Okay, no, that helps.
sure there's a
I appreciate it. I
justification.
just, reading, that there were, I wanted to make sure that our materials and equipment were good. So if it's not a priority, it sounds like we've got other priorities then. Thanks.
I think we'll be okay with that.
Yeah.
Electric vehicles was the last one I had for equipment, as a discussion generally.
Yeah, so I know, so you remind me of the details, but Climate Smart Communities' goal of some percent of fleet eventually being electric vehicles, and so I just wanted to ask, because it came up in the environmental board as well, and I don't know what the costs are, and I don't know what of these vehicles would be the right vehicle to replace, but to set some goal, like a 10% of the new vehicle purchases would be electric, which would end up being like one vehicle.
So the DEC has mandated, I believe, there is a percentage, and there's a date to get to that percentage. And the CSC was able to, we were able to receive a grant from, the Climate Smart Communities program.
Clean energy was that one. It was NYSERDA.
It was NYSERDA.
Yes.
And the NYSERDA grant allowed the city, you will be able to provide the details, since it was NYSERDA, not CSC.
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
essentially that $50,000, $75,000 grant, 50,000 of it went toward purchasing the electric vehicle that the code office uses and they share with others. And the other 25,000 went toward the heat pumps at the Brenner building. That's our only electric vehicle right now. We don't have a plan for another one in particular. We had gone through, a couple of years ago, we went through a process with NYSEG. They had funded a process to review your fleet and look at fleet electrification and how that might be phased in. We were thinking our buses, the next round of bus purchases might be a good time to look at that. We looked at that with the ones we just recently purchased. The manufacturer and sellers told us to shy away from that at this time. issues that have occurred in that industry. There's been several, at least one that I'm aware of, electric bus companies that have gone under, and those buses are now unable to be maintained and repaired. Communities that have bought them. So we didn't want to get out in front of the industry in that way and risk, when we don't have much redundancy in our vehicle fleet. So I think the smaller vehicles, like, we don't have a whole lot, we don't have a big fleet like a county might with DSS or something that has a lot of smaller vehicles going around. Perhaps our police vehicles in the future, that's something we might look at. But with DPW pickup trucks and that sort of thing, they need to be potentially operating for 16, 20 hours in a row and in the winter plowing snow in certain situations, so you have to be able to have the technology there, as well as the charging infrastructure, is something we have to look at. So I think it's still something we need to plan for, but there's also been some upheaval in, where is electric vehicle charging going, what is electrical capacity in our area. So I'm not sure about setting a goal of replacing 10% or a certain percentage per year. I think you have to look at it more specifically vehicle by vehicle. And depending on what our priorities with, I think it should always be a consideration, like, is this something we should look at an electric alternative? What is the cost difference, and does it make sense operationally? Go
I
from
also
there.
wondered about some of the non-street vehicles, but like the tractors, those sort of.
We've got a number of mowers, or at least weed whackers at this point.
Weed whackers, chainsaws, campers, lights for night work with water main breaks. I wanna say we bought a demo saw with battery powered. You guys have a demo saw, which has battery powered?
So Cecilia and then Don.
So, just so you're aware, Mike, that the CSC is always evaluating for, not necessarily procurement specifically, but we're always looking for, I think, to Oliver's point, the ways in which we can receive these climate action points as part of this program. And that would include looking for, various items that the city acquires that could be, we could find electric versions of. And so what I was thinking of was actually that we received CSC points for the NYSERDA the EV vehicle that the city purchased. So that was the overlap there, just to clarify. So we're always looking, and we should probably, with the environmental board, probably be in better communication about those kinds of.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Don?
Yeah, the question I had, Mike brought up about the smaller vehicles, lawn mowers and such, that would be an easier way to start than a 10-wheeler.
Yeah, I think we should, anytime we're replacing a piece of equipment, consider, is it something that we should look at an electric option for? And I think we've been doing that. The items we were talking about before, the larger vehicles just aren't really conducive to it right now, but mowers perhaps.
The main issue is a lot of our mowers are very large, we're mowing very large areas. I'm sure you noticed I requested a backlight mower in there, it's a large mower. They just don't have battery powered mowers that large yet worked out, so technology isn't very good.
We'll have to wait.
Yeah, I'm sure it's coming. I hope.
All right.
Has the heat pump been installed? This is not
Sorry?
on budget. Has the heat pump been installed?
Chris, what's the status of the Brenner Building heat pump?
We've issued a PO and the contractor's scheduled to start first week, next week.
In November, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that was all we had on equipment. Once going twice, we can move on to the supplies and contractual section, which is all the .4 codes. The first one I had on there was space utilization, specifically break room requests, but maybe other related comments or questions?
Yeah, Aline, do you wanna go first, cause you had a sort of a broader
Yeah.
thing, I think.
The break room request, I'm not sure which page, but I just remember that I think there
90.
were two at least,
Wait.
that, it sounded like we have some break rooms, I think,
One
here
was
in the
DPW.
Brenner building, or which ones were they? Anyways, two break room requests that were fairly, smaller amounts. And I noted that there were issues in there, that they noted some safety concerns, and like an 18-year-old fridge, you know, and some other things that just seemed like they could use some attention. And I wish I had, I think one was $4,000, and
The
the other
one in
one
the park is
was
6,000.
a little more.
6,000.
6,000, yes, okay, thank you. So, and that just, they seem like low-hanging fruit, you know, like things that would be easy for us to attend to and could really improve the, you know, staff, you know, the way that staff are treated. You know, I just, when I hear that there's a safety concern in a break room, like, that just doesn't sound like a place that I would want to go have my lunch. And I would want places that our staff feel comfortable taking their breaks on, because the work that the staff here do is incredibly valuable, and I know that everybody works really hard, and I think it's really important for people to also take care of themselves, so I wanna help, you know, that.
One was an A16 County Greg.
Yeah, page 98 and page 135, the other one's
Okay,
page
thank you.
7110.
Could I also lump in page 110, which is 1622, which is the workout room, which we reviewed in the community wellness committee, and there was a lot of support for that in committee. I think again, that's really small and would have a huge quality of life impact on those employees.
What pages were we on again? I'm sorry.
Or 110 and then
The only thing I'm wondering
35.
about that is, would it be possible to open that up at specific times to all interested city employees? Just have like a Zoom facility?
Yeah,
that they could
there's
use?
some concerns with that. One of the reasons
Okay.
that I pulled that out is that's something that was brought up in union negotiations,
Okay.
not something that was agreed to in that process.
Okay.
We would have to negotiate that, and there are concerns about how the equipment is utilized and exactly what's happening. Part of the chief's request with the fire department was including also, well, I'll let him explain a little bit better than I can. You wanna talk about that since you brought it?
Basically, it would be a program where we would have a physical trainer come in and evaluate each individual, and then they would have a tailored program based on the equipment that we have, and then that individual would meet quarterly with the employees, see where their progress is, and to adjust their program.
Yeah, I think something, for personally, something that, in depth, I would wanna open to all city employees if they were interested, like DPW does a lot of physical labor. People who sit at their desks all day could stand to walk on a
Yeah.
treadmill, you know, so I think if we were to take it to that level, for sure, that would be something that we would want to, you know, negotiate, but, I mean, definitely, for me, even if it's just public safety use, for me, this is a really simple thing, like Elaine was saying, but I think that there's potential there maybe in the future to broaden that.
Yeah, it's sort of a complicated issue with liability,
Okay.
and, you know, potential injury, and is that become
Gotcha.
a claim, workers' comp,
Gotcha.
207 in the case of police and fire, so we have to work
Okay.
through that.
And so even in the case of police and fire, this is sort of a liability thing, and so you guys don't have any fitness equipment or anything, and,
So this is,
okay, I thought this was replacing an existing facility, okay.
This is
So
almost
what
like
I do
ground
have
circle,
is-
cause they used, like, the police department used to do stuff up there and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I
And then
thought.
they, like, it was like insurance or something like that, so
Oh,
then it got,
So
some of it got
it's-
pulled back out.
okay, so it's maybe something that needs more investigation before it was funded, bummer, okay. So then, forget it,
Okay.
till next year.
135?
Otherwise, on the space utilization, you said break rooms,
Oh,
we were on that.
yeah, so,
More on that.
sure, yeah. Well, no, I'm gonna sort of maybe swing us in another direction, so if it's related.
It's just a very brief point. I just wanted to point out that in terms of green procurement, thinking more along those lines, that the inclusion of an energy efficient refrigerator would be
Thank you.
potentially
Yeah.
savings
Yeah.
potential for the city.
Yeah.
So it seems a little
I did think about that when I read it was, I mean, first of all, it's 18 years old, but the technology has changed so much. I know that when you buy a new fridge, you're gonna save money right off the bat.
Right.
Thank you for
My only request, if we agree to put the refrigerator back in, is that it's basic. It's nothing fancy.
Oh,
It's just
right.
a basic
an
refrigerator.
icebox.
Yes, just basic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because when those go, it's a whole other.
Exactly.
$3,000, yeah.
For a $3,000 refrigerator, just for replace the same cubic feet that we have now.
Only more
And it
energy
would be
efficient.
More energy
Yeah,
efficient.
I mean, just automatically, just because
Get a nice
it'd be
view.
upgrading
Nice
from
view.
18 years ago.
Okay, so what I wanted to talk about is broadly space utilization, because that's been a topic for as many years as I've been on council at least. I know we've made a lot of changes, and I just wanted to get an overview of, I don't know, I guess sort of any future plans in terms of using the space, but then also one of the things that I wanted to bring up specifically is that there have been a couple of changes that have been made while I've been on council with regard to space utilization that I think have made, and I know that we're sort of trying to address this in different ways, made City Hall less sort of user-friendly. So like when you come in, there's sort of no one there, there's nowhere to go, you're not sure where you're going. I think the wayfinding sign will help with that. But I would be interested in something that just makes it feel a little bit more, I don't know, less like a giant empty marble building, right? One thing also, and so this is sort of one thing that I wanted to talk about, is in terms of utilizing space, aside from council chambers where we have our meetings, which is frequently utilized by other boards, committees, meetings during the day, there's really nowhere for a council member to like meet with a constituent necessarily, or we can hold a meeting with, a lot of advance notice, but, so I usually take people to get fresh on the main, which I love to do because their food is so good. But I think that there are certain times where having a shared space, just like stick us in a closet somewhere with a network computer where we could access things that need to be accessed on the network that I've been requesting for many years. I feel like that's a elegant solution to that. But then also, we have a shared calendar, so, if you wanted to come in and like research something, ask a couple questions, get something figured out, there would be space to do that. But then also, if you had something where you wanted to like meet with a constituent, you could reserve that space to do that. Or, I just think a shared space for council to use that's dedicated would be ideal. Doesn't have to be big. Yeah, kind of like a breakout room. Like, you have the mayor's conference room, right? So if you don't have a meeting in your office, and maybe it's a portion of the mayor's conference room, I don't know. You can put us wherever, you can put us in the basement. But I think that,
Just in the basement.
I like the basement. I think it's perfectly
in the
fine. It
break
needs
room.
apparently it needs renovations, which we're addressing, so that's fine. I haven't been down there since I was about 8 years old, but yeah, so that's one thing that while we're thinking of space, so update on the spaces, how they're going. Obviously, public safety is very small. Are we at a place where we're going to do a space utilization study? Yes, no, maybe so. How do we allow for some space? Maybe it's not even here. Maybe it's at the Brenner Building in that Lascaris room. I don't know. Think about it. And then the other thing is really small, but I saw the thing about the mayor pictures, and we haven't had council pictures since like my first year on council. And there's no. If you didn't know we had a city council, you wouldn't know from walking around City Hall. So I think if we could make a point to just make it a little bit more like, hey, we have a city council, here are your representatives, here are their faces, that might be cool.
So,
Yeah.
Carrie.
Just about the mayor pictures and the
Okay.
council pictures. If you've noticed, Jean has hung up the television display in the lobby.
I did notice that, and I
And
wondered if
that-
something was coming.
Something is coming, and
Okay.
that's where the council pictures are slated to go.
Okay, cool.
Because instead of it just being
Yeah.
your picture on the wall and the ward that you represent, it's gonna have brief information about you. And
Oh, no. But like
Yeah.
contact info maybe?
no
The whole
contact
blurb?
information.
Can I rewrite it?
You
Might as well-
absolutely can
Okay.
rewrite it whenever you'd like.
Okay.
Some need to write it for the first time. So,
Okay, that sounds really cool.
but that way it's out there, people see it, and
Yeah, and that already feels more welcoming into City Hall
it's,
too.
yes.
So
That's great.
Yes.
I like that.
My
Okay.
apology to the city staff that has to see my mug as they walk by.
Only, like, it's gonna rotate.
It rotates.
So it's only every once in a while.
Yeah,
Jump
because
scare.
along with that will be like the meeting calendar, any announcements.
Oh, sweet.
It'll be a PowerPoint system that we're able to customize
That's really
and
wonderful
update as
news.
we need to.
Yeah. Cool, I love that,
So.
thank you.
Would it also have a map of City Hall on it?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, it could. So there's already in the display case at the front and at the case at the back, there's a directory by floor that tells you where to go. And then I know the downstairs wayfinding has been updated. I don't know if we've gotten to the upstairs yet, but we're making progress in baby steps.
Thank you, Carrie.
Mark, have you posed for your official photograph yet?
No.
So as far as the space utilization study, we don't have plans to do a space utilization study of City Hall. I think we've adjusted things kind of iteratively over time as best we pretty much can without major renovations of City Hall. Understanding our budget and all of that, we were focused on the public safety building. We have a meeting in the next week or two with Alex Herman, and he had several sub-consultants that looked at all the systems, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural, public safety, to kind of give an idea of the different improvements that need to be done there. He's met with the chiefs, the court as well, to talk about space needs and different options for a renovation, expansion, everything we might hopefully need and be able to accomplish in the next TBD.
Right.
So that's something we'll see when we get to the capital plan, which will probably be in our next meeting, to really kind of go through that. We'll have a kind of a placeholder for design and construction of these, which may end up being phased. There may be multiple projects that happen over years or decades, depending on how we're able to fund this. But that's really the priority, I think, for a major building study and upgrade.
Yeah.
I think we've done the best we can with City Hall. Like you said, you walk in the front door, there's always been two choices. We go left or right,
Yeah.
depending on if you catch the sign, which department it is, and then you find your way back to the city clerk's office. It used to be the code enforcement. So there's not, ideally, if you were starting anew and you had one City Hall, there'd be one reception area that one guide you to other places, I think. But we don't really have that option here at City Hall without a major gutting, and I don't know how we would do that, practically speaking.
Well, actually, if I could just jump in, that kind of leads me to one thing else that Scott wanted to talk about, but I think kind of like circles into, I don't want to take us there right now, but I just wanted to say that I think that having like maybe a public information officer who has a desk that is in the lobby, or possibly the executive assistant could be down there in some way to be able to greet.
Basically a
people come in.
concierge.
Basically a concierge, yeah. So having, like, working that into the duties of an additional position, I know those aren't funded, but we are gonna talk about them. So that's just something that I thought. But then it's like, if the priority is the back door, and it should be, like, when you come in, it's like, here's a bathroom. So, I don't know how we could make that better.
That's where there's a lot of considerations, and actually the whole reason that I asked about the, the executive assistant was because of the information, you know?
Yeah.
And we keep talking about having some kind of person dedicated to communication,
Yeah.
because we know how many jobs we've asked Carrie to take on.
Yeah. Yeah, so I know we'll get there, but I'm glad to hear that we're all sort of thinking the same thing, is that this person will really be like a liaison to the community in many ways. So I think physically as well as job duties. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could use a break.
Good call.
How close are we
Are we
to?
almost done this section?
Yeah, rolling.
No.
That's where I'm-
No.
No.
Alright.
All right, so given the answer is no, we'll
Okay.
take a, let's
Okay.
come back at
that's-
25 after, please.
Okay, sounds good. I'm just
You are good.
Okay, we're back in session.
Mike, thank you for that.
Yeah. Street.
Okay.
Page 111, cleanup services for properties with significant code violations.
Got right on top.
This was something I think Elaine mentioned, but I'll just explain. So, just looking at history, we've typically had one or two of these larger cleanups per year, and these expenses are typically recouped with the fees or fines that are applied in these cases. But when these happen, we transfer money into the code enforcement office hires a company to go and do these significant cleanups beyond what our part-time worker can do. So we could increase that budget in anticipation of that happening again, or like we ended up doing, we cut that out and said, you know, that could come from contingency as it has in the past. So that's what that was. I don't know if you had
Yeah, and that's all. I brought it up because I saw that it was something that we expected, you know, and then I saw that it was not funded, so I just wanted to make sure that we had an avenue, you know, identified for, you know, funding any expenditures that might come up.
Yeah, it kind of got to the point where we're cutting little thing, like you mentioned, some of the
Yeah.
other ones that were smaller, refrigerator or that, like we're starting to cut these things to make this budget work, given the revenues we have available to us, and we have do we still have a $200,000 contingency in the end, Ginny, or what was our contingency for general fund? Did it end up
It was
being-
200,000, and then
Came down a bit.
we've got it lowered, yeah, I think right now it's 175, I think.
Right. I mean, and it sounds like you said usually it's, you know, covered through funds that are recouped anyways, or fines, you know, but like I said, I just wanted to touch on it since I saw it wasn't funded but expected, so.
Greg, I wanna make sure I heard you correctly, because this seems important. Like, you were trying to cut the budget so much that you were looking for little $5,000 expenses that
Oh,
you
yeah,
were
yeah.
trying to cut out in order to try
To
to
meet
make it balance.
the revenue that we had available, yeah.
So that there's, because people are talking about, like, what can we cut, there's
Right,
nothing.
right.
You're
Yeah.
cutting things that we need,
Right.
but we don't have.
Absolutely.
That we know we're gonna probably spend that we don't.
Like,
That there's a good chance that we're gonna need this money, so we're not, but because you're trying to cut the budget.
Right.
Yeah, in this case, I didn't wanna say, okay, something that may or may not happen, and if and when it happens, it's happening because we've already collected a bunch of revenue. While that revenue doesn't go into the code enforcement expenditure line, it goes back in the general fund, you know, we'll transfer money from contingent into something like this. So I didn't wanna, you know, keep this in there and then cut another project out that is a small amount that's likely to be.
I'm less concerned about this specific than the fact that,
yeah,
that we're like,
exactly.
we're
Yeah.
cutting so close to the line.
To be clear, Ginny and I went through the entire budget line by line, every single line of request, 3 times for the general fund, in 3 rounds, and then in some cases, as was noted throughout here, not the ones we're talking about now, but they were just general, reduce this, you know, A 3410 409 by $15,000 or something to bring it back closer to where it was this year. So it was, you know, rather than picking out a particular item or project, it was like, let's put it back to the department head to figure out what is best to spend the money out there every year, but we have to cut it down to be able to get to our budget.
So I have a related question, but it's kind of a more broad budget strategy question. So for me, I think it makes sense to put this in the budget. If it doesn't get spent, it doesn't get spent. But this way, we're not bringing down our contingency. This gives us a more accurate picture of what we're actually spending. One of the things I wanted to ask about is sort of a budget strategy. So I noticed on a lot of the requests, things are partially funded. How, like, walk me through that. Like, if it's 10% funded.
So like, for instance, if a particular 409 supplies code went up by 30%, or a certain dollar amount that equated to 30% increase versus 2025, we might have gone and said, okay, we're gonna reduce that overall and by a certain amount, and that's where it's partially funded. So
Okay.
we may have funded that, you know, their requests totaled $100,000, and we funded $60,000, so that means in that case partially funded.
Okay. So like,
There might be other specific examples if you can point to it.
yeah, so like not to derail us to the fire department just yet, but like the fire marshal is partially funded at $245,000. So where has that,
The
well, I guess,
fire-
okay.
The fire marshal's not partially funded.
Oh, it says partially funded at $245,000. Am I on the wrong page? 172, 173?
I can give another example if you want.
Sure,
while you're
yeah.
looking at it, 'cause one of the ones that I pulled out that was also fire related, was about the PPE that was partially funded. So my question was, you know, like in that instance, like what equipment do we buy, how much, like how does that partial funding? That,
Right.
those are the,
Yeah,
that's the
like,
kind of
do we
question I
say-
had about partial funding.
Can
Chief,
you say, oh, because we
Chief.
don't have the full, can I just finish the
Sorry.
depth of my
Yep,
question here?
yes.
'Cause, yeah, totally. And, like, so how do we, if we have $10,000 and it's a $40,000 thing, are we putting that $10,000 in and then expecting you to take the $30,000 from contingency as time goes on? Or are we saying, well, we don't have the full $40,000, so we'll put this $10,000 back in the pot, so to say? So, yeah. Jane?
Excuse me 1 second. So if everybody just goes to their preliminary budget, please go to page 89. This is a fire department example. And this is their 409 code, materials and supplies. And if you look at that, you will see all of the fire chief's requests, and you'll see which ones Greg and I reduced, but then you'll also see a budget reduction at the very bottom of $50,000. That was our way of saying to the department head, you decide now what it is, where it is that you're going to
Oh, okay.
reduce the expenditures.
Okay,
So that's what we mean by partially funded.
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Okay, so, and when Greg said that we went through the budget 3 times, first we went and we were able to eliminate things that we thought were easy, that were more easy to say, okay, this can get deferred. Then we went and we said, okay, let's look at this line item, does it really need to be done? You know, we'll change that funding to 0. Or instead of buying 5, can we buy 3? And it was things like that. Then our third time through, we were just looking for where we could do reductions, lining it up, not just arbitrarily, but we looked at history. And we said, okay, the 409 code is, you know, it's never been up to this amount. It's historically in the past 3 to 5 years been around this total.
Okay.
So that's what we were doing.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so
Right.
much. That really
Chief,
helps.
did you want to add to that or clarify anything?
Actually, I would, staying with that same 409 code, to give you a perfect example, number 2, the Magna grip replacement parts. So the Magna grip system, for those of them in the firehouse, that's a system where hoses come down and hook to the exhaust of each apparatus. That system, the actual system itself works fine, but where it makes the attachment to the vehicle, there's both something on the vehicle and the magnets within the hose that have failed. Basically, most of our vehicles, when they pull out the door, that hose falls off of the exhaust as soon as the vehicle starts to move. They've come up with an upgrade to the system where we had $3,000 last year, and we tried it on the 3 ambulances, and that works perfectly. So what the $14,500 was trying to get each vehicle upgraded so that we're not getting all the carbon monoxide and diesel exhaust into the firehouse where everyone lives 24/7. So practically, for me as a department head, this is how this is impacting me and my staff. I only have $3,000 to work with, so I'm only gonna be able to do 3 more vehicles. The 14.5 allows me to do the rest of the vehicles, so now I have to prioritize. And it's gonna probably cost more in the long run, because now I'm gonna have to bring the company there a second and a third time if the budget stays the same, instead of just doing it all at once. Not to mention, when we talk about health and safety issue in a break room, this is in a facility where we have people 24/7. So
Thank you.
that's just one instance for.
I'm not sure that I'm following, because the 14.5 is in the preliminary budget, and so Ginny, I think, is saying that,
If you go further.
is that, okay.
Yeah, you have to go further.
Because I
and
see
then-
that there's the $50,000 budget reduction, but it sounds like
Yes,
you get
page 93, it shows you, wait, hold on.
Yeah, so what
Yep,
we
page
were
93.
doing is, so now the fire chief has 68,675 and he decides how to spend it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
okay, so I did understand that, so then,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so basically, like, if that was the most important thing, then maybe you can get update the battery operated tools. That process makes sense to me.
Okay. So go ahead,
So
Chief.
that code also has material and supplies where there's a yearly cost where we have to pull things to keep the fire department running. So paper, pens, things like that we have to have every single year. That comes out of there as well. Also with the fire department, technology is changing. We have electric vehicles that we need to, if it's in an accident or there's a fire, we need to be able to control. So there's new technology out there. If you look at the electric plug item, that's something that we plug into where an EV vehicle charges from and disables it while we're in an emergency state. So that's just that's another item. It's hard to prioritize when we need all of these things and they're all safety items.
Yeah.
And then just to keep the lights on and with paper, pens, toilet paper, cleaning supplies.
Yeah.
All right, Scott?
So you just brought up EV vehicles. Are we in a position, when they catch on fire, we have the equipment to do it, we have the thing that goes underneath it, we have the blanket that goes over, we have the containment unit, we have the, so what do we, so right now, if you get a call to one, what do we do?
We're gonna let it burn.
And you might be there, those things might burn for 24 hours. because you put them on the things, and then you gotta,
Done around.
sometimes they have to bury it at the body shop, they have to bury them in the ground, because they gotta burn. Like, yeah, so putting these things out is not easy.
Elaine?
How is response handled now? Is it just leave it, or is there other?
It's all gonna depend on the circumstances.
Okay.
A populated area, then we're gonna have to try and do the best that we can, because the chemicals, the toxic fumes that are coming off of these things when they're burning is really bad.
So we're not in the shape to do any of it right now.
Can I ask a question just for my own
Of course.
education? If a computer starts on fire, we've got certain fire extinguishers that put that out. So do they make something for electric cars that does that?
So the thing is, it's a lithium ion battery that's running these things. And it's a whole bunch of little batteries that make up a great big giant battery to run it. So it's called thermal runaway. When you have one battery, one little cell in there that fails, it makes them all fail. And it's basically like a big grand finale fireworks show that as one fails, it heats up the next one, they fail, and it throws off a lot of nasty toxic fumes. And it's not something to where a traditional sprinkler, like if it's somebody had a motorized scooter, something like that would put out. A fire extinguisher wouldn't put it out. Our fire hose wouldn't even put it out. We would just try and be containing it.
Would the foam put it out? Like if you, no? No?
I don't wanna get too into the weeds.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was
Yeah,
just
no, I
wondering
don't
where
know.
we stood
Because I was
equipment.
thinking, like, how, I mean, do they catch on fire very often? Like, is this a common occurrence?
It's interesting and scary at the same time.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Oh, no.
I'll show you a video of a business here in Oneonta where it happened and it caused a lot of damage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief.
Thank you all
Yeah.
for explaining that.
Okay.
A little overlap.
Okay, next on the list was equipment rental. Guessing that was something in A5110.
Is that the one
464.
about the
Dredging.
rent pieces of equipment? It included snow and ice removal stuff? I think
There's
that's,
two separate rentals, there's one for snow and ice rental.
okay, yeah, I see the one here, that's the first one I have.
There's also one for renting equipment. We're planning to clean out the Silver Creek, basin. It's
Okay,
at the end of Spring Creek Spur.
okay.
It's completely clogged, has debris in it, and we have hired a consultant this year to give us all the permitting we need to do it. The permitting is nearly complete. Actually sent Greg permit signature today. So we'll keep that in there, so I can dredge that next year to.
I don't know if I noted that one, was that funded or not funded? Do you remember?
That's not funded.
That one was not?
That's
Okay,
not.
What
so,
page is that?
I'm not sure which page that one is.
One
I'm on
113.
Oh, yeah,
113 or
113 is the
114?
one I'm on, I'm sorry, okay, sorry. That is the one that I was looking at, because I did see that it, it could help out with unexpected emergencies such as natural disaster, including snow and ice storms, and one of the things that I know that Click has spent a lot of time addressing this year is, how we clean up snow and ice. And so,
Yeah, true.
I think that is something
True.
important for us to fund here, because I recognize what this sounds like to me, these are these specialty pieces of equipment that we don't need to purchase, but we may need to use once in a while to, keep things, up to, keep things safe and keep them the way that people expect. So that was one that I was interested in looking at funding, and I was curious if other
And that
folks.
particular item this year I had planned on, among other things, cleaning out the Silver Creek basin.
Okay, yeah, 'cause
So that would be a rental of a long arm excavator and a bulldozer to spread the material.
We don't have any municipalities around us that we could,
Have to have a long, we're the municipality we're going to come to for an excavator, including the county and sometimes the state.
Wow. So
I
related
mean,
to
like the
this
state,
one
oh,
though,
I'm sorry.
because along with this snow and ice storm removal, that I saw this also on like page 117, there was snow and ice removal, hiring contractors for 10,000 that was not funded. There is on the page right before that, there's snow and ice removal, road salt was reduced. I mean, like, so when we're talking about, like, we're parsing out where we're gonna spend it, like, we're reducing the salt that we're gonna use to
I know.
cover our roads. And there are 2 items here that are snow and ice related that we did not fund, so I really feel like that package needs to be addressed somehow, so that we're paying more attention, because we have gotten a lot of feedback about that this year.
As far as the salt, I may have, been a knee-jerk reaction to how much salt we used this year. I did request more than normal, and,
Yeah, we just put it back down to the normal request.
Okay, that's what I noted here was our 2025 amount, so this is getting us back to
yes.
what we, okay, so then I'm okay with that.
Well, if you recall, in 2025, we had to come to
Yeah.
council and ask for more money.
Yes, yes. So, all right, again, I think that this is an area where we need to invest, because if we do not, we're gonna continue to get complaints from the community.
In addition, I think the severity of winter storms in the past year seems like there's an increased intensity, and there's the question of public safety.
Yeah, reasonable expectation of the storms. Mike?
I mean, this is basically the same thing I was talking about
Yes.
saving $5,000, like, it kinda seems like we're building a budget where we're expecting to have to go into things that we're expecting but we're not budgeting for, then we're gonna have to go and pull money out of emerging contingencies later. Why don't we just, if we think we're gonna need to spend the money, and I'm not saying salt specifically or this or that, but
Yeah.
if we think we're gonna need to spend the money, let's budget it, right?
Well,
Can
I
I
just-
ask a question? We are gonna consider where to reserve funding. Is it reasonable to look at some of the expenditures that we feel are critical and may have been minimized based on this need to reduce the budget, to be able to establish reserves for those things? Like, could we establish, I mean, we have streets and sidewalks reserve, but could we establish like a winter supplies reserve for, you know, if we knew we were going to spend more, and then we could authorize it at the time that it's necessary, but we're saying this is important to us and that's where we're gonna put our money.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, that would be
Okay,
great.
reserves are for equipment or capital improvements.
Only.
Only, you cannot set up reserves for operating supplies.
Mm.
And I just want to remind council, where we started in this budget, before we used any fund balance, we had a deficit of $6.2 million. Then, once we appropriated the $1.8 million that the council gave us approval for it earlier, and we used 1.5 of the restricted reserves, we still had to cut over 2.9 million to balance the budget. So, my suggestion is, when you decide what you want to add back into the budget, you need to decide how we're going to fund it. My recommendation is that you increase the tax levy, because the things that you're going to be adding back in are going to be operating expenses.
But theoretically, I'm sorry to cut you off, couldn't we use reserves for additional capital and infrastructure things? And then, well, no, because the funding is from a previous year, it would have to go into a reserve. We could keep it unrestricted.
You could increase the 1.8 million if you choose to. You can do that.
How much you take from unrestricted.
Right.
But to keep in mind that all of our equipment expenditures that are funded are coming from
Are
reserves, so
reserved.
that's part of why we need to contribute to reserves, so that
Mhm.
when we take out again,
Yeah.
that they're not, completely.
But
covered.
That's
and
fair.
also keep in mind, if you keep funding repeated operating expenditures from your unrestricted, the request next year is just gonna get larger.
Right.
So that's why my recommendation is 600,000 for the tax levy.
Yeah, just to, I think, encapsulate what everyone is kind of coming to this conclusion is, like, we have things like important safety devices in the fire department. We have refrigerators that are at the end of their useful life, and various things that seem like they're gonna need to be replaced eventually, and we're not doing them this year because we're just trying to meet the budget. That tells me there are a number of those things every year that are like that are always going to be happening. So in addition to the refrigerator next year, next year, there's that plus something else. So to some extent, it's, as everyone is, I think, realizing, you need to have an ongoing, steady funding stream increase of
Right.
some sort.
Right.
Whatever that
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
So using additional, more than the 1.8 unrestricted fund balance this year, that's really our only option outside of raising the tax levy.
Right.
In future years, it could be something else.
But in future years, excuse me, if I may, but in future, to add to your point, in future years, you would potentially have additional revenue streams where you wouldn't necessarily need to borrow from the unrestricted in the same way.
Right, it's,
correct?
you know, sales tax is what it is, we project that based on trends. Property tax is whatever you decide. Occupancy tax is something we can add, and you can decide what that is, depending on the market. And then,
Paid parking.
Sale of
paid
ci-
parking, that sort of thing.
Sale of city property as a one-off.
Right.
And
There are
just.
limited sources, sorry.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to remind council also is that when we presented the Market Street bonding to bond council, it's right in the narrative that it was going to be neutral because we were going to institute paid parking
Right.
to fund the bond payment. And they thought that was a very wise thing to do. So I just wanted to remind everybody that that was kind of, what we presented to council before, is that's how we wanted to make that bond payment, was through paid parking. Then with that paid parking, that revenue can go right into whatever excess we have over the bond payment, can go into the reserve for parking investment in the future, to maintain parking lots, to maintain, the paid parking system itself, to maintain striping, different things like that.
You didn't have anything you want to say there?
I don't know, because I'm conflicted, because that's half the quality of life, meeting we
I
just
know,
had.
right?
Was about paid parking and put in the,
Okay.
for the parking lots and stuff, so I mean, it's,
Cecilia.
for 47 Market.
Cecilia.
Yeah, no, I guess
Elaine.
I was just looking between these requests, like, these ones for the renting equipment, or hiring contractors, and or renting equipment for snow removal, like they are two, there's some overlap, it looks like to me, and I guess I'm just wondering if, if you feel like one is a priority, or, I don't know.
I think Greg and Ginny were talking that like there's a storm event, like a FEMA identified event, a natural disaster, that we would be reimbursed through FEMA for those things.
Yeah, we could, if we have
If FEMA still
As long as we have
exists.
FEMA,
The
right?
perfect world, yeah.
in the past, when we've had major events, it has to reach a certain dollar threshold of damages or loss in a certain region for that to be able to be potentially reimbursed by FEMA, and we track our costs. So something when we had 4 feet of snow, and we had contractors all around the city to remove snow and haul it away, we had $100-some thousand of expenses, a lot of that was reimbursed. The $10,000 is something we said, we've tried to have that in the past if we have not a snowpocalypse FEMA event, but something else that we want to hire a contractor to come and assist DPW removing snow, not plowing the streets, but removing snow after the fact, that we would hire them for that. So the concession, my discussion with Chris was, well, if we can't fund it, then I guess we're just not going to be able to rely on contractors for that. If it takes a little longer to clean Main Street, we don't have the ability to call them in, then we just have to do it ourselves, and we can explain that to people that it wasn't in the budget. But then if we got to the point where we had a huge expense and we were anticipating potential reimbursement, then we could decide, well, the emergency calls for it, we gotta have help here, and hopefully we get reimbursed. If not, it's coming from general fund balance. or contingencies.
Given what we heard from Alan today about the state of the county, and
Right.
I wouldn't wanna really count on that. I think that we should really look to fund this.
Right, that's right.
I mean, one or both,
Yeah.
I'm not, I would be happy to, support both. That's why I had them both highlighted and marked here. But, the specifics of that is up for discussion, of course, but I would support both. I mean, cause especially hearing that you're saying it can cost up to $100,000, this would still, between $15,000 and $10,000, that's $25,000, that still doesn't reach the mark of $100,000, but it gets us a lot closer than zero.
Yeah, it comes down to a level of service, like to what extent are you committed to spending money to remove snowbanks in that case, that example, versus, we do, that's a lesser extent, I mean, Leaf, been there. You know, I mean, there's no more on-street parking for a while in certain streets that we're unable to get to, as opposed to, you know, clearing the entire city, but, we don't have like a set policy on that. You know, we have these huge events now and then, and we try to address in order of priority, but eventually we try to get everywhere. It just takes time if you don't have contractors, a lot of time.
And, you know, this also relates to our Bear Street unofficial policy, where we clear streets and salt them, so the buses can run up the steep hills and make their, you know, be on time for picking people up and taking them places. It's so that the fire department can get to, you know, first responders can get to emergencies. I've mentioned to you all before, I drive an hour from home to here, and these streets are clear. Like, when I drive out that way is nothing like the city is. So people that call and complain to me, you know, I don't have much sympathy for them because the streets are good here. A lot better than out there.
I haven't slid down North 7th Street in a long time, so it's working.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Only because we're in the budget. That's why I'm gonna ask this question. When we talk about and at what level we wanna maintain things, is if we didn't keep them as a clear street, is there a savings there? Not saying I wanna do it, it's just a general question.
Curious.
Put it in the paper. He's
Like-
saying we don't even allow.
Front page of the papers. 6
Chair,
words is cheap.
click this.
Hey, 6 foot is flat.
Yeah.
Plowing.
We don't need to plow 6 foot.
Well, snow does eventually melt.
It does. This is true.
Spring
There
does
should be
come.
in salt use and an overtime budget.
Oh.
So for example, like the towns, I know they plow from like 4 or 5 AM until about 9 PM, and that's it. They do not plow between 9 and 4 or 9 and 5. So, but the risk of that is, our bus run would have to, would hurt
Yeah.
as a result. Emergency response would hurt as a result.
Can I ask the chief, you run into the town where they don't do it to you guys, what issues do you have there?
I mean, 70% of the falls are in the city, so, I mean, if it's up on the hill someplace, we'll use a 4-wheel drive to get where we need to go, and if it's that bad, then we're walking.
And we give you guys a plow too.
Yeah, if there's gonna be a real bad snowstorm, we get one of their DPW pickup trucks with a plow on it, so someone can lead the way.
So would you say it's just a marginal savings, it's not like,
I don't know, Gene, what's our overtime salt budget, do you know, or winter budget?
Well, snow removal budget, hold on, I will tell you.
sorry, I just,
I'm just not sure what our overtime.
The overtime for snow removal is 25,000.
I guess
I don't think,
Not much.
yeah, I don't see the benefit to going away from
That was
that.
a question.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, sorry, didn't mean to.
No, it was good information.
Okay, PPE and uniform upgrades, I'm not sure which code it was on.
I think that was the one that we already discussed, actually, about, in the example that I brought up, about when we were talking about partially funding, and we looked at this one.
Yes.
Yeah, this was the one that the PPE and uniform upgrades for new personnel for the fire department, and that's the one that Ginny just pointed out to us. And that was really, my question was just, you know, about when we had that part, when I looked at that, how much, you know, like what was being funded. But I think what Ginny walked us through there was showing us, you know, the proposals, answered the question that I had there.
Next one was snow removal, we just talked about that.
Nice. Cooking with gas.
Benches,
Benches.
What page you on, Greg?
Is it the dog park benches?
131.
There's another for
At the
playgrounds
playgrounds?
too, yeah.
I mean,
31
as
and
a
130.
tired parent of both human and dog children, I'm really behind this, but I think there's merit to what you were saying, which is like perhaps there's a way to get this done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, oh, no, no,
I was gonna say that we have proposed a specific brand of bench,
uh-huh,
you know, longer lasting, require less maintenance, not, you know, wooden, so we're shooting for.
I see.
But, you know, there are other alternatives.
Yeah.
Sometimes kids do fundraisers for those.
Oh, okay, okay.
We do have
Yeah.
a memorial
So
bench
nice.
program.
Yeah.
We do have a memorial bench program.
Maybe that
I'm not
could be
sure
an
how
Eagle
well we
Scout
know.
project.
We could promote it.
Could be an
Yeah.
Eagle Scout project for somebody.
Yeah. Like
Or
Eagle
what?
Scout Gold
Yeah, Eagle
Award.
Scouts, Silver Award for Girl Scouts.
Yeah, 'cause this is one, like, I supported this. I didn't notice it as a priority for funding, but in general, these are the kinds of things that I support.
Yeah, well, especially like in terms of there was another concern about accessibility of the dog park.
Yeah.
You know, once you get there, having a place to sit down is pretty good. There is that one good rock, but you know.
There are benches, but the benches are rotting, so
Yeah.
they do need to be upgraded. I just remember our discussion about benches for the Mueller Plaza, was, we were able to kind of create a plan that was lower cost,
Yeah.
using BOCES, if I'm not mistaken.
The benches in Mueller Plaza will be built by our staff.
Oh, staff, right,
Yeah.
okay.
That's kind of an interesting.
And the
idea,
benches
like
at the-
Macy's woodworking, they do that.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
The benches at the dog park too are just, I mean, for what it's worth, and it's one of the assets that we point to when we're talking about maybe you'd like to consider living in the city.
That's right.
You know, just a quick question about the dog park from a cat person. Because I'm not super familiar with there was something in here about the entrance too. And I'm not super familiar with the distance. I meant to drive by and check it out.
Yeah.
You have to go all the way
I
around.
wanted to ask
yeah.
about the skate park parking lot.
So it's closer to the skate
Yes.
park? That's what I was wondering. Okay, I meant to.
But I
Thank you.
think the accessibility is probably from that
Yeah,
parking
okay.
lot rather than.
The other side, okay.
There was a complaint
Right.
that we received by somebody that said that they wanted better accessibility. 'Cause we did
Yeah,
have someone that
that's
was
what I
driving a
read in that.
vehicle up to
Yes.
the entrance.
Yes.
They told them they couldn't do that
That's
anymore,
crazy.
so
Okay,
then they
okay.
submitted a complaint about,
Yeah.
so they wanted to
Accessibility.
have a, dual entrance both to the small dog park and large dog park
Okay.
on the lower end by the large pavilion.
Okay,
So
thank
that's what
you.
we
Can
were
I-
proposing.
Oh.
Can I add?
Yes, Jane?
To stop the vehicles from driving up to the door, can you put like, bicycle racks or something so it blocks the car, so it's not wide enough for the car to get through?
Or
Yeah,
big
the
rock.
blocking of vehicles is not a problem, we can certainly do that. The issue is someone had a complaint that they wanted,
Yeah, okay.
Was
Thank
it-
you for, since
Closer
we're
to
on
the
the dog
car.
park.
yeah.
Yeah.
To where they were.
I wanted to ask about that at Parks and Rec, so I'm glad you
Yeah.
brought it up. Was it from the skate park parking lot or from over near like?
Near the large pavilion parking lot,
Yeah.
in that area.
Playground.
Okay.
Can you
Good.
get there from the skate park parking lot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And it's accessible, right? I mean, it's pretty straight shot, but it depends on where you park.
technically it is
More
ADA accessible now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
More
They're
accessible from the
Is
skate
it
park.
distance?
Yeah.
Closer.
They wanted it a shorter
Right.
walk.
And
Exactly.
the way the fence is for the separation between the small dog park
Yeah.
and large dog
Yeah.
park, it does come down there by the large pavilion
Yeah.
next to the parking lot, which would make it
Right.
easy to add a new gate entrance there.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. But an expense still.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Well, and
I-
especially because it's like that sluice thing. It's not just a gate. It's like the whole. You need a
Oh, right,
concrete
right,
pad, and
yes.
you have to put the thing so you can take your leash off your dog.
Jenny?
While we're on the dog park, you guys didn't bring this one up to talk about, but I would like to talk about it. It's the dog waste bags.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I'll let Chris speak to it, but they're being stolen.
Right.
So as soon as DPW fills them, they're gone.
Okay.
So my suggestion is to not supply them anymore. You bring your own bags.
Yeah, I mean, because one of the questions, I did circle this as something to just ask a question about if it came up, because, you know, my question really was if we're having that, would that last all year? But it sounds like they're not lasting at all.
No. One
And-
of the biggest complaints we have is that we are always out of dog bags.
Okay.
We get messages.
So we
like-
try to supply, we fund it, and then we get complaints that we don't have it, and I just wanna also note, like, that's plastic use. I know that we're going to have plastic
But
use
it's actually
anyways,
really
but,
important to have. I
Yeah.
actually am wondering,
Public health.
I'm saying put a sign up, bring your own waste bags,
yes, there is a
because
sign, well, I'm wondering, is there a way to get a dispenser that prevents stealing more than one at a time, or removing one at a
Yeah.
time?
right.
that they would just stand there and do it one after another after
Or
another.
Are there other ways,
a quarter.
are there other ways of?
I mean,
Like-
I would
waste
break
disposal?
$1 in quarters if my. I mean, you know, everybody knows that.
Yeah, unless we had like a gum dispenser where you have to put in a quarter.
I mean, yeah,
Like scooters?
What do you think, Mayor?
It'd be like
Well, there are
Moses.
why I don't have dogs. There are scooters.
Get your quarterback to be deposited in the
Well,
garbage.
and actually, if you can buy them, that they can scoot.
I actually think they're
Something disposable.
The other thing is, I don't think it's people
Right.
who own dogs that are taking it.
Oh, okay.
I think it's like the people in the
Yeah.
park,
In
in
the
the
park.
park living there.
Yeah, okay.
Well, and I wonder, like, the scooper, cause like we have the
Yeah.
bins, and the bins have bags in them, so if we were just encouraged to either bring your own bags or use the scooper and put it in the bin,
Well,
it's not awful.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna, well,
It's
I-
a long walk sometimes, depending on if you're on the,
That's
in the
true.
big dog park,
Okay.
and it could be, it's,
That's true.
you know,
See,
for what it's
this-
worth.
But,
This is
Yeah,
good,
person
this is
question.
good for us to
Is
talk
it
about.
Roomba or-
I was having
I
this
mean, but you
problem.
just have one bin,
Yeah.
right?
That's the other thing, yeah, a few
Yeah,
bins
maybe more
might be great.
bins.
Yeah,
So-
more bins would be
So,
good,
I
Or
had,
bins and scoopers, that would be good, actually, just
Yes.
even if you bring your own bags.
yes, yes.
I had
Yes.
two opposite thoughts here.
Yeah.
I don't know who was first, but let me go with you, Mike.
One, that there are creative solutions we can find, and two, I feel like we've gotten into the level of micromanaging city decisions that maybe,
No, it's,
but
it's important because it's.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
at this
Funding.
meeting,
Let me go to
we
Scott.
either say yes or no, like we wanna look into it later or not.
Let me go to
Katie
Scott.
may remember this, when we first put the dog park in, we didn't have the dispensers, and then we got asked to put the dispensers in.
Mhm.
But we only put like the dispenser, originally when we talked about it was just a dispenser with the garbage can, we weren't gonna supply the bags, and then we just said, well, we'll just put it all in.
I don't remember that.
You know, I remember, because I remember we specifically didn't have them to begin with when we were
Okay.
doing it,
Is it just at the dog park?
so.
Dog park is the only place that's a little.
That's so
private
interesting, cause there's one
bags.
on Main Street, right? Right, well, not now, but on the Westcott wall, there was one.
And
Yeah.
I thought there was also at the little park.
There's Maple Street Park.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen it there.
Maybe in the
I'm not
past.
sure.
Okay.
It may be the
Curtis
visibility.
Park? Is that what we're talking about?
Sorry.
Maple Street Park at the top?
Yes.
Yes.
I think also there's one at Curtis Park at the bottom.
The only complaints that we're getting were related to the dog park, I think it's because of the Chinese not dog owners.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Shoot.
If they're not going towards the dog owners,
Yeah,
why
I
are we
mean,
funding them?
and here's the thing, people who own dogs have bags. Like, I have bags at home. It's
Yeah.
nice to have one
It's really.
if, you know, your dog goes twice and you only brought one bag or whatever, but like, but if there are scoopers there, I feel like it's not. I would say, I would be fine with cutting that, just to move this along, I would be fine with cutting this and looking into alternative solutions over the next few months in the
yeah.
click or the Parks Commission or wherever you want it to go.
And there may be some education piece that the community that uses the dog park might be engaged in around that as well. It's,
Well, we had a commission, right?
I have a dog, and I'm everywhere with the dog, and many places have dispensers and bags. It's the only issue that I've heard is that we can't keep them in our dispensers here. So maybe there's an educational piece that we can take on those people who are dog park users, so. But
We
that, to your
had-
point.
we
Yeah,
had a commission,
there was a
though,
little
right?
committee,
We might reach out to them
ad
first,
hoc,
just
yeah,
see.
so I know some of the
Back in
folks
touch.
there, and maybe we can still get that, you know, organized enough that they can be, you know, providing some guidance. But in the meantime,
I just wanted, may I?
Yeah, of course.
Just quickly add, if there's a way to take them out of the dog park but keep them in other parks,
mhm,
like, so
Yeah.
I don't know what that would look,
Yeah.
I don't know what the budget.
The other
numbers would
spots
be.
that were mentioned.
If there isn't an issue at these other locations and it's just the dog park,
Mm.
we could have a sign that says BYO.
and it could very well be, as I said, it might be a mitigated issue in the dog park if we wind up with some people who care about it, spreading the word that you're about to lose your plastic bags, folks.
That's the new front page paper right there.
There you
Yeah,
go.
you're right. But if it's not dog owners, education is not going to,
Right.
yeah.
Huh?
That's the issue.
Because I do,
It's not dog owners.
I do.
It's
think-
not just dog.
It's the other people that are in the area that may be taking them for other reasons.
I follow you.
Yeah.
And I
I
will
follow.
say, speaking of taking them
I'm
for
a
other
little
reasons,
slow on the uptake there. I
I
get it.
would like-
It's not just dog owners.
If I may just also add that having them in the dog park
Thank you.
is, I think, there is a note here about it being a public health
Yep.
issue.
Mhm.
And so we wanna make sure it's as clean as possible.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
So
So the
the-
public education piece.
Yeah, so location maybe is something that we're considering as well, so that it's not just easily accessible to anybody that might need a plastic bag. I had not considered that.
The fence is easily hoppable.
Yeah, there you go.
But if you have to walk all the way across,
All right, so we're moving on.
All right, moving on.
Cybersecurity insurance was not included in the budget, and that was something that we had been considering this past few years. We now have the ability to obtain that based on the security measures we have in place with IT. So Ginny, wanted to have that discussion. Is that something we want to consider? I forget the amount, Ginny.
Right now, the estimate's around 25,000, the last quote I got. Now, I don't know if it's going to go up. But I strongly suggest that you consider funding it, because, God forbid, I'm gonna knock on wood, we do get hacked. It will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to get things restored. So having the cyber insurance will protect us from that large expense.
What page was this one on?
so Ginny, you,
We don't have a narrative on it.
Oh, okay. All right.
okay, yeah, you're saying,
Yeah, we don't have a narrative on it.
That's
I would
fine.
definitely support funding it.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised our insurance company doesn't mandate it. Most of them mandate it.
You cannot qualify for it unless you have all the different things in order. So there's maybe, here, you can speak to it better than myself, but there's a list of items that you have to meet.
Yeah, and our last big step of getting that in place was enabling Duo, that multi-factor authentication, for not only logging into your computer within City Hall or Public Safety or any of our other actual buildings, but remotely when you log in, making sure that all of those protections are in place.
And also the USB lockdown, we had to install that.
Yep.
Okay.
And all of this costs money, so we had to do it over time. But we've now met all those criteria.
I mean, I think it's incredibly important. I mean, with everything being electronic, all of our records, everything is accessible, you know, and so that seems like a priority to me as well. I would agree that should be funded.
Okay, that was it for the supplies and contractual section. There were others.
Well, can I just, I'm sorry, I did have something, and it may be in this category. Is that .4?
Yeah, anything 1.4 and
Okay, so can we talk about the professional services in the general fund under band concerts? Cause that budget exploded this year by like 300%.
Do you wanna explain it?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's because we reclassified. What we had is the normal band concerts that you would normally see there year after year, but then we moved from Economic Development Code, the band concerts for Muller Plaza, up to the band concert code itself. So it's not really that it was additional funds, we just reclassified it.
Okay, so I'd just like to talk about that briefly. I want to just, something that I had talked about with some folks, beforehand was, obviously we hear a lot about the parks, and, right now, well, and Carrie's involved as well. What?
He asked what page?
Oh, 134 in the preliminary budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great for you all to look at. So when you see it, you have the $6,000 for the Neowa Park Summer Concert Series, which used to be 8, or what was it, 6? Well, I guess it says 6 for 2025. But I feel like the whole, because of the purchase services, it was 8, that's why. But then, so we reclassified the Galadoro stage performances, which absolutely we should fund, the Water Street performances, which I think is reasonable at this point for us to continue funding. But my thought was like, well, I had one question, which is the City of the Hills performances. I didn't realize that we contributed to that at all, so that's part one. And then the other thing is, no, why don't you answer that, and then I'll say.
So the Jeff Doyle we hired, and he coordinated all of the Galadoro stage performances over the summer, except for the weekend where City of the Hills Festival happens. In that case, we funded the City of the Hills Festival that coordinated those bands.
Gotcha. So the total budget then,
Right, just
you know, yeah.
the
so total-
percentage relative to the fact that it was a weekend over the course of the 14 weeks.
Got it. So the total, yeah, so the total for that is then 12,800, right, for all those weekends? which is great. I mean, I think that supported a lot of local artists, and it brought a lot of people downtown, and, you know, I really enjoyed sitting at the Latte Lounge and having my iced coffee, and there's like jazz in the back. That was great. One of the things that I would like us to consider is, don't shoot me, everyone who lives in a retirement community, but I think we should not fund the Neowak Park Summer Concert Series and shift that funding to, rather than a downtown performances coordinator, have an events coordinator who would do things like liaise with the people who put on parades and festival of tree lighting and do the summer concert booking programming. I would love to see those things become more coordinated. I know we have different volunteer groups who put those things on generally, but people look to the city for information about them, and I think sometimes there's a little bit of like just holistic knowledge that is missing from some of those events being coordinated. So I think that it's a really nice way to get under the umbrella of having like an events coordinator, cultural coordinator, something like that, on a contractual basis. So I wonder if you guys would consider that as a proposal.
And the amount would be
The 6,000, so it would be,
to that.
so it would be the 6,000 from the Neowak Park Summer Concert Series added to the 8,250, to also like coordinate with the downtown events people. So not to host any different events, but just to be sort of the coordinator for those.
Were you thinking seasonal? Sorry.
Oh, that's,
Should I?
Go ahead.
Would it be seasonal?
well,
Like
yeah, I
March,
guess.
just-
Well, it would be March through I keep wanting to call it the Festival of Lights, but that's not it, that's in the park. The tree lighting, which is usually the first weekend of December. So yeah, I guess it would be 9 months out of the year. But it wouldn't be full-time, 9 months out of the year. It would just be, here's the next event upcoming. It would be events coordination. Yeah.
Hey,
I'm
Chris.
just curious because Carrie, my staff, we meet with the coordinators of all the events. We discuss the hours, when the events are gonna take place.
Logistics for any closures,
Yep.
use, people.
Coordinate all the
Yeah.
road closures and everything, and the overtime for our guys to come in and do it on weekends.
Yep.
So I'm just kinda curious, and then Carrie, you post
Yeah.
Yep.
things, so I'm curious what this person will do that we're not doing.
So I think it would be about like being the liaison between the organization and you guys. So you wouldn't have to necessarily attend those meetings unless it was necessary. They could get they could get everything together for it. Make recommendations based on the city calendar, things like that. Keep in mind school district stuff. I mean,
It's all the stuff that we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you not need to be involved in that anyway?
I think we need to continue to be involved.
well, I think the person would be like, they would report to you.
It would change who we're meeting with,
Right.
but it would be
I
the
guess
same
so.
meeting.
Yes, but it would also free them up to, or free you guys up, but also like, yeah, exactly, like they would be able to meet with potentially the organizers more frequently about different things, different concerns or whatever, that are less logistic.
The other thing I wanna mention is it's not just me and Carrie, it's also the fire department, the police department.
Mhm.
So we all get together, OPT sometimes is involved,
Yeah.
because we all have different aspects of each event. And so, the person that's
Yeah.
meeting with the event coordinator, we need to know the aspects of
Right.
everyone's concerns.
Right, yeah, and I think that's a reasonable expectation. So what I'm thinking about is like, for example, the timing of the tree lighting, right, is really a great, marketing opportunity, but that's not necessarily, I don't know, I'm pitching it, but I've pitched it, so I'm good. If you guys support it, that's great, if
Elaine?
not,
I guess I'm just wondering how a role like that might overlap with some of the functionality we're talking about for somebody who could, handle more communications, public relations, and,
Mhm.
something that could be more like a year-round thing, because what I'm hearing,
Yeah.
this proposal would be, I'm just trying to wrap my head around, trying to think like what kind of person we would hired, like, cause most of this activity is concentrated in the summer, and you know, the spring, I guess, to get ready for the summer. But then it's just like there's like fuzzy edges, right? Like, I think it'd be really hard to find somebody who can concentrate on that and then kind of retain them a little bit at the beginning and a little bit at the end. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could take some of that idea of, you know, improving that, you know, that coordination and work that in with this call that we've been discussing for somebody to help us out more with communications.
Before I go to Mike, I'd also suggest that there are now, I guess there are 5 or 6 meetings in the building owners in downtown who are engaged in the possible construction of a business improvement district, and that would obviously be an assistance in all that kind of coordination, but also that would also be an entity that would take on the costs that we're talking about here. Let me go to Mike. Mike.
Katie, I partly wanted to ask you, but I recall this came up during our budget review committee.
Yep.
When we were talking about park staff.
Culture coordinator, yeah.
Right, so is this a reframing of what we talked about then? Because at that point,
Yes.
we talked about the idea of adding a full-time parks person
Yes.
whose responsibility would be
Yeah.
parks events.
So this is sort of in between, right? It is a reframing of that. So my thought is, you know, we used to contract with DO, which is the sort of one end of the spectrum, right? Which is, it was not a city employee, but we sort of left it up to them, and then they communicated with us. And then I also was thinking like possibly this public information officer, executive assistant, but at the same time, it's like there's so much that could be taken up. Like if we were to consider the executive assistant, I know we'll get into staffing, and this is sort of off that, but there's so much else like integral functions that person would have that I don't know that it's feasible to put all of that on them. If it's a public information officer, if it's an executive assistant, like I don't know that that's really realistic to be done successfully, because I also thought about that and I don't think it's like a bad idea, but I think this is an interesting way to not spend any more, but maybe just sort of coordinate what we have going on.
Okay, I want to go to Scott, please.
I don't know, people look forward to their summer in the series part.
They sure
events.
do.
So I'm not sure. I'm just saying, like, I think they really look forward to that, so I don't know.
Yeah,
They truly do.
I got feedback about that recently.
Like, I get asked
I
to
think
put more
Mike,
money in it.
Mike had his hand up, but I do have.
All right, Mike, Cecilia, and then Elaine in that
I
order, please.
just wanted, hope somebody could clarify, the downtown performance coordinator, 8,000 and change. Is that what we hired Foothills Jeff Doyle to do last summer? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yes, I'm talking about expanding it.
Right.
Or I'm proposing to expand
but
it,
that's-
to be like the Memorial Day parade.
Does that
and
impact
the-
what, Jeff?
The Halloween parade and the tree lighting and all that good stuff.
I think it should be 500.
That is, Greg, is that in fact the description that he's talking about, that
Yeah.
$8,000? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of that and the Water Street events
Okay.
that we didn't end up doing.
Right.
There was a different line for the performances for Water Street and for the performances themselves at Al Galdoro as well as the concert series.
Right, okay,
And
Cecilia?
sorry, the last
No,
thing I
that's fine.
wanted to say was, looking at this, sort of this whole section of budget overall, 5% of the, sort of all this concert performance budget is marketing, and that seems low to me, but I wanted to check back in, because I may have lost track of where the film marketing stuff that we're doing this summer, that's still budget, but that's separate from this.
That, I believe, is still in the A 6989
Yes,
code,
yeah. That's it.
economic development. We felt that still was more appropriate there, because it
Okay.
wasn't focused on the concerts, it was more broadly
Okay, so
marketing.
that's still.
This
funded.
marketing was something that Jeff Doyle had recommended. If we do this concert series downtown, again, having some marketing budget would help draw more people downtown.
Okay.
So that's what that was.
Ginny, can I, you're soon, go ahead.
You're soon. Well, I'll just say that one potential to take this idea and kind of link it to other themes that we've been discussing with the budget, which is economic development. That we know the arts and culture are, huge economic development indicators so it could be, the coordinator could be an economic development coordinator part-time that would focus on culture and arts in the downtown. as a
Because they're
potential
related,
component.
they're
That's right.
very
Yes.
connective.
And so you bring in economic development vis-a-vis all of the events.
Right.
And my point is quick, thank you, Scott reminded me when you spoke up and said you're hesitant to take this away. So, and I think when it initially came up, it was discussed as, this is gonna, make seniors upset. At my last board meeting, I had a request from people, to not just pay attention to family events, but also to senior events. So this is just something that I'm gonna say I'd be hesitant to cut.
Right, Ginny?
Just an idea for the council to consider. If you are considering the executive assistant and wanted to add this role into that job description, give that a trial period to see how much time and effort it takes. And then if it needs to be expanded, just from experience, that would give you more information to make
Okay.
future decisions with.
Okay, I like that idea.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. That was a great discussion. I appreciate you all.
Yes, Bobby.
So,
On later.
the executive assistant, looked like a pretty full job description, so if we're talking about adding more stuff to it, I'm not really.
I don't think we're talking
Not
about the
yet.
executive assistant.
No?
No.
Not yet. We'll get there.
Right, but Mike's question was to which the job description are we adding this additional task? And it's not the executive assistant, so it
We
is
haven't
the.
decided that yet.
Yeah,
That was
that's-
Jenny's
that's
recommendation.
a
Yeah,
TBD.
that's my
That is your
recommendation.
recommendation. That's the
Yeah.
We're done
executive
with
assistant.
the contractual stuff, we can move right to that.
Well,
Yeah,
hold
let's do
on.
that.
Let's do that.
'Cause
Sorry.
there was one that, the recruiting consultant for finance director, would that be under here? Because
That's under the wages and
okay.
benefits.
Thank you,
Okay.
sorry.
Related.
I saw the header, so.
I think that's where.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So getting into the executive assistant.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, can I just be really unpopular for a second? No, I'm gonna wait till next year to say it. It's fine. I let it go.
Next year.
Next year.
Do you want to make a note?
Well, it has to do with the folding of the teen center into Fordu. I know that they did that as a cost-saving measure, and we don't host the teen center at the Armory anymore, and so I don't know if I would love to keep it in youth programs. I would just love to explore that funding a little bit more, but it doesn't have to be this year. Right now, they're trying to figure it out, and so are we. So.
Yeah, okay.
Can I throw another idea out there for you to consider with that fund?
I love it,
Is
yes.
coordinate it with the school.
What'd you say?
Coordinate a teen program with the school district.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny.
Chief, why don't we do something that works for the school?
I know, like, could somebody hook that up? I don't know.
Yeah.
Especially in the budget office.
I mean, it
Yeah,
sounds like there could be a
right.
real shared opportunity there.
Right.
Let's go with the executive assistant.
Okay. Thank you. I'll leave my blue dot.
Executive assistants, just find the.
I'm so excited about this, you guys. I'm just gonna jump in. I think we have to find a way to do it. I don't know.
Are we talking about the assistant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
don't know how we're
1000%
gonna do it,
agree.
but I just think
What
it's
are we
so
talking
needed.
about?
Hey,
You.
many of us are talking at the same time about the executive assistant.
Well, we've been here for
I know.
3.5 hours now,
I'm
so
sorry,
we're
I
to the
apologize.
casual portion of the programming.
Page 3 of appendix B. So this is something as I explained in the proposal, we've had a lot of discussion and a lot of interest in having a public information officer or some type of position like that. And I think this title might make the most sense. I don't know if there are questions about it, or if you want to kind of go through the description of what they may do, but I think some of the things we talked about, coordinating, I mean, essentially, like, if I had someone who could help out in the in-between areas, and these things like our website, our department heads have never had time to spend looking through their particular pages that apply to them and saying, oh, I need to update this, I need to work on this. Every now and then we come up with something, and either, usually it's Carrie that's gonna be asked to do that, and Carrie does a great job taking care of the
the main aspects of the webpage. But once you get a little deeper into the department pages, and we also hear often that things, it's hard to find things. I don't think, Gary, jump in, but I don't think you have the time to spend that is
Not as much as I
really
would like to.
warranted. Yeah. So when I think about the clerk's office, and Carrie, please jump in, I'm gonna speak for you, but the main function of the clerk's office to me is the support of the council, the committees, the boards and commissions, plus the support of the public with all the different licensing and interactions they have with the public, official record keeping, records management, and those sorts of things. And then over the years, the more, putting press releases out, and at one point in the past, there were PSAs that were probably handed out to the media, and then, email came along and things developed, social media came along, that became every social media page of the city, just kind of fell in the clerk's office, and I feel like you're stretching a lot of different ways. And a lot of the, I think, responsibility of a city administrator in communicating with the public just generally, and as well as amongst different departments, amongst the council, being a go-between what is going on in the city. I feel like having an assistant could help in that area, just coordinating and following up on things. So I think of things like the website where, okay, maybe this person could go and talk with the fire chief or talk with Chris or whoever it may be, Judy, and say, all right, we know there's projects going on, these pages need to be updated, let's get the information I need, and that person's gonna go and do it. So it's not an added thing on the department heads who don't have time to do it now. It takes a little bit off of the clerk's plate. Clerks certainly I wouldn't think would be entirely out of the web page management thing, but it would be a coordinated effort. You'd have some assistance. We also talked about in the proposal was this could be something that is a shared, taking some of the duties that the part-time HR specialist in HR who has departed the city, that you could kind of combine those positions, and this individual could do some of those functions as well, which I'm obviously tied very closely with HR and some of the functions that I do. So that might be a natural way to sort of combine positions. I'm always being cost conscious. Adding a full-time position is never an easy thing for the budget to handle, obviously. But that's just an idea. These events coordination, that sort of thing, it could be something where they can have a role in that as well. Certainly not taking on more events, doing those sort of things, but adding some capacity to our team, I think, is really.
And liaison to some of those folks that are strategizing, bringing more events and more
Yes.
art and entertainment to downtown.
Yes.
Yeah. When a request comes in, sorry.
No.
When a request comes in for an event, that's the initiator for us to then go deal with them, coordinate, do that sort of thing. We don't have any proactive. We don't really have much proactive. Let's go out and talk with Destination Oneonta and what are they planning for the holiday events this year. The mayor did that and got us together on that. Other than when the application comes in, then the staff get involved.
Go ahead, Cecilia.
I wonder about this is one of my topics that I wanted to make sure we had a discussion, and that we would ultimately, hopefully, all be in support of the inclusion of this position. I just wonder about the title of the position.
Oh, you read my mind. That's what my question is gonna be. Yeah, to me, this seems more like the PIO, more of the.
Like a what, sorry?
The public information officer, the coordinator.
Coordinator.
Yeah.
Even public information coordinator would be.
But it would be also doing some of the additional.
It could be like.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, the job description is the job description, but the title, one of the things we want to do is be clear about who people are connecting with.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like community liaison, community information, community.
I mean, conceptually, this is. I get where it's going. I mean, the title kind of has me hung up because if you actually look at the city charter, some of those responsibilities of supporting the city administrator fall in the clerk's office. It's specifically in there. So, again, I don't have strong feelings one way or the other. I just want to put that out there. I'm just saying, like, there is that support
Right.
system there, and for some of this, but I also understand about overloading people. The title's got to.
Yeah, so this is a working title. Let me go to Mike.
I just wanted to, although we're not making motions, so it's not actually calling the question, like, just kind of think about, like, if we generally support the idea of a position that does a bunch of these things, maybe we don't worry about exact details now.
Yeah,
And keep
really,
going.
we're sort of approving the budget and
Yeah.
the idea.
I
Right.
like
Right.
I love the idea of it.
We want somebody that does a bunch of these things, and we don't know exactly.
We know there's a need.
I think it all goes back down to the whole, when we put it in, how are we gonna fund it, how much is it gonna be, and is it gonna stay in?
That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
I think that's.
Right.
Yep.
Good, so-
Just to speak to the title, that again, I'm not married to any particular title. But the combination with the HR duties, having it be some sort of a title that implies that this is a confidential position, that, I mean, as I talked about here, potentially we work out of the HR office, this person is situated there where the part-time person is now. So they're, you know, right now that person is dealing with 207 cases on my behalf, like executing document transfer, that sort of thing. That is,
Sorry, that was out loud. I don't love that idea, but it's not my thing.
again, we're cost conscious.
Yeah,
If we
I
could
get it.
create a separate position and have the part-time HR person, that would be even better.
So you'd be up here, but your administrative would be down
I would be down there, and I would split time as I
Wait,
do.
what?
I could go down there and work with the HR team, and then be coming up here back and forth. There are different ways we could do it.
Interesting.
I see you don't like that.
I had
but
an initial knee jerk, but actually I could think about it. Yeah.
It's not ideal to have us split up. Right now, I'm here and I'm out there. I'm not at public safety building. I'm not at DPW.
Right.
So,
Right.
I'm not gonna split
Right.
hairs
And the
tonight,
mayor
I'm just, I
wouldn't
got,
be here.
there's something
Well, I
to
will
think
say,
about.
Just saying.
I will say,
Go ahead.
if I may, is it not the tradition or sort of the practice to have the city administrator's office be connected to the mayor's office?
being connected to the mayor's office
Yeah.
specifically, not
Isn't it-
necessarily.
Is it not, is it,
I think when it was first instituted, the mayor came upstairs and the city manager went downstairs where community development director is now. And then that flip-flopped at one point, perhaps?
Yeah.
And then we moved up here. I mean, my thinking there, again, it's not ideal. I'd like to be in City Hall, but I'd also like to be more connected with HR. We don't have an HR director, we have an HR team. And they are reporting directly to me. And I don't have I go down there as needed, but I think it might be nice for me to be down there physically more often. And I could do that now. You know, if you call my office where it is and I just go down there more often, I mean, that's fine too. But then I was thinking, okay, physically, where do we put this executive assistant position? Do we move some space around here? Do we try to, or do we put them down there? I'm talking about the overlap. A lot of moving parts. You can look at it different ways, and I'm not tied to any of it.
Nice new carpeting in the mayor's office.
Well, then things are different, maybe you look at it, maybe the best spot for HR is not down there, maybe that might be a place for your DPW director in his office to go down there, or, you know, cause then he's more with his parks guys and stuff like that, and, I mean, I'm just saying, like, this opens up a whole, I like it, I like the concept, I don't wanna get down in the weeds tonight, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But you do say
And that's what we
question.
wanna, actually, this is a great conversation to have at another time, because we
Yeah.
really do wanna focus on,
But in general,
but generally
are we
speaking.
supportive
I
of
think-
this, of trying to find a way?
I think it goes back in, if we put it back in, how
How
are
do
we
we
gonna fund
pay
it,
for
where's it gonna go, and,
Yep.
But
Doesn't mean
I
it's
don't
gonna
see
stay.
anybody that's adamantly against this, so.
Alright, $100,000.
I know.
little less?
The salary is not.
but I just have a question.
It's the-
Scott,
I just have a question because of the budget.
Yep.
Like, if we don't like something that's in this job, this job description would still have to go through civil service and
Right,
everything.
yeah,
So if there's
okay.
something we really didn't like in this, say like we didn't like the fact that part of it was HR, we would bring it up then.
I think we
before-
would wanna decide as a council first, like, what are we trying to accomplish? And then we'll adjust the job description
Or
accordingly.
we
Bring
still
it-
just put it in, saying, hey, we kinda like this idea?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's just money you're talking about now.
It's just money.
I mean, as opposed to the details of
Right.
the description.
And,
Just
and
money.
we feel
But-
like the salary is commensurate with the duties that are expected of this person in our own minds, even if not exactly on paper. Right? I mean, because that's what we're talking about is funding $99,000, including salary and benefits.
right, you're competing with the private sector
For a
here too, for an
person, yeah.
individual.
Right, no, and I mean, truly, like, half of it is retirement, taxes, benefits, like,
So-
that's what it always is.
Potentially, right.
I think it's
So-
A1.
The 99 is everything included,
Yeah.
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
The salary is 53,
Right.
which is
Oh, right,
competitive,
yes,
but
okay,
not,
okay.
Right.
like, it's not, like, extravagant.
No.
No, it's
I
not.
believe it
Um,
would be like the administrative
Okay.
So, again, I guess if you get in the weeds on the job title, if you call it public information officer, I think the perception of that is a higher level almost,
Okay.
position, but.
So this is kind of like, but kind of like a step down.
Right.
That's why assistant.
That's why I
Okay.
So assistant might be a better fit, but
Right.
maybe a different title.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor,
Jenny, you wanna add something?
could I
Yes,
just add?
Jenny.
I just want the council to be aware that when Greg and I were talking about this position, that this person is gonna be exposed to a lot of very confidential information. And that is why we presented it with the title that we presented. Not saying that it has to stay with that title,
Sure.
but the type of work that they're going to be in, it's highly confidential.
Well, we could change that, that's what we're just talking about, like, we
Yeah.
could sit there and say we don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Right.
but also, I mean, I think being the assistant to the city manager, of course, you're gonna be exposed to confidential information, whether or not HR is a primary function of your responsibility. But couldn't you designate them as management confidential as long as the title isn't already adopted as a civil service CSEA title?
Yes.
So, I mean, it really doesn't matter, we could call them cucumber as long as it's CSEA,
But-
as long as it's civil service, you know,
Yeah,
it's
I
not a
would
title
refer
in the
to
CSEA.
Dave Corey. I would just ask Dave Corey to weigh in on the management confidential piece.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Or the cucumber piece. So, again, we're talking about money right now. We're not talking about the details of this. And it sounds like everybody is generally speaking in favor of having that included
Yes,
for consideration.
thrilled. Thank you, I couldn't be
Right from the
happier.
get-go, it's like, this is what I'm for.
Okay. Those
First
are-
day.
I've been trying for years, so I'm so
That-
excited.
Okay, next one, there was maybe this was a 400 thing, but I put it in the wrong category, but it was coaching, training for city administrator.
Yeah.
So obviously, professional development training is an important piece of anyone's job, I think. I don't find that attendance at conferences is very likely for me to be able to fit into the schedule now. Now having an assistant may be helping with that. But I also think that, I've only worked here. My career has been at the city of Leon, and I have an experience here. Having the ability to work with someone who's been a county administrator elsewhere and who's worked with a lot of city administrators, managers, and others in this type of position, and getting some feedback that's kind of going to give me some exposure to how things are done elsewhere in more of a holistic way that's kind of tailored to whatever may be, coming out of that conversation, would be valuable to me more so than attending a 3-day conference somewhere at the ICMA. Not that I wouldn't try to do that if I was able to find the time. But I thought this was an interesting opportunity. I came across this opportunity when I was looking at how do we recruit a finance director, and looking at this particular company and individual who's done this sort of thing. So I thought that was an interesting thing. I put the request in there. Of course, I cut it out, so it's not included now. And that's what that is. I know someone had asked. So.
What page is it?
Sorry, it's
83.
83.
Appendix B.
You took all of those.
Well, that one was 7,200, it looks like.
Yeah, and with this removed, there is still funding, I forget the amount, in the training and travel meals code for something more typical, like attending a
Okay.
conference or something that I'd have to find time for.
And just out
make
of
the time for
curiosity,
it.
how much do the conferences usually cost? Just
I mean, you can do online courses and that sort of thing for several $100s a
Yeah,
piece.
okay.
You can go to a conference, depending where it is, and if there's travel overnight for $2,000 to $4,000 probably.
Okay.
I mean, Carrie, when you go to NICOM, it's
But
probably a
this-
4-day
NICOM's
thing.
4 days and it's about 2.
Yeah,
18 to
yeah,
2.
so this
But
is
th-
definitely,
there's the
this is more
cost and then there's the
focused.
production cost that comes with the fact that you were gone for 3 days.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
So, but this is, like, the impression I have of this is that it's something that's very much more focused. It's one-on-one, it has that ongoing coaching and support, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I guess, this is what I would feel, like, if you find something that you want to go to, even if it's not funded, I would say bring it up to us anyway, because chances are we're probably gonna sit there and say, we'll find the money somewhere and we'll send you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, especially if we do go down the other road and you do get an assistant, you do get a couple minutes freed up where you can go to one of these. I mean, I don't think anybody here would sit there and say, we're not gonna fund you at some point if you wanna take these classes and stuff, even if it's not in the budget. Don't feel afraid not to bring it to us. I think we'll sit there and say, anyway, yeah, I think this is well worthwhile, I think we need to send you to it. Cause we're expecting you to do a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I just got confused.
Yeah, this, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a
the same provider,
Company,
right?
right.
Yeah.
periodic phone calls, meetings, and it's a little bit more, I think, tailored individually to what's going on, and a little bit less intrusive into the schedule. That's probably why I'd be more successful, I think.
Mm-hmm.
How much did we spend on that conference day that we had up at Hartwick? Anybody know?
I don't recall.
Couple
If it
I
was
don't remember.
$5,000
I wanna
to $8,000.
Oh, my
Something like
word.
I don't remember.
I,
This feels more valuable than that.
yeah.
in my
I think it
mind.
was 4,000 for the speaker.
I mean,
This is something that the city organized?
yeah.
Yeah, we went up to Harley, we had the
I think it was
It was
council
nice
just
to
for
spend
you
a day
guys.
with you guys, because we don't usually do
Oh,
that.
so it
We're
was
usually
for all
here.
of council?
Yeah.
It was all of council.
We had our
and
department heads
heads.
there.
Yeah, I mean,
So where are we at now?
this could easily also come from contingency. Is that what you're saying?
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
This could easily also come from contingency. Is that?
Yeah, that's
you're
what I was saying, like, if he finds something he really wants to go to, he's got break time, he's got something like that, bring it up to us, whether we fund it or not, in the budget. We would find money to send him anyway, 'cause I think it behooves us to do so.
Yeah, well, this is like a coaching opportunity.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
This
Yes,
is
if you
more
really-
like a
yeah.
training program.
So
Right.
it's over,
Much more intense.
you know, it can be over 6 months, 9 months, a year,
Yeah.
depending on how much you do. I think I figured it'd be like a 6-month.
I mean, it sounds kind of cool. It sounds like professional therapy, and I can really get down with that, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, I hesitate, because I know that after this, we're gonna talk about DPW and the fire department, and I think that we did just say, and I think to the great benefit of the broader community, that we wanna try to find $100,000 in the budget, so now, those $7,000 things, I'm like, is it necessary, you know?
That's why we're gonna go back around.
Yeah.
Oh, good, okay.
Yep.
Then that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one is the accountant position. Where's that?
Well, I feel like this, I'm sorry, may I?
Yes.
Page 6.
Go.
Yes.
Okay.
Page what?
I feel like
6.
it's hard to uncouple this from the finance department as a whole, and then also the recruiting scope for the finance director. Like, I think we have to understand what the future of the finance department looks like in order to understand where this fits, personally.
So I
That
think.
was my statement. Thank you.
Okay. And, want me to jump in?
Is that already
Yes, please.
exhausted, or?
So, I mean, I guess talking about both at the same time, recruit for the finance director, that's a very difficult position to find. Talking to the same individual that does the consulting we're just talking about, that's gonna be the case no matter what. And I think we've been unsuccessful in finding a plethora of qualified candidates to choose from to be Ginny's successor. And I think doing a broader recruitment or paying a recruiter to help find candidates, I think is necessary at this point. It's been several years since we've attempted. Also, in parallel with that, finding a second accountant, the idea there, I mean, we have an accountant now, and he's young and he's learning and he's doing a great job so far, but that takes time to train anyone in that position. And having options for succession in the future, we could find a new finance director through this recruitment process, and you don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe it lasts 2 years, and then you're looking for someone else again. Looking to build that expertise, and in accounting especially, because it's difficult to find people, but if you're able to find them and have a little bit of redundancy, then I think you stand a better chance for the long-term health of the finance office. I mean, Ginny, everyone knows that Ginny puts in a lot of hours, and she has some great expertise and is very efficient in what she does because she's been here and she knows what she's doing. And that transition is going to be difficult for any director we may find. And certainly we don't have someone on staff now who's just ready to step into that role. But I think building for that in the future is important to me, and I know that Ginny can speak to that better than I can, so I'll just give it to her.
I know that you guys have a lot of very difficult decisions to make because you only have so much money that you can work with or you're willing to, put on the table. I bring this to you for the future of the finance office, but I also know that there may be higher priorities, and I understand that. I always have a plan B or C or D, if you're not able to fund a second accountant position. The only thing that I am concerned about is passing on the institutional knowledge to someone that will be able to step into the role. Oh, you all know that I have agreed that once you do find my replacement, I will stay on as long as the council approves me for transition and training and for special projects. And then when you no longer need my services, I'll just exit. However, as you know from our budget committee discussions, the finance department produces a lot of different requirements and work and product and things like that. So having the finance department prepared for my exit, also not expecting my replacement to work the hours that I work, I think is a realistic realization. And, you know, so I understand that my husband will shoot me, but I understand that if you have to postpone this for a future decision, if we get an opportunity, you know, to come back, because, and I've told Greg this also, is that I think the assistant to the city administrator is a more important position right now, because I am training the new accountant. I do have the intern, and I do have Alan. But this is important to bring to your attention, that you need to think about the future of the makeup of the finance office and how much work we do produce. And with the Tyler Technology transition coming, I'm hoping that the amount of time it takes to produce our products will be much more efficient.
Yeah, I mean, just starting with the consultant, the recruiting consultant, I mean, it looks like there's a potential that it might be funded this year. You know, either way, I support funding this some, you know, way, because for all the reasons that you just stated. I mean, obviously, you know, this is a search that the city has been trying to undertake, and we need help if we're gonna, you know, hope to find a replacement that is anywhere near qualified and has, you know, the expertise that Ginny has, because we are not gonna get another Ginny, but we need somebody to help us find somebody who will try to fill her shoes.
And I will forewarn you that this person that will probably be found by this headhunter is going to probably want a lot more money than I'm currently making. So just keep that in mind.
Don?
Why is it more important, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I'm saying, why is it more important that Greg have an assistant compared to having an additional person in the finance department?
Well, I don't agree with that.
Well, I know he doesn't.
That was Ginny talking just now.
Well, the reason I
Ginny
say that
answer.
is because I did just hire my new accountant, and I also have the intern who's very interested in staying here. And he's really already asked if we have a position for a full-time position. And I think he's fantastic, and he's a breath of fresh air. And I also have Alan part-time. So that's why. Right now, Greg has no one, and I have those three.
Is Alan gonna stay?
Alan plans on staying unless his plans change. It's in the budget for next year, and he's already talking about learning how to do the audit next year. And you know, so he, as far as I am told, he hasn't told me anything differently. He wants to learn every aspect of my job. Alan and I have also talked about future possibilities of possible shared situations with him still being on board.
See what the future brings. Yep.
So, just looking at this contract, development of a sufficient candidate pool of quality applicants for the city to consider the position of finance director. So they are committing to do that within 90 days, and how do you define sufficient?
That can be a question I can ask them.
Okay, because I wanna make sure, like, when I'm looking at the consultant deliverables, yeah, I would be curious about sufficient and quality applicants.
What page are
that
you looking
means.
at, Katie?
It's the contract,
95.
94, 95.
There is, I mean, you see the service guarantee right at the bottom of that page.
Uh-huh.
There is, if we hire someone, it says in the event there's a premature, defined as within 1 year of appointment departure, they'll conduct the next search for additional charge.
Which is cool, but if we don't hire anyone to begin with, I'm just nervous.
So if it doesn't look like we're getting somebody, we have Ginny put in for hire her, and then she can leave, and then we can get her to do it again.
Paper left.
Well, that's on
Sorry.
record now, so we're.
Oh, that's why I'm the brightest crayon in the box, Katie.
You are your own color.
It's hard, but I feel like there's so many things that we wanna do that I don't love spending $20,000 for a consultant.
I wonder if there's another way we could go about it.
I got a suggestion. Just thinking, cause we've done this before in the budget before, we kinda put something like a column over that this is what priority we'd like to do, so if that thing that we didn't put in, the revenue from
Occupancy tax?
occupancy tax just come in, maybe we can earmark some of that to do this, if we get that. So that could be one of the priorities of, if we get that money, we can do the consult. So it's there, if we get the money, if it doesn't, we understand that, then we'll have to push it off, or figure out a different way of doing it.
Jenny, could you remind us what's the estimated occupancy tax revenue if one?
A full year, I believe it's gonna be about $400,000. Because this will be implemented, I'm thinking by July 1st.
Right. And it's likely that it may be higher than that, because there are any number of folks that are renting, and the county hasn't really got that information, and we do have that information, so we're likely to be augmenting the numbers that the county is working with by virtue of the fact we have that much more information.
And
Cecilia?
the other piece is the paid parking, which the estimate is approximately 500,000.
Right, but realistically speaking, that's a slow build. So we'll get to that, but it's probably going to be in year 2 and year 3. It's going to wind up being something that, we try a little bit of this and we see how that works, and, so you probably don't want to be looking at that number for that first year. Unless you would disagree with my assessment of that.
I think that's fine for now until we have a better idea and we get into it, then we'll know. I think it's better to be conservative
Right,
assumptions.
right.
I'm just curious, how many years have we actually been in search for finance director?
Probably at least 3.
So,
We have interviewed some candidates. There was one that was a possibility. And the other candidates I just did not feel would be a good fit for the city. And we can, it's up, of course, it's under Greg's guidance, we can consider how we recruit now. I can reach out to the Finance Association, which I've done before. I could reach out to GFOA and see if there's anybody that's a deputy now that wants to move up. I can also, we can also have HR do what they normally do with the social media advertisements and things like that, and just see. Our auditors have told us that there are many municipalities that are having trouble filling their finance offices, and they are actually contracting with their auditing firms. But it's costing a fortune, because it's costing like hundreds of dollars every day. And so, that's why Alan and I have been brainstorming, if we do hire the second accountant and you've got a strong accounting foundation in the finance office, maybe Alan can step in, when it's, when it be a shared service between the county and the city. So we're just trying to brainstorm different ideas. And, you know, so we can do that for the first 6 months of the year and see how that goes. Maybe the right person will walk in the door. You know, but we'll
Yeah.
see.
It again occurs to me that, you know, lots of efforts have been made, and with this amount of time going by, you know, I don't know, you know, if it's reasonable to think that we could keep you around for 3 more years, you know, of
Well,
a search.
no, I won't.
So that's what I'm saying, like, where do we go from here if we don't move forward? You know, it just feels like we're remaining stuck. And, you know, hearing that there's a future potential of even further investment if we don't recruit for this position, it's just another one of these things that feels like if we kick that can down the line, it's gonna cost us more in the long run. So I would rather, you know, see this kind of investment made now, in finding appropriate and qualified staff for this essential position for our city.
So who have we not heard from on this? Don?
I haven't really spoken about it.
Do you have
but
something?
I would say, you know, I think that's probably my intuition as well, that there should be, maybe the efforts need to be stepped up to fill this position in a significant way. So I think I would support the consultant in order to expedite
Mhm.
the process.
Yes.
The truth of the matter is none of us want to see you leave, and so.
Well, thank you for that, but, it's.
That's a quick but.
Yeah, there's a but there, yes.
But we have to acknowledge that.
But generally
it happens
speaking,
sooner
I think
than
we know
ever.
where we are.
And it's really crucial, just reality-wise, you know, knock on wood, nothing happens. But if something happens 10 minutes from now, I don't want the city to be in a difficult situation. And, so we just have to think about protecting the city as a whole, and also making it possible for my predecessor to succeed.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's important.
Successor, but yeah, we got you.
Okay.
Could I?
Yes,
could
go
I
ahead.
just- I'm with Scott. This isn't top tier for me. I think it's the kind of thing like we were talking about where we could say that, like, I agree with you that we should step up our efforts, but I don't know if this proposal is exactly it. And so I would be willing to put it on the kind of second tier for sure, and look at other ways that we could expedite the search, because I think that there are other ways. I can name
Yes,
a couple.
Mike.
Ginny, could you clarify, I know this has got not a red or a green, but a blue, that if there's savings in the finance department, it could be funded.
Tell me what page you're on.
92. Oh, no, sorry, I'm on the wrong.
No, that's right.
No, that's the right one, yeah. So it says, not funded, but may be funded with 2025 finance department
Oh,
savings.
yes, it's because I've had vacancies. I had 6 months worth of vacancy for the first half of the year, so I've got available funds, in my budget for 25.
So, to cover the whole 28,000?
Yeah.
Or cover part of it?
Yeah.
Or we save it, right?
Mark, you asked me.
Yes, Don.
I think we should do it.
Okay. All right, so you've got.
Well, we're going back around the room and see what we want to put in, but is that not what we're doing?
Yeah.
I wasn't, I just hadn't heard from Don on anything, so I wanted to
I'm just
give him
asking.
an opportunity.
Yeah, when we go back around, I'll
We can.
keep the math going, so you guys will know what you've decided on.
Thank you.
Okay.
We love a running total, that's good.
Mhm, mhm. So we can.
Okay, next, public information officer, we just talked about that. City clerk's salary grade and salary adjustment.
Okay,
Separate.
The city clerk's is in the back of your appendix, because I had to add it at a later time.
What page is that
195,
in appendix C?
B. It's like right in front of appendix C, actually. 3 pages before appendix C.
it starts on page 195.
Yes, it does. Yep, thank you.
So can I start the discussion on this?
Please.
Okay, I just want you to know what is in the budget, is that we proposed increasing, right now, the city clerk receives a stipend for her IT work that is really outside of the current city clerk job description. Right now, that's a $2,000 stipend, and we have included in the budget bringing that up to $5,000. So that, we did a $3,000 increase there. And what is not in the budget was the additional $7,000. So that was explained in my memo on what was in and out of the budget. So I just want you to have the full information when you're considering this request.
So I'll just jump in on that. So this is similar to the fire chief's request last year and also other requests that we received this year from other administrators, because obviously our union contracts are set, those increases are contractual. So administrative salaries we set every year, the council does. My approach when we did the citywide salary survey was to look at everyone and adjust everyone at the same time relative to, as best as I could determine from discussions and everything we did there, to try to get people as close to the market rate as we could. And the admin manual in the back has salary grades. I call them grades with quotes because it's not like a union contract. There aren't steps involved in that. But when we looked at the salary survey, which was by position, and then we grouped certain admin positions in certain what we call grades, just for ease of establishing a range, a hiring range or salary range for that group of positions. And that's how they were grouped. My approach with doing everyone at the same time, and then I like to periodically update that salary study and make sure that we're not falling very far behind, and adjust everyone together at once. When we do things out of order, we address one position or individual, then it creates issues that have a ripple effect throughout the organization. And I understand there's a number of administrators who are upset by the fact that there was someone treated outside of that process, and that was the council's prerogative to do that. And so there were a number of requests other than, in addition to the city clerk, and I'm sorry, Kira, this is an awkward conversation with you sitting here, but there were positions in public works as well where there were requests. And I'm in an interesting, difficult position because the approach that I had suggested and was taking, the council felt differently and did something different in the budget or outside of the budget process earlier this year in January. So again, with our approach trying to balance a budget with limited revenue, when we looked at all of the salary increases that were requested, I forget, Jenny, if it was $250,000 or $300,000 in increases, that would also have the percentages for FICA and retirement added to them, or perhaps that was included.
Well, the total salaries that actually got cut, the total salary requests citywide that got cut was 1.2 million, which we can go over that.
There were added new positions as well.
Yeah, but that included the new positions also.
So I'm not quite sure how to address these requests or how the council would like me to address them, because based on previous experience, I'm not sure that you're sure how to treat this. I mean, I think taking a systematic approach makes sense and it's fair and can be done all together. Ultimately, not everyone is always going to be happy with their salary. It's very difficult to determine someone's worth in dollars. Like, that is not you can never do that accurately 100%. But we did the best we could and we moved everyone together. So that's just my pitch, or my 2 cents on it is I think things should move together, but now they haven't. So we are where we are, and what would you like us to do generally? And then obviously, someone had brought up this one in particular. So we'll get to you guys.
Do you mind if I just add one more consideration?
Yes, go ahead, Judy.
Thank you. I just want you to consider that having the thought process that they can go around the city manager and go to the council has made things very fragile in some situations. because as we know, Greg is in charge of operations, and when they think that they can go around that, it makes his job very difficult. And I know he won't say that, but I want to say it, just to make that clear.
Mike?
I just wanted some context, like how many positions in the city do you think there are? What percentage of positions are there that should theoretically have salary adjustments?
That is something that I can't say at the moment because we haven't done an updated full salary survey, like let's dig into it and.
Okay,
and
how
talk
many
about
were there
it.
last year?
Everyone in the city was adjusted. Well, last year was the first year, 2024 was the first year those salary adjustments took place. And that included union contracts, we renegotiated all of them as well. So I think, while it's not a union contract, the admin manual just applies to a collection of individuals. You can look at it in the same way every 3 to 4 years, like a union process. Let's re-look at these things and make sure that we adjust people to where they ought to be to retain, recruit, and also, you know, plan for that in our city budget process. We'd like to be able to know exactly how much to increase those every year to keep up with that, but I think you tend to fall behind when we have flat dollar increases like we have now, $1,500. You know, you can have the argument all day about flat dollars versus percentages. Like ultimately, if you do an assessment, you say, okay, this is where things ought to be, and you set them there. A few years from now, it's going to differ, and you reset, whether it's percentages or flat dollars. But you know, if you let it go too long and don't keep up with things, then you have a huge increase all at once, like we did a couple years ago. And I want to avoid that, but I also don't think that we need to be doing major adjustments every year. I think you can keep something steady that's predictable for a couple years, and then redo that study. But I'm open to other ideas as well, because again,
And
it can be done any
can I
number of
just jump
ways.
on
Yeah, Ginny and then Don.
So I just wanted to point out that the setup that we designed between the admin manual and all of the union contracts, without any additional raises outside of the normal step program, the salaries would have only increased approximately $142,000, I think it was. I want to go back. I was just trying to find it here in my memos. So what we set up worked. So that way the budget could absorb the annual increases at a much slower pace. And because we've got the flat dollars for all of the unions and we have the flat dollars now for the admin. So it's predictable and it's manageable. And so, you know, going forward, you know, you're going to have some years that are a little higher because the firefighters are going through the steps. They might get a $5,000 raise on a milestone. A police officer might hit a milestone and have, you know, a $3,000 to $5,000 raise. But I believe what Greg and I set up was very successful as far as future budgets absorbing the payroll increases.
Don?
Greg, what do you want to do and what do you want the council to do?
Well, last year my approach was let's go with the steady increases for everyone. Now, we do have a few that we're not talking about at this moment, but there were a few.
You're talking about managers.
Yes, because the unions are, you know, negotiated. You know, I think taking that fair approach across the board makes sense to me. However, the wrench has already been thrown into the spokes by the council by doing something out of the order. I'm not saying that was wrong, it's just that's the reality of the situation. And so I'm not quite sure, you know, how to say no to someone else who's making legitimate, you know, justification for why their salary or someone else's salary in their department should be increased. It differs from my approach, but the council seem to agree with a different approach. So I'm looking for your direction as to what you want to do, because the approach I've taken seems to have not been agreed upon by the council.
Let me go to Chris.
So from our perspective, from an administrative perspective, I'm going to play in my head how I'm going to state this, but basically the administrative staff put at, Greg, somewhere between 85 and 95% of the salary study.
It was somewhere between 90 and 100. On average, maybe somewhere lower and somewhere higher.
So immediately, the chief is now at 100%, and the rest of us are not at 100%. In addition to that, the cost of living increase last year was 3.2%. That's for your Social Security. That's based on Social Security. This year is 2.5%. So at a $1,500 $1,500 pay increase every year, someone at $50,000 is making 3% increase, which is okay, it's fine. But someone at our higher level is only making a 1.4% increase, which in theory is making less money this year because you can't buy as much for the money you're making because inflation went up higher than what your pay increase went up. I actually did a spreadsheet for Greg. I did a request for all my administrative staff with that calculation using 100% and the cost of living increase for the last 2 years. That was my request that I sent to Greg.
And those requests are on the list of things that were not included in the budget, if you want to see that detail.
Under the.
Yeah, so if you go to my October 19th memo,
Oh,
and
sort of a mess here with the memos, because I missed that one meeting. I was on my own to integrate these into my binder, and it was.
it's
the
on
Wild West.
page 9, if you can find that. It's the October 19th, should have an October 19th tab on it.
There's a tab?
Yep, there's a tab that says October 19th, 2025. But you didn't have your
I
book
live
with
in
you,
diabetes.
so, yeah.
I'm
You
sorry?
didn't have your book
I
last
didn't have
year.
my book.
But
so
is it in there?
Yes, I have it, yep.
So it's page 9.
Oh, page 9, sorry.
And these are the additional positions and or raises not in the 26 budget. And you will see where all of Chris's requests are in there for the Department of Public Works.
You're right. Page 9 of the,
Memo of the 19th.
okay.
October 19th.
Oh, October 19th,
Yeah,
that was
are
the
you on
29th.
October
Sorry,
19th?
nope, I was in the wrong
Okay.
date. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
go to page
Thanks, sorry. Okay.
While folks are looking at that, let me go to the chief and then to Cecilia. You wanted to speak as well. Chief.
So one of the things, Chris and I represented the admin group, which is like an ad hoc group that's covered by the admin manual. And one of our recommendations was to more frequently do the salary study. I think that's something that's, would be beneficial to all the employees, and, so like Greg said, we're not getting so far behind. I can speak for the numbers that I ran for my department, for myself and the assistant chief, and already with my position with inflation, it's, I'm $11,000 off of the average at 100%, and my assistant chief is well off as well.
Okay,
So
Cecilia.
I'm assuming right straight through the city, that everyone's in the same level, so.
Thank you, Chief.
But one thing we have to keep in mind, I'm sorry.
Let me just have Cecilia speak and then, go ahead. Unless you want to defer, I mean, it's your call.
Yeah, well, I am a little, I don't know how personal I wanna go into my decision-making process from almost a year ago, but almost a year later, I'll say this conversation still makes me uncomfortable. It made me uncomfortable then, and it makes me uncomfortable now, because I think to the point that I believe that these salaries should be systemic in terms of their increase and not individually based, and that's not what we decided, and it was partly because of the vote that I cast. And so I would like to propose giving all department heads then an increase, pay increase that's outlined here.
Ginny, your microphone.
For the salary studies, we can do a number of salary studies, but I believe that the recommendation should be that the salary study is done by the same firm and the whole city is based on the same salary study, because the fire department can do their salary study, the police department can do their salary study, DPW can do their salary study, and then you've got different sources, inconsistent comparisons, and when Greg and I went through the salary study that was done, we also compared it to NICOM, and which meant that we were comparing it to other municipalities' salaries that were being reported. And we went through every position, every job duty, analyzed the responsibilities and lined them up accordingly. Is it perfect? No, but it was a very detailed, intense job, and if you start comparing it to different salary studies, they're all gonna have different results. So that's why I think it just needs to be uniform and agreed upon before the salary study's done. So for example, the fire chief may wanna compare certain cities, so we make sure that that gets in that salary study that's done. And then it's a comprehensive citywide.
Katie.
Okay, did you have more?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I just.
No, I'll say what I
No,
can
it's
say
just,
after.
it's just more that I wanted to reiterate my point, which is I think we need to, in the interest of parity and the systemic, increase that needs to take place, not individually based, I think we do need to, I just want to reiterate my point, that I think we need to give all department heads raises.
Katie.
Yeah, so the units, that are represented, the bargaining units in our city, they bargain for their increases. And, the admins have the unfortunate, circumstance of not being represented by a bargaining unit. So I appreciate that you have come together to bargain collectively, unofficially. I think that it would be helpful if we had the admin manual in front of us, to review. So I think for me, that's a priority as soon as possible. And also a flat dollar amount increase does not make sense. You've identified something that is true, and factual. And so a percentage-based increase would be something that I would be in favor of. And, you know, that's something that we approve every year, is the admin manual. That's where the salary increases come from. I would prefer not to discuss individual salaries based on comparative data. And I think that we did the increase, the global salary increase last year, and we've identified an inequity that we can address through our review of the admin manual, which was within our purview. And that's the approach that I would like to take, because I think that's more equitable for our non-represented administrators.
Mike.
Cecilia, I think you're going in the right direction, but not far enough, perhaps, because if we're thinking about equitable, it's equitable between departments if we give all the salary, give all the department heads a raise, but it increases the equity between the lowest paid employees, like, I mean, not the union, but the lowest paid of the admin staff versus the department heads. If we're only giving the department heads a raise, I feel like.
The administrative staff.
Oh, you said department heads, but
Yes,
you
but
meant all the
I think we're talking about the administrative
Okay.
staff.
I
Anyone
thought
who's
you meant
covered.
I'm talking about the department heads. but
Oh,
the
okay.
others are talking
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't
No,
mean to
it's okay. I
mischaracterize.
think
So-
we're talking about two different things.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would, and if we feel like we can't fully fund what it should be, at least have it, equitable across the staff.
Can I say two things?
Let me go to Jenny Quirk and then
Oh,
go back to
okay.
you.
I just wanted to give a little history on the flat raise conception. We used to do percentage raises, and what would happen is that the lower paid person got a much smaller raise
Yeah.
than the higher paid person, because some people were getting a $300 raise, and other people were getting $3,000 raises.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
pretty standard,
when the percentage raise happened, the higher paid people were getting too expensive, and the city could not afford their salaries because they were climbing much too fast. So then what we ended up doing was having a minimum and a maximum. And
Could
we
have a
based,
salary governor.
we based it on the October of the year, the cost of living. And it was the cost of living with a minimum of $900 and a maximum of $1,200 at the time. And then that stayed in place for a number of years. And then when the percentages for the unions got to be too expensive, I was able to discuss with George and Katie at the time, let's convert it to flat raises. They're much more controllable, It keeps the spread between the lowest paid person and the highest paid person the same.
Yeah.
And that way, everybody is moving along the scale at the same level. And so that's why, even when Katie went up to Saratoga Springs, she texted me, she goes, Ginny, they do flat raises here. I said, I know, because that keeps keeps the gaps the same. People don't get cheated on smaller raises, and the higher paid people don't get too expensive too fast.
Okay.
Okay, I understand the intention and I appreciate it, but I think that is, it's nice to hear that they do it in another municipality, but it's standard. I mean, that's how we bargain with our collective bargaining units.
And all the
Give them a
bargaining units are
percentage.
flat. They're all flat dollars.
Okay.
Every union,
Interesting.
yeah, every union, yep. Every union is now flat dollars.
I'm surprised that they agreed to that. I would still be in favor of a percentage increase with a salary governor, which
What
would.
is salary governor?
It's basically when you get to a certain, dollar amount, you put the percentage increase in half.
But then what happens in that approach, and I just want to make this very clear, is that you are taking away the differential of the responsibilities of the higher paid person to the responsibilities of the lower grade position. Because what you're doing is you're condensing it. Because this person's moving this way, and this person is moving at a much slower
Yeah, but
space.
you do
So
it
the
after, like,
gap between the
$150,000.
positions don't change. So that's why flat raises, when you determine the value of the job, or the amount that you want to pay for that position, say you've got grade A through Z, and they're each $1,000 apart because of their additional responsibilities. To keep those jobs in line with not only the market, but their job duties, my recommendation is that you move them equally. Because if you don't, you're gonna end up condensing, and you're gonna end up with disparity between the job responsibilities. And then to fix it in the future, it's gonna be more difficult.
Elaine?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to reiterate the point about, getting back to the salary study and, having everybody move, through that together. Because I know we did make a decision that was very different earlier this year, but I would like to see us get back to, the model that we were trying to implement with keeping everybody on the same schedule.
Okay. Mike and then Chris will talk. And then you.
Two important things. Janine, it's one of the rare times I disagree with you, but I think at SUNY, the model they typically did was like bonuses that were distributed by VPs and department heads based on people's job performance, and then they did away with that because what?
They're called discretionary.
Right, but then, thank you, I was trying to remember the word. But then they did away with that because the salary gaps were growing, and they instead, across the university, tried to equalize salaries so that people across, at a certain level were equal in pay. And of course, it's many more employees, so there's much more a range. But I'm a proponent for, as cost of living goes up, like the people who are struggling the most are the people with the lowest salary, and if those people's salary the person earning whatever, 40,000 or whatever, if their salary can increase, at least at the cost of living increase, then they'll, they have less room for margin of error. And then the second thing I was gonna suggest, just procedurally, is maybe we figure out, and I don't know how to figure out what the right amount is, but like solving this question is not something we can do tonight, but if we think that there should be sort of across the board salary increases, we say, okay, let's put, I don't know what the right number is, $500,000 into salary increases that then we, and buy ourselves to the end of the year to figure out how that actually works.
All right, so Chris wanted to speak, and then Katie.
Thank you.
A couple things I wanted to mention, listening to what has been said. So, my numbers that I gave Greg were based on the salary study that was done. I did not go out and look for another salary. gap that we have now is not gonna always be the same. The gap now, 50 years ago, was much less. The gap in 50 years from now is gonna be much more. And that's just, just wanna make that statement.
Okay, Katie.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing to recognize is that the gap is created by the grades that are given when someone is hired. And so a percentage is equitable. Getting everyone to the middle is not the goal, it's for everyone to move up. And I see what you're saying, that it's at the same amount, but it's not at the same percentage of their income. And so I can see where the frustration is for someone who is, you know, the responsible for the entire fire department of a municipality, to say, you know, $1,500 for what I'm doing doesn't feel like fair continuing compensation against the salary that you earn.
Okay.
Wait,
Don't-
no, hold on, sorry, I'm not finished.
Wait. Let's just, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, that being said, this feels an awful lot like a negotiation. So I think that the other thing to recognize, again, to bring it back to the admin manual is, and to Elaine's point, is to get us back to the document that put us here in the first place, to review that document, to decide whether we wanna make changes to it, for the upcoming year, rather than having it presented and voted upon within a week of itself. Let's discuss it, let's bring it to the finance department, or finance HR committee, the next meeting, look it over. What was I gonna say? But the other thing is, in negotiation, there are ways to increase base salary and save in other ways. So I don't know what the admin health insurance contribution is. Maybe it goes up 0.5%. There are ways to offset the cost of, if base salary is what's important, there are ways to offset that cost, and it seems like we're refusing to look at that because this is the way that we've done it and we think it's good. I will say, the city is a very, under Greg's administration, is a very generous employer. Most people would not even entertain this, but I do think that it's a really fair point that you brought up, and it's worth looking into. And regardless of what the reasons were, like, our admin team is telling us that the way that it is not working for them now. They've tried to, in good faith, represent that to us, and I think that we have a responsibility to look at the document that determines how they're compensated and make adjustments that are fair to both of us. That being said, that is totally separate and distinct from reclassifying the city clerk position, which I definitely think we should do.
I think Jenny wanted to say something.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was interrupting you. Trust me, if I had a magic wand and I had an endless pocketbook, I would totally support giving everybody lots more money. So I want to just make that very clear. But I just also wanted to say that a $1,500 raise or a $2,000 raise, whatever the flat dollar amount is it's not just 1 year. It's for the number of years they're going to still work with us. So
it's really longevity.
Well, no, we have longevity for that. So if they get a $1,500 raise or a $2,000 raise, and they're working for us for 5 more years, that's $10,000 more dollars, plus their retirement, plus their FICA. So it compounds. And when I was in one of the negotiations for one of the unions, they were talking about cost of living. So I went back a number of contracts and I applied the cost of living to whatever their raises would be, and then I applied what was in their contracts for flat dollars. And guess which one where they got more money? They got more money with the flat dollars, because some years, cost of living, what might have been 1.1%, or it might have been a -2. So to point to cost of living, which I understand, but when you point to cost of living, they usually, not here. What I'm talking about is in negotiations, they'll point to it when it's really high. They will not point to it when it's really low. So when you average it out over the career, and I showed them the numbers, and I said, look, guys, you are better off here, and they understood that. That's why they accepted the flat raises.
Dawn?
I think Katie wants to respond. That's okay with you?
Well, it's just very quick. One is, I wanted to say, I want to recognize that you are covered by the admin manual, and so it's worth noting that you're here and you're advocating for what you really believe. But the other thing is, if what we're being presented with by the admin task force ad hoc is COLA, maybe we do COLA plus 1%, and if some years it's 2.2, it's a little higher, and if some years it's -2, that maybe that's what it is.
So you think they'll be willing to go backwards?
I just got a head nod over there.
I think cost of living is fair, getting us to 100% of the salary study, and then follow up cost of living from there. I think it's fair.
It's worth looking into.
Yeah, Don?
That's all.
I see this very differently. It's two sides of budget making. On the one hand, we have to talk about the city's and its employees and buying the stuff that we need. We talked about trucks earlier. And then we have to talk about how we're gonna pay for all of this, and there's been very little discussion of that. It's easy to spend other people's money. We are gonna be taking money from our residents, from our families, and our individuals, and I've heard very little discussion about that. It would be great if we had lots of money and we could do all of these things that we want to do, but we don't have lots of money. So I would ask the members of the council to consider how we're gonna pay for all of this. And to say, well, we'll raise taxes 10%, 20%, 30%, that's unrealistic, and I don't think it's fair. We have to start looking more closely at the budget and decide what we really want to do and not just keep adding things onto the budget. We have the power to take money away from people, whether they want to pay it or not. That's a very important thing to consider. Thank you.
That was a very nice statement.
I actually would like to politely disagree.
That's
The
fine.
foundation of a state, and I don't mean the state of New York, I mean a state, is taxes. And it is the duty of citizens to pay taxes.
And
And it is not a responsibility when we have access to those taxes as a governing body of policymakers that we responsibly allocate. You agree?
Hmm?
You're shaking your
I'm hearing
head,
you,
yes.
yeah. I hear you.
That we allocate those taxes and those monies to public services that will be available to everyone.
And
And
beyond.
I would like to say that, I would like that on the record in terms of.
On the record.
Because it is a ideology and a misguided ideology to think that somehow we are taking people's money.
You might add to
And
that. You might add to that.
Would you like to respond if that would be okay?
Point of order.
Give me a moment, please. Or, go ahead, Mike.
I
with your
just
point
want
of
to say,
order.
I believe Scott recused himself because we were talking about Carrie's salary.
That's
but
correct.
Thank you.
maybe, since we're not really talking about that anymore, we should get back in here.
Can we talk about changing her grade before we bring her back in, and then get back to this topic?
And I just,
I'm sorry, the city clerk's position on the admin manual table, not Carrie's grade. That was a really informal way of discussing it, I apologize. Because Carrie's A++.
Don?
So I'm not advocating that we reduce taxes at all. I'm just adding, I'm only suggesting that as we're adding more and more things to the budget, we have to remember the other side of the equation. That's all I said. I'm not in favor of cutting taxes. I'm in favor of delivering the services that we as a council decide is required. But I don't want us to go overboard because, again, we're spending other people's money.
And what I was going to add to your statement, which I don't disagree with, is that we also have a responsibility to be creative and identify additional funding streams, because we can't just tax this small population that we have of people, who are too many of them, working on fixed incomes and really don't have the wherewithal and are dealing also with federally delivered new costs of living. So there's more to the equation. Then it's not that you're wrong, it's not that you're wrong, but we also really do need to buckle down and see what we can do about being as creative as we can be in terms of delivering new partnerships that will help diffuse some of these costs and new funding streams as well. So it's just part of a larger equation. It's a lot of pieces. We do have to pay for the services, and we do have to pay for the personnel.
I just wanted to point out, I know that what we're doing right now is reviewing the expenses and deciding what it is we, like to reconsider, and so that has been the focus of this discussion. Is what expenses we would like to make sure are included in the budget, what we would like to fund. But we have also, throughout the conversation, brought up the idea of occupancy tax, paid parking, and we've discussed, the idea of, encouraging, partnerships and things like that. So while the focus certainly has been where are we spending money, we've also balanced it out too. So I think we're doing a good job of keeping that in mind.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
we really have not yet had that conversation which
Yeah,
follows.
yes.
We're right now building out
Yeah, it's
what we
just-
think this might be a cost, and we have to figure out how we pay for that
Right.
cost, or what we still wind up cutting from those things that we would like to
Yeah,
have
'cause
added
at
into
this
that cost.
point, we haven't even gotten our running total yet, so we don't know what we're
That's-
talking
that's
about.
correct. That's
So,
exactly
yeah,
right.
we need to consider that, but it's just that the phase of the budgeting that we're at that, feels very fund heavy, but, I do just want to recognize that I've heard the suggestions coming from everybody about how we can continue to
Sure.
increase our revenue
Yeah,
sources.
I appreciate that. Cecilia?
Mayor?
And then Jim.
And
Hang on a second, let me just get Cecilia then.
Okay, sure.
I might pass, only because I'm gonna get on a soapbox.
Okay.
Again.
It's always an important thing to recognize that you're heading that way. Ginny?
Oh, I wanted to say it when Katie was here.
Oh.
So give me just a minute when she comes back with her drink of water.
All right.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah, just stand on a soap bar.
Yeah.
No,
But
I
the
didn't mean to
idea-
dissuade you from
No,
your.
I was just gonna say, but I do take issue at this moment in where we are in time and history of this idea that we're somehow, being negligent with this idea of other people's money. It is a collective process. It's a public, we're talking about a public sector, right? I mean, we're not Walmart.
Right.
We're working for, a billionaire family that is extracting revenue.
Mhm.
We are working for people.
That's right.
And maybe that's the
Yeah.
intent.
And the diligence is evident in the fact that we've been here, we're into our 5th hour now. Did you have something like?
Just a quick note off of that, one of the things that I have been interested in recently, not for this budget process, but to keep in mind for next year, is participatory budgeting. And I'd like us to consider that for next year. There's a colleague in Saratoga Springs that I spoke with who has experience with this and would be willing to come and talk to us about that process as well. So thinking about how we can get the public more involved in the budget process, that's something that I'd like us to consider for next year.
It does strike me, and I'm sorry, can I keep interrupting now at the flow here, but it does seem to me that there have been multiple really good points made by every council member. The administrative manual being a document that people are all referencing together, the idea that we need to be equitable in how we are treating financially our staff, because we'd like to keep them, and we'd in fact like to attract more folks to the city of Oneonta. All of those things I think are, and then all of the variations that have been thrown out there in terms of different ways that this could be handled, different mechanics of it. All of that's a conversation probably that we don't do this evening, although it's been a good start. And then we identified the Finance and HR Committee. I mean, so much stuff we throw at you, Cecilia, but it's probably the best venue to have this conversation more fully formed and then come back with recommendations to council that we can then have an actionable event. But Ginny, you've been
Yeah.
waiting to speak and.
Yeah, I
and
just
kind of
wanted to say,
blabbering
I
here.
just wanted to make it very clear to all the council members and also to the department heads. Right now, I'm speaking as the finance director, and I
Mhm.
know I'm a member of the admin manual, and I'm not speaking in behalf of myself or a member of the admin manual. I'm giving you my point of view from the finance director's responsibilities, and I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, okay. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak on this? I don't know that we resolved the issue that was in front of us, however. We were talking more holistically and not so much specifically. Is there anybody else that wanted to speak on that more general subject? Because if not, we should probably decide what we want to do about the things in front of us.
Oh,
See, Scott?
I just hoped you could come back. I was like, we haven't talked about it.
I took
That's because we had moved on to
We jumped
solving
right
the world's
over
problems.
it.
I'm going back outside, I get fresh air.
Sweet.
There you go.
Salary.
Don't go too far, because I think we're going to
Yeah.
resolve this pretty quickly. All right. Don't go too far.
Okay.
So generally speaking, is there anybody that has more for the general conversation, or can we talk about this specific thing that's in front of us?
I would just like to say that I think that it is appropriate to look at the admin outside of the salary study situation, because bargaining units get a contract and they negotiate that contract and they say, I'm gonna be good with this for the next 3 or 4 years, and they know what's coming. And the admins basically get the manual that we vote on annually. And so it's a different, it's a whole different, thing.
Are you suggesting we should do a salary study for the
Absolutely
admin
not.
personnel
I'm s-
group every year?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm saying that it's within because of the modality of the way that they receive raises without bargaining, I think it's within our purview to take a closer look at the admin manual on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And make sure that it's equitable.
Right, I think we're agreeing.
Yes,
Look
but
at the
not a
admin.
salary study,
Okay.
cause
But
that seems
considering-
excessive. But considering the admin
individual
manual.
requests as they come.
No,
Each
the
year.
admin manual.
Yeah, we do, yes, we do, we should.
Okay, then we agree.
Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Mike?
Usually we just vote on it.
Are we at the point where we can go talk about the city clerk's salary grade?
That's where we'd like
Yes,
to be.
um,
Okay. Unless there's somebody else that wants to speak on this other issue, and then we can close that out.
I just
Doesn't sound
have
like there
one
is.
final
Ginny is.
statement, just one final statement. I just want to remind everybody, the administrators are just that, they're administrators, they're not union members. We cannot appear to be negotiating.
Right.
The things that I have been told by all the HR directors that have been here, we cannot negotiate with administrators.
Right.
The,
We set the terms.
Right, and you
That's
set the
the point.
terms. So when you vote on an admin manual, if you vote on it in 2024 and you don't look at it again until 2030, those conditions in that admin manual just stay and they
Yes.
just move forward.
Yes.
We bring it to your attention every year, so you've got the opportunity to make changes.
Yes.
And that's been our approach. So I just wanted to make that very clear, that because they're not hourly, they don't get overtime, they are set by, and the administrative manual, just to give you, I'm gonna give 2 seconds of history.
fine.
Dave Brenner is the one who created the admin manual. Because when he came here as
That's
mayor,
great.
the administrators had no form of structure
for
at all.
improvement.
And he created the administrator's manual because he knew administrators in other municipalities that didn't get raises for 6 years. So he wanted to ensure that the administrators of Oneonta were not treated that way. So he created the admin manual.
Okay.
So I've just given you a little
All
history.
right, so that kind of,
Thank
thank you, Jenny, and that kind of puts a cap on that conversation. Let's get into the specific conversation about the city clerk salary grade and salary adjustment.
So my first question is just, are there other admin positions, Greg, that you think people are working outside of the parameters of the grade that they are doing more than?
So again, the grades, they're
Yeah.
we looked in the salary study, we looked at individual titles and decided, okay, based on the salary study, where are they? And then, oh, these 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 are relatively around the same amount. Let's capture them in a so-called grade. So it wasn't, let's establish grades and then assign salary, positions to those grades. It was like, we created the grades around them so that there was a range and it sort of like was familiar and it made sense. So that's how that was done. So I don't look at it as, is a particular position in the correct grade or not. I think you look at it as a salary study, whatever that may be, and then you look for this position, is it correct or not? And then you maybe readjust your grades, or I think you may eliminate the grades altogether the next time you do a salary study and just do it by position in the admin manual to eliminate any confusion.
That's helpful, so let me rephrase my question. I'm just looking at the first line of the justification on page 195. That the position has evolved significantly and now operates well beyond the scope of an A4 classification. So are there other positions that are in the same boat that we should be thinking about collectively?
Right, just to be clear, this is from Carrie.
Yeah.
I didn't write that. So
No, right.
that justification, and I didn't write any justification for moving any other positions.
No,
from
I know,
one
I'm just
grade.
reading that because I think that could apply to other positions, so I'm
It could.
asking,
Yeah.
are there, in your opinion, other opinions in city staff administrators?
No, I do not have an opinion on it this time. I would do a salary study to form my opinion based on
Okay.
data. And you can look at the NICOM salary study, which has certain positions, and they do that every year, and it's helpful to look at, but there are also positions that are not included in that. And then there are also positions that are, I think requires a little bit more digging in to see how does that position actually function from one municipality to the next.
That's very personalized.
So again, I didn't look at that or consider that to form any opinion on it this year because I wasn't intending to.
Right.
So I would have to research that more to really answer your question.
Okay. When it wasn't done last year, were there other positions that were misclassified to you as a?
We've done one salary study in the history
That was
of
2024.
me being here. We did it in 23 and we implemented the adjustments effective January 1st, 2024. That was the only time we've done it since I've been involved.
Okay.
There we go. Took me a while.
Further conversation around this, council?
Maybe this just ends up in the proposed amended
Yeah.
admin manual
My
discussion.
thinking, as well as this, may be folding in with others that may have similar sort of expansions beyond what the expectations of that grade might be.
Cool.
All right, so, okay. Moving on then to, what do we have next on the agenda here?
DPW staffing document, we gotta get Scott.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get Scott.
We're taking a 2-minute break till Scott
Yeah, I
gets
was
back.
gonna say, I need.
Yeah, a couple of minutes. Yeah, let's,
Just till Scott gets here.
yeah,
The
just,
break line was-
yeah.
No, I don't know what the public art, well,
Okay, guys, we're back.
okay, so for the record, another topic that we're going to have to discuss is the public art budget for the Public Arts Commission. And that was not in the preliminary. In 2025, you approved $30,000, and I believe there's a program that was adopted by the council for approved art, and that the council will approve whatever the commission recommends. And I don't remember all the details of the policy, but we need to have it decided if you're going to fund another additional amount in '26.
Can we just get that over with?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, wasn't the discussion, it centered around that 30,000 would be reduced to 16 for 2026?
13, down to 13.
13.
Yeah.
But if they didn't spend 13, I mean, could we, is that
30.
something, oh, right, if they didn't spend 30,
Yeah.
I mean, is that something we could establish a reserve for?
That's already in a special reserve fund itself, and the budget will roll year to year
Oh,
if they
great.
don't spend it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So if they
Then
have
yeah,
30
that's
left over, they'll have 43 next year.
Excellent.
So you were saying we're gonna discuss that eventually, but we're discussing it now. We may as
Well-
well just wrap up this conversation. Yes, chief?
Maybe do this, because you got an hour drive.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, just.
I appreciate that, chief. We'll come back to it. Okay, let's move on to, sorry about that. You do have an hour drive home.
DPW staffing document, was
Yep.
there a particular
Chris, do you want to sleep on my ass? Yes, better.
question on that?
What page are we on?
I
So
don't
I
know.
pulled that, but I didn't expect to be discussing it at 10 o'clock at night, so.
Regarding the new staff,
Yep.
additional staff?
No, it's more of my like harebrained thoughts about things that might be helpful. So, I'm not sure actually, because I put all my stuff. It's here.
This page where I listed all how many.
I think I remember seeing it, I was just
Yes.
wondering, I'll find it.
And it is page.
Near the front, right?
Yeah, I just don't remember which one it was.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yes. So it really has to do with parks. You know, I'm a crazy parks lady. So we have Lefty. We have a part-time parks administrator. One of the things that I've been thinking about since Lou filled that role is that the focus of that position, that work,
Page 19.
is on recreation, coordinating recreation activities. And some of the needs that have been identified by DPW are like things like, you know, the fact that they work with 410s and a lot of the events are on Saturday, and so we're coming in to do things and it's overtime, or like locking the bathrooms.
We have a solution to that whole
Okay,
issue.
all right.
Want to talk about it now, Greg?
Talk about DPW staffing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I have one new position requested in there,
okay,
and so we want to have two, what we call them, like building and grounds
Workers.
okay.
We want to do 410s with the two of them. Actually have openings in the park, well, facility maintenance right now.
Mhm,
And the two new people we want to hire,
mhm.
one would work Sunday through Wednesday, the other one would work Wednesday through Saturday, 410s.
Okay,
And so they would cover the weekend.
great.
They would be able to do clean the Main Street at night. Oh, the other thing is their hours would be midnight to 8 a.m.
Oh, wow.
So they would be cleaning the transit hub, public safety, Main Street.
Could they like lock and unlock the bathrooms?
That's a potential.
Okay,
They would be cleaning bathrooms, they would be in the parks, they would be picking up garbage
wow.
in the parks. So we would eliminate, this change would eliminate our overtime need on the weekends.
Yeah, this is excellent.
You said 410s?
410s.
So
Midnight to 8's only 8 hours.
I'm sorry, midnight's 10.
Okay.
Okay,
Miss
but
Moore.
either way, it's
Either
overnight.
one, yes.
It's overnight, cause I know we've talked about several times that there were things that you said you had to call in staff, either overtime or just off schedule, you know, change schedules or whatever so this would address that, yeah. Very
But if they're
good.
working 10 hours, then they get an hour lunch, right?
Yes.
So it'd be
Well,
like,
the CSEA agreement's a little different, they get 3 breaks,
oh,
like 15 minutes, 45 minutes, and 10 minutes.
oh,
Something like
okay,
that.
all paid? Or no? Anyway,
I don't remember exactly.
we don't have to,
Greg.
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, that's included in
I'm a
the
nerd
10
and
hours.
sometimes I ask
Sorry.
questions and it's like not important. Well, that's great, okay, I have no more to say, thank you. I'm sorry that you stayed all that time.
It's all right.
And so just on those buildings and grounds workers, the facilities maintenance crew currently has the supervisor, 2 working supervisors, and 7 maintenance workers. So our proposal is, 6 maintenance workers, the proposal is 7. So on that crew is an additional position, however, that full-time, the funding for that is coming from the transit fund. So we have 6
Oh.
full-time bus drivers
Great.
budgeted, one of them is vacant. So we would leave that vacant, convert that full-time transit-funded position to a position on this crew. And then the transit fund, as it does now, a small percentage of the facilities maintenance crew, their salaries, fringe benefits is funded by the transit fund. Now it'd be a higher percentage that we would hit. So essentially we're paying for that full-time position for the transit fund because this maintenance crew is cleaning the transit hub
That's great.
as well as doing other things. So then having the two buildings and grounds workers that are facilities focused, they're helping out outside and downtown and weekends at the parks, but their home station is Transit Hub, public safety building, and then they converge on downtown, cleaning that area. Whereas right now, Gene's crew has to, it's a rotation, they all come
It's huge.
and clean all those buildings and then try to go out and do parks projects and construction and different things. So
Yes,
I think it
that's
will
what I was
make
trying to
things a little
address.
bit easier to manage for Gene and Chris.
That's wonderful.
You can fund that additional position, it'll be a big change. The other thing those two positions can do is it can do not only Main Street, but Market Street, Water Street, Muller Plaza, cleaning the pathway from Muller Plaza to Water Street.
Awesome.
The roundabout.
Huge.
So really, all these investments that we've made downtown and DOT has made downtown, we wanna keep them looking nice, and downtown's a showcase for the community, so these people are gonna be able to be focused on that every day and take a little bit of work off the rest of the crew to focus elsewhere. So I think it is a really good solution to come up with.
Also have the as effective moving along any folks that have decided they're sleeping there, which has got some value just in terms of no, it does, in terms of making it less of of an attraction for folks by way of, by way of, oh, this is a place where you can do this, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I wish Katie was here to hear this, but what I was gonna say is that, what I'm hearing too, it would also be very helpful to that event coordination that we were talking about, because making sure that there's somebody available, right? Like having those on-call people I know for events, that happen on the weekends, having somebody available, that would be, I think, very helpful, and I'm sure save expenses for the department as
They'll
well.
really only be available, like I said, midnight to, it's actually 10:30, because you gotta count in the half-hour lunch, 45 minutes, but I won't explain all that, but.
But,
um,
yeah, details.
We'll still have to have a call-in for the 10:30 to midnight, whatever might happen, but it will reduce the amount of overtime overall.
Yeah, and we'll have someone there every day of the week to address issues, sometimes you'll have a mess after Saturday night, and that doesn't really get addressed until Monday. Now it can be addressed on Sunday.
It could be anything, we have call-ins for dead animals, motor vehicle accidents, all kinds of things that these two individuals could potentially address.
Well, and Katie, just so you know, what I had mentioned was that having DPW staff available on the weekend, I think could also help with that event coordination that we were talking about. Because honestly, even just having them available until 10:30 in the morning, it's often that setup time, I find, for personal experience, that, assistance is needed most.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Quick, programming note, is this a discussion in finance committee that we'll be having?
Oh, yeah, this will be on the agenda, the adoption of the buildings and grounds workers. It's a civil service title that's been created, adopted by the Civil Service Commission, so the city would need to adopt that into the CSEA and assign it to grade C2, establish the standard workday. That would allow us to fill the position. And it would be something we would look to fill before the end of the year. We have budget from vacancy savings, and obviously with the transit hub opening sooner than later, before the end of the year, it'd be nice to have somebody recruiting at least for that position.
Cool.
So,
Yeah. Mike?
This budget request doesn't have a cost estimate on it. So what is,
It's already in the budget.
oh, it's already budgeted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes it easy to approve.
So paid internships was the next item for discussion.
Yeah, Chris, I know you mentioned that you had requested an intern and had to cut that. I don't know what other intern sort of requests for paid internships there were that didn't make the cut.
So we call them student workers, whether they're in the parks mowing or they're in the finance office helping out with Jenny. We do have the finance intern position. I wouldn't call it an intern because actually I would. This one is getting more credit.
So in the past, we've had an engineering aid position that has been filled in engineering. It's been a few years since we've had one, and it's not in the budget in 2025, and it's not in the budget in 2026. Chris's idea would be to, go ahead.
So we have a lot of GIS and GPS work to do. My idea was to get an intern from SUNY, from their GIS department, and have them with us during the summertime to help us improve our inventory, update our data collection, you know, do some inputting work in the GIS in the office, work with Mall. The other thing is, we're still waiting to hear back from the town. We sent them a intermunicipal agreement to help them out with their GIS needs. We haven't heard back from that.
Yeah, I followed up several times. They haven't really gotten back. I'm not sure if it's a lack of interest or it's just a lack of priority at the moment for them to consider. But initially, they were very interested in what we had to offer, and that was something that was going to help drive the funding for this. Having an agreement with them, they would pay us a certain amount of money, and we would, through this work of an intern plus Mo and the engineering staff, we'd be able to help collect data and maintain their GIS inventory that they don't have, which helps us as well because we coordinate with them on things. And I think it's just a good use of shared services if we come to an agreement on it.
Just curious if the city has ever explored working with the county on GIS?
We actually do quite a bit of work with
With the county, right? Yeah.
They share documents with us, we share documents with them. There are things that we can do that they can't, that we do for them. So we definitely do a lot of coordination with them.
Already?
Already,
Yes,
yeah.
I'm not sure the status of their inventory. I don't know if they have as well developed for their highway department as we.
Yeah, I don't wanna say that, but.
They don't have the equipment,
We're
staff.
probably a little more.
Advanced, that's the sense I get, that the city's got maybe more going on.
So,
What else we got for Chris?
Is there still discussion on this item?
remind me what, when you had originally requested, what was the budget figure for intern?
I have.
Gosh, I don't know, 10, was it 10 per thousand?
I have the final book.
While you're looking that up, I just wanted to let you all know, when I last met with the police chief, we also talked about interns. He currently has 6 applicants for internships, and he's probably gonna choose one, but it's unpaid. And so the person will only be getting academic credit, but if they're doing real work, I support finding some money for paying interns.
Chris, I believe it was 10,400. 10,400.
And, Brian, when we talked about, EMS, we talked about the idea that you said you'd be willing to explore it, not make any commitment, but would there be funding for, if you had, so they'd be like riding along, but they'd be like an extra variance? Okay.
Just while we're on this, I think it's a great topic to explore. I think there are a lot of ways that the city could utilize interns. One of the things, and not to make this my thing today, but is that I know that the music industry program has a really great summer internship program concurrently that runs with our summer music programming. There are people who could do sound, lights, booking, and I think that that's something that's been really not utilized, you know.
I think Jeff actually did use it.
Oh, he did?
She did,
Okay.
I think 4.
That's really great from SUNY.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Okay,
They were,
cool.
yeah.
Oh,
And
good.
I've also used Janet Nepke up there at the music industry. I've probably had half a dozen interns while I've been mayor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, wonderful.
unpaid,
Good.
but they were good. Most of them were good, not all of them were good.
Well, it's nice
That's
to
the way
keep
it
them-
works, you
It's nice to
know.
keep them locally over the summer, so I would
Yeah.
definitely support any ways that we can integrate interns into our city operations to make it more robust over the summer.
Mhm.
Great.
Yeah. So are we saying, to the request of $10,400, I think is what you had quoted.
That's what I'm remembering.
Yeah, yeah. We have a general consensus that that's,
It's, I mean, if we can't find the money for it, we can still possibly get an intern. It just makes it a lot more difficult for somebody to really put the time in. They're also working a fast food job or whatever they're, you know, doing an income job on top of an internship. So I feel like.
I wonder, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
no,
City
you
Hall
finish
still-
and then Kate.
I'm just gonna say, this whole conversation started at the breakfast, the community partnership breakfast at SUNY Oneonta, when Caroline Williams visited me and wanted to explore this, and Greg and I talked about it. And partly the goal, I think from SUNY's perspective, is to systematize it more so that instead of like individuals setting, like finding opportunity and setting it up, you know, oh, here's an opportunity in the finance department, you know, to have something
Every year.
that's sort of standard and every year so that you can have a faculty person on board, you can know much further in advance that the opportunity is there. And so, and I think it'll move forward even if none of the internships are funded, but it's better if they are. The other one that Greg and I had talked about was a code internship, right? And that one does have funding. Right?
Yeah, there's a part-time, I think we listed as a student worker in the past. It's been not an internship, but really just a part-time job, and often it was filled with a student. We're advertising now for a student worker or clerk, part-time clerk, which is the same grade. So whether we find a student worker or someone else who's willing to come in and do some part-time assistance there, we'd like to fill that.
Right.
And that is budgeted this year and in the budget for 2026. That's more like office assistance, filing, that sort of thing, not so much a educational internship, but
Right.
can be, depending on the candidate.
Good
We
on
get
the
Morgan.
resume, get you a job.
Well,
some other
and
things, yeah.
so that's what I was gonna say about some of the student worker stuff is like painting over graffiti underneath the underpass in Ewart Park, but there are, like SUNY Scale has a pretty robust, landscaping program, and so we might be able to get some student workers who would be willing to like maintain our fields and stuff like that. That would be, a way to supplement DPW without it being a student worker, cause you have to add, you know, educational value to it. Which puts a little bit on the supervisor, for sure, but, I think that there are ways to do it so that it's mutually beneficial without spending money.
So are we saying no, generally speaking, to the funding of this and saying explore other options? Is that what we're saying?
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
cause I know those students are kinda, they really depend on those internships, so I think we could do it if we made a more concerted effort.
I would just suggest that if we're able to get back together with the town and they are interested in moving forward with an intermunicipal agreement where they're paying us, that then we would have a revenue source where
Right.
we can bring it back up
Yeah,
whenever
totally.
that may happen.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Okay, anything else that's keeping Chris here?
Last thing I think is a review of overtime policies. I don't know, who brought that up?
I
I
did,
can't remember, okay.
it's with me, last but not least. You want me to introduce it, like why I was suggesting it? We've
Just
had
this,
this
just discussion we need to have?
Yes, it seems like a really crucial discussion. I'm gonna admit it, 10:20, it seems less crucial.
Totally. Totally, I had the same thought, I was like,
But I
At
concur.
5:15, it was like, yeah, let's go.
It
Really
really
is.
odd, but
No, I'm not
I
so
would
sure.
also concur that the overtime is something that we do need to discuss when we have the wherewithal for it.
Well, I mean, is there more to it than the positions that we discussed that would reduce?
Yeah, I just wanna say that we are reducing overtime based on this change. And I just wanna reiterate that all of my overtime for all my people is related to emergencies, catastrophes, natural disasters, whatever it may be. It's, you know.
Totally.
Generally, that type of thing, unless we're behind on mowing, in the wet spring, we're working weekends mowing to catch up, but, generally it's
On our main
the bad
breaks.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna just
change there this year that should have reduced.
You reduced that
Yeah.
overtime already.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
If that was all on that one,
Well, I
No.
do think we've been talking, sorry.
No, go.
Right, but I just was to say, I think as a council, this topic, we mentioned, I think, at the end of the last, council meeting, that this is a topic we could take up in terms of actual policy making.
Mhm.
We could actually, shape a policy, and enforce that policy or set a policy.
Absolutely right. And we find ourselves with an agenda in the next couple, maybe we can actually make this a discussion item that we're all awake for.
Right.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Greg, I appreciate, and Carrie, that you guys take good notes about like what we need to follow up on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I read and like,
okay, so now we go back through everything.
Fire department.
Fire department. I went through all the ones I had notes on. Were there other fire department or otherwise specific topics that?
we didn't talk about the fire marshal thing, right?
Yeah, no one listed that. We can, obviously.
Oh, sorry.
I thought we were doing something on coffee.
You have the page number, could you tell? Remind us.
So Brian, you wrote these then, page 172? Okay.
I don't know what page number is right
The fire overtime budget restoration and sustainability plan? Excellent.
What's the number on the bottom of the page?
Page 172.
172? 172.
And then, the rate increases, I also had bookmarked with that stuff, but we talked about how we're gonna address that or not going forward. So we don't need to talk about those individually, question mark? The assistant fire chief salary adjustment, the fire chief salary adjustment, those are within the admin manual structure conversation that we were gonna talk about, right?
Finance.
Right.
Okay, excellent. So,
Obviously,
the only thing is this, fire marshal situation, and then also the budget thing. Those are the things that I would like to hear about. From the chief.
The budget?
Maybe briefly. The fire overtime budget restoration.
Oh, the overtime budget, gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. And so page 164 and page 172.
No, I think that's what
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, we'll see you next time.
We're not gonna go over these
Oh.
reconsideration
Oh.
or?
we do need to do that.
We do need to do that, but we were hoping to send you one. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just around for it.
Oh, that's
Alright.
in for a penny, right?
Yeah.
All right.
See
So-
you later for warming break, so.
Okay.
So quickly for the overtime budget, I believe that's what we're talking about
Yep.
for the one. Basically, when I met with Greg and Ginny, my overtime was set at last year's number. And what I'm saying is that based on contractual change, that's not sustainable. Like, I will not be able to achieve that.
Yeah.
It's just setting me up for failure unless there's like significant changes to personnel to where then I can limit overtime. And that was also potentially hiring the fire marshal position and then the 2 firefighters at the peak call line that I've been talking about.
Can you speak to how the, fire marshal, benefits the overtime consideration?
So that position along with the 2 peak call volume individuals, what they'll be able to do is fill the gap to when, at least in those peak call volume times, when, there's 2 ambulances out or there's a car accident. Now we don't necessarily need to call anyone back in because we're gonna have the staffing, there'll be an administrator in there. The fire marshal hopefully will be available and we'll still have at least another firefighter at the firehouse.
And the $100,000 is just the salary, that doesn't take into account the FICA fringe benefits, correct?
I'm sorry?
The 100,000 is just the salary, not the
Correct.
FICA fringe benefits?
Correct. If you go to the October 19th memo,
Okay.
and go to, page 9. And, the fire marshal with the salary and fringe benefits is $171,300. And the 2 new firefighters, they would each be $108,350. So, and then the, increase in the overtime from 5,000 hours to 9,000 hours would be $297,850. So it'd be
So we're looking at
Yep.
300,000 either way.
Pardon me?
So we're sort of looking at 300, because you're saying these 3 positions would offset the 300, or the 2
Not
or
completely, it would,
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah.
because it's just during the peak calling.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, and, so it's more like 400,000 for those 3 positions.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we were to talk about the 2-hour or 3-hour thing, we have to go into executive session to do that? I don't know.
You know, if we're not talking about negotiating things, we're just talking about
Stats.
funding
Like how do you
Well-
make a budget?
costs.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm just trying to understand, because that was the other solution that was proposed, right, was to use a previous iteration of the callback structure.
Well,
And I don't I'm not sure
Right.
how that would, in order to explore that, I think we would have to go into executive session.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, if that were a goal of the council, then that would be something we would explore
Right,
with the union.
right.
Mike, did you have something, or? No.
I had a question,
That
but
would be great.
it's,
Okay. Thoughts from council on this?
I think this goes back to the bigger discussion, looking at policies and,
Yeah.
you know,
And Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, you're fine.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the 2024 budget included 7,000 hours of non-training overtime. 2025 budget was decreased to 5,000 hours because we added the 4 additional firefighters. And, so that is why we kept it at the 5,000 for the 26 proposal.
Oh, so it's the same number of hours,
Same number of hours, yes.
but the cost, I'm sorry, I didn't pull it up to compare the costs.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I'm sure
the-
I have it in
yeah,
3 different
the-
places here, but,
The, but the request is to take it from 4,000 to 9,000.
okay. But I thought it was at 5,000.
It's at 5,000 for the non-training, and then there's about 1,700 hours or so, 1,800 hours for the training.
So, so it's at 4,000 for non-training?
No, it's at 5,000.
For non-training?
Yeah, just
And
for
then
normal
another
operation.
1,700.
About 1,700, I think.
So that's
around-
6,700
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
But it was at 5,000 this year, hours, and you aren't going over in the hours, you're going over in the dollars. Is that right?
No,
Oh.
I'm expecting, I projected,
Because of the other thing, got it.
I projected about 8,800, and I'll be giving a report and I'll be balancing it, but, right now, it looks like because of the 2 to 3 hour, it was about an additional 1,200 hours,
Sure.
from going to the 2 to 3. But I have to finalize that number.
Yeah, so you requested a third, which makes sense. Well, one of those things has to change, right? We just have to figure out which lever we wanna press.
well, it also goes to what level do we wanna keep at? Like, do we wanna have them every time a fire truck goes out, do we tell the chief, yes, call your next crew, or wait until you see what you got? So we're gonna delay a little bit, or, it all goes back to that,
That's true. It's one of the levers.
It all goes back to every decision we make is gonna be, we gotta look at this standard we're trying to upkeep.
Right.
Do we keep the ambulance as part of the fire department, and does the ambulance a standalone where you're not paying the fire that kind of salary, because now it's just, they're just EMS and your fire is your fire.
Mhm.
You know, not saying that's, again, not saying I wanna do that.
Just throw
That's
an
a
option.
thing.
No, I'm saying, but those are
There's
the
these are
options that
hard
need to be,
decisions that
yeah.
we're up against.
Those are the options that need to
You
be
may not have
explored.
the answer this year, but the conversation may start this year, so that in
Mhm.
2 years, we know where we're gonna be.
Yeah.
Right.
And then there was also the conversation we had, I'm sorry, I can't remember which meeting it was, of when we're starting to run out of overtime budget for the month, that we go to 2-person ambulance crews instead of 3. Which I know the fire chief isn't thrilled about, but that's just
Right.
another option.
You know, again, it goes all back to level.
I mean, we've talked in circles around these possibilities for years and years and years now.
We've been really good at kicking the can down the road, just keep doing it. We just never been good about picking it up and making a
Mhm.
decision.
So let's make this the year that we make a decision.
Bold.
So, but I got a question though. If we know we're not going to meet that overtime
Right.
requirement contractually because of the overtime that we know that they have, why would we back that down?
Right.
Or am I misunderstanding what was said?
No, what's in the budget right now is the same number of hours that was in the 25 budget.
For the contractual overtime?
Yes, that's 5,000
Okay.
hours. It's just,
But
we
they-
didn't
Okay.
reduce it.
I misunderstood. That's,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
But that 5,000 hours is emergency call.
That's not your contractual overtime for like
Vacations, no, vacations has been taken care of by having a seventh person.
Oh,
Right
good.
now, year to date, that number is 0 because we added the seventh person, so we're
Okay.
saying that all along. The problem is, from going from 2 to the 3, that has taken all of that and just wiped it out.
Okay, that's where I'm
yeah.
misunderstanding.
If you,
Thank you, Chief.
if you look at the charts that we provided on the overtime, you'll see a 5-year history on the fire department. You've got the hours and you also have the dollars. And that will give you the history of, for the last 5 years of what overtime has been utilized in the fire department. And Chief, and correct me if I'm wrong, but since we've gotten the 4 new firefighters, I don't see the overtime hours going down. Do you see them going down? They might be in different categories, but the total hours are not going down.
We are trending downwards, but we're not trending down like we want it to be because of contractual change. So I think I presented with you guys the bell curve, which I think it might even be in this in one of your documents there, showing that like we peaked in 2022 and we're on our way down, but I know I gave it to you for, sorry, it's not that you're kind of,
Yeah, you gave graphs and stuff.
yeah, the graphs, yeah.
Yeah, I was just, they're in there, I just saw them. It has your heat index, it has your,
Mhm.
or heat index or heat, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever you call it, I'm sorry.
So one was specifically on overtime.
Yes.
Show each category, what was the overtime category and why it's going up, and I explained where the 2 to 3 was impacting that and how many hours that actually was.
But, you know, I mean, the other thing we gotta look at is, too, is like, do we tell them you run 2 ambulances, that's it? You know, county picks up after that, or,
I feel
you
like,
know, I mean, this is all stuff that we really have to start.
Right, this again, is another one of those conversations that really requires a council that is able to put a couple of hours into it and actually achieve something at the end of that conversation.
Well, so one of the things that we
Not
had
at 10:30 at
requested
night.
at the conclusion of the budget committee's work this year is that that would become like a standard practice.
Right.
And I know that we can't necessarily prescribe future mayors, but I think that in addition to work that may be done by the Finance and Human Resources Committee, if there is something that requires like a deep dive, that even an ad hoc committee to look at specific budget topics like this one, to be able to address it would be a good use of our time, so that we're not trying to do it all at one meeting.
Yeah, and I see that really as being something that we can probably add to the budget review committee's, you know, work, as the Yeah, is that deep dive that, you know, involves 4 council members. And so involving 4 council members, you've got half the council already educated.
Or, back in the day, there used to be a public safety committee,
Public safety committee.
and that used to be the whole council. The whole council would take this stuff up. And maybe that's the thing, maybe bring back. the
I'm here for
public
2
safety
months. It
council.
could be that that's the way the next person decides to go.
Or the council can decide to do it,
You
and
gotta
the
use that
council
to your
can put it
advantage
back
every
in
once in a while,
charge.
right?
Well,
So you gotta use that to your advantage every once in a while, right?
Not really.
So, I mean, that's always a possibility too. It's not the first time we put something back in charge.
That's true,
So,
true.
do
In
that.
any event, it does require a deep dive. It does require time investment and then considerations that are brought either within the context of council conversation or brought back to council as an informed opinion of 4 council members, at minimum, who are involved in that discussion.
I agree with you, Mark, up to the point that I think something this important, I think should be all the council, do 4 and then try to come back and you're gonna hash everything back out again.
Yep, and it's probably that winds up being a decision that's not mine in this last little bit.
No, I'm not saying it'd be an issue, I'm just.
Scott?
Yes, sir.
I mostly agree with you, but I think it could be useful to have some subset of us sort of lay out, like organize how we're gonna work through these questions ahead of time. Just sort of set, work with set.
Right, so it could be both things, or both things can be true. So it could be that the budget review committee winds up being that subset that winds up bringing something to council for a more informed, robust, and useful conversation. Okay. So we didn't answer that question, sorry.
But we're working on it.
I think that's probably gonna be when the new mayor takes over, no offense, Mark.
No, it is what it is, it is what it is. All right.
I'm not sure we're gonna get that.
I'm trying to make my peace with pieces of this as they come at me. All right, where are we at now, Greg?
I think we're at reviewing everything. And
Let's do that.
Is it in or is it out, and how much more are we adding to the budget, and how are we doing that, or anything in between?
All right,
Yeah, Carrie, do we need
Lay it on
official
us.
votes on this, or can you just do a?
Nope, they don't need votes until next meeting.
What's up, Don?
Are we gonna do the number first, or are we gonna do?
That's what we're working toward. It's basically a rolling number that we'll start to figure out as we go back through what we've talked about. Is that right?
Everything, give us a number, and we'll take it.
Yeah, and then we all go, ah, and we forget everything we said for the last 4 hours.
Okay, so taking it from the top.
Ginny, do you want me to go through the same way we discussed them?
Yeah, I kind of made notes, but I think your notes are much better than mine, so I'll just write numbers down. I'll write the topic with the number, and then I'll do the math.
This might be in a little different order, I'm just gonna scroll down the way
Yeah,
I
that's
have it
fine,
here.
yeah,
So,
that's fine.
Executive assistant to the city administrator. Ginny, if you wanna, I guess, read out what the cost is that how you wanna do this?
Yeah, let's do it that way.
It's 99,000.
Which is inclusive of everything.
Yes, that includes
Per year.
salary and fringe benefits. Now, it may be cheaper if it's not a family plan. Right now, the family plan is at
Right.
32,000 a year. So,
So how do you want us to express our?
Let's just get a consensus. Let's do it this way, yeah. If there's anybody that wants this removed from consideration, raise your hand.
Could you repeat
go.
what this one is? I didn't.
This executive,
yeah, it's the
assistant.
assistant to the city administrator.
Whatever the title may be.
Can I ask one question
Right.
before we get going on
Yes,
that?
of course.
So like, we still have another meeting that we have to do to finalize the budget, correct?
So
Yes,
what we wanna take away tonight, by making these decisions tonight, we'll put that into what will be the tentative budget that'll be first presented to you when the agenda goes out for Tuesday. So Tuesday, you have a chance to review that again, if there's more changes you wanna make, if there's another special meeting you wanna have between then and the second meeting in November. The second meeting in November is when you need to vote on the tentative budget.
And at that point, to make any changes, like it's prepared, it's in its final form almost, and then you have to vote like line by line. I wanna increase line A, whatever, by 100,000, you know. So you wanna make these changes now while it's still more flexible, either tonight, Tuesday the 4th, or if there needs to be another special meeting between then and the second meeting in November.
It's like when we get the changes.
Yeah.
That we say yes tonight, and then all of a sudden we go sticker shock.
Right.
When we're buying a vehicle, we can
Yeah.
say,
Reverse course.
yeah, I think we need to.
We have that
We
option.
can still pull stuff
We'll have
out.
a second tentative agenda, but by the time we get to that November 18th meeting, when we show up then, now you're either voting to approve it as presented, or you're voting on a line item, we're gonna change this line item, and be very specific about that, make a motion, and then vote to approve the amended tentative budget. So we're hoping to get all these changes and back and forth out before then.
Right.
But yes, Tuesday, anytime before that second meeting in November, you can make changes.
So again, anticipating there might be some sticker shock, all right? But in the meantime, what we're gonna wind up doing is determining, you know, are we still in favor of what we had proposed, that we were in favor of? If not, just raise your hand and then we'll take that into consideration as the budget
Yeah,
being built.
Carrie, could I ask as we're talking through these, like, cause we're gonna go through and it's gonna take another whatever minutes to go through each of them, just make a line by line with the dollar amount, as you're doing, I'm sure. And then we're gonna hit print on that, whatever number of people copies, and we'll hand it out here, and if you go through one more time, you'll have it right there to look at and say like, okay, we just added $1 million, we're not even gonna ask Ginny to put that back in the budget and do that effort, let's go back through it a third time.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Before we start, can you just give us an update about how many items did we add? Ballpark.
1, 2, 3, yeah, 20, 25,
Couple of dozen.
Okay.
I would guess.
I was very close, not bad.
We added 25 things?
No, things that we discussed.
Oh,
And
We discussed it like.
we're gonna touch
Okay.
them all again, we might just, move on to the next one quickly or not. So back to the assistant, whatever it may be, to the city administrator, $99,000.
99.
And so look, if we have a couple of hands go up, no, I don't want that thing, we'll take a couple of minutes for discussion so that, we might have some sort of consensus here. Not a lot of time, but just enough that people can kind of weigh in on the reason I'm saying no is, okay?
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable? You're already voting no? All right, so anyway, the whatever it's called.
EA to the CA.
The EA to the CA.
That's the point in the evening we're at.
I love it. I love it.
We're there. Well,
all
now
right.
that has to be there.
So, yeah, so the executive assistant to the city administrator or some other title, all told $99,000. So unless you're voting against it, we'll keep your hands down. So
Oh,
just-
sorry, I was just.
So Don's voting against it, but of course, okay. But that's not enough, I don't think, to warrant a discussion, all right, because we're gonna presume your hand's gonna go up quite often. All right, moving on.
What's the take? Got it?
It's consensus is yes.
All right.
Consensus.
Coaching for the city administrator, training for $7,200.
Okay, so coaching for the city administrator for $7,200, is that what it was?
If our hand goes up, it's yes, if our hand goes, or.
If your hand goes up, it's a no.
Okay, but for me, it's more like tier 2, like that's on the lower end of things.
All right, but
I
that,
do want you to do it, but I think like,
we'll put an asterisk next to it, but we're gonna take it.
I made a tier 2 column.
I'm
I'm
just
gonna
one
vote,
person, tier 2.
I'm gonna put my hand up as no.
Okay,
Okay.
so you guys, we can either have a conversation right now and all agree no, or we can simply start this second kind of
Yeah.
sheet.
Let's go through everything and
Yeah.
have a tier.
I like that.
Fine,
Tier 1, tier 2?
tier 2, all right.
Nice.
I know we didn't count on a tier 2, but it seems like,
Sounds like a maybe.
right, it's a
Yes,
maybe, it's a
no.
maybe, all right.
Yes, no, maybe.
All right, moving on to
I'll
number
set
3.
Preliminary budget.
Accountant, what's that number, Ginny? We have a number?
It was like 123,000, something like that.
All right, accountant, 123, Scott's a no, and Katie's a
I
no.
might be in favor of budgeting that at 50% and doing it like mid-year, but I just don't, I can't.
That's tier 2.
So tier 2,
All right, tier 2.
fine.
Tier
Who
2.
knew we were gonna have a tier 2? Now we do.
Recruiting consultant for the finance director. $19,500, something like that. Ginny?
Yeah, just under 20 grand
Done.
for, and
Where you
there's,
at, man?
two folks that are saying no, and
Who else says
So
no?
that's,
everyone says no?
No, who else says no?
Katie and
Thank you.
Scott.
so is that a tier 2 also?
And,
think
and
that's what
so
we just
are
gotta
you guys,
overrule it. I
what
think
are you,
that's an
are you
honor.
saying no, 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 or are you saying what?
I'm saying
It's a
that's a
no for me.
plausible, but not right now.
I think that there are, that's one of those things where I think there are other ways that we could approach that, and I would like to, dive a little deeper.
All right, anybody adamantly yet, and Don, you didn't vote? You voted yes for that?
He said he's voting for it.
All right. So is there anybody who is adamantly yes
16.5,
about that and wants to argue the
16.5,
case?
thank you.
All right, so we'll just take that out. Okay, we'll take that.
I think that was 16.5.
Oh, say no to that one?
1950,
Or
I
nine-
think.
oh,
9,500, I think.
Oh, 19.5, sorry.
19.
That's what I remember.
But it's a no.
From
Yeah,
reading it
okay.
a million times.
All right, moving on, next.
City clerk's grade change.
Oh, wait.
I can't
What was
vote,
it?
so please do
I
not.
thought we voted no on that.
Well,
That's
we're
what
going
we
through
decided to
Oh, that's
roll
right, yeah,
in
okay,
with
so
our
we're
other
saying,
discussion,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, so
maybe
Yeah.
a discussion.
that's,
Hold
that's,
on
that's a
that
no
one.
all the way around, and it'll be something that winds up being folded into another discussion.
Yeah, I mean.
I
and
listed
that's
it under
interesting.
I made an admin column.
Okay, I was
Okay.
gonna say,
Yeah,
we
that's-
sort of
that's
don't know
good.
what
That's
that's
not
gonna
tier two.
cost, so that will be hard to put into the.
Okay.
And the consultant for the finance director position was in the tier 2? Is that correct?
That was a no.
Yeah.
It was a no.
There were two hands up, so it's a
No,
4
okay.
yes, fail.
Okay.
Okay, and our next. Wait, I'm
what
sorry.
did I miss?
You're saying that the tier 2 is a no, but the tier 2 is a tier 2.
No. I'm saying that the consultant for finance
Consultant for finance
was
was
not
a
a tier
no.
2, it was a no.
Oh, was it no?
Yeah.
There were two hands in the air, that makes sense.
Okay,
I'm just trying to be clear.
all right,
All right.
real good.
DPW staffing document was not a question.
No, I'm psyched.
That was paid internships, it's just, fire marshal was, I guess that was discussed, so that is a question.
There was a, so Scott's a no on that, everybody's a no on that right now, and
170 something.
and there is gonna wind up being that additional discussion. And if-
Could I request, Greg, you speak a little louder?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Sure. Let's see, fire overtime budget was discussed, that, what's the question there, I guess, Ginny? Is there a number we can assign to what we're
It depends
considering?
on how many hours do you want to allot. I can do the math. It's basically $49 at the overtime rate, $49.50, something like that. So do you want to increase the hours 5,000 to something else? As I said, the request was 9,000, plus 1,700 or 18, somewhere in that area, between 1,700 and 1,800 for training.
That's on top of the 9,000.
That's on top of the
Right.
9,000.
So the
Excuse
ni-
me, just suggest something, I'm sorry, Mayor.
You're
If I
fine.
suggest something, it was 5,000, that was the assumption that would work, and then the going from 2 to 3 had an impact, so 1.5 times 5,000 is 7,500. It's just that would be the in-between, if you say that that's directly as a result of the 3 to 2, would that make sense, Chief?
I like it.
All right,
So what are
so
you saying, Greg? What number?
7,500.
7,500.
But that's not including the 1,700 hours of training.
Not including that, that would be on top.
So that's an additional 2,500. All right, so I'm just gonna do the math right now, so you guys know what that is.
17, not an additional 25.
The training was 1,700, I thought.
The training was already 17, yes, or between 17 and 18.
Yeah.
So
And
we're looking at an
7,500.
additional
2,500 hours.
2,500.
So
If,
training's over here, and then we have 5,000 here, multiply that by 1.5.
Yeah.
So 2,500 more hours.
Not all the
Oh,
overtime,
No, we
not all
guys
the
understood
overtime
what
is
Jenny
due
was
to.
saying.
Wait, whoa.
Sorry.
I
I think we're on
understand.
the same.
Okay,
Yeah, not all of the overtime is due to emergency callback.
Correct.
It is subject to the 2 or 3 hour calculation.
All right, so we're looking at $2,500 is the
2,500 hours.
2,500
all
hours.
right, let me do the
which
math just so you know what the number is.
$50 an hour.
In this room.
Yeah. It's half.
Yep. Okay.
You wanna say
She's doing the math, hold on.
Hmm?
She's gotta do the math, hold on.
125?
She's doing the math?
She's doing it.
Okay, good. I was doing it in my head and it hurt.
I couldn't get past 2 plus 2.
So it's $50 an hour.
Okay, so the salary alone for the additional 2,500 is almost 124,000.
Okay.
Okay.
And then FICA on top of that is another 9,500. And then retirement on top of that is another 51,000. So adding the additional 2,500 is $184,250
For $2,500.
for 2,500 hours of overtime.
Okay, hands that would like,
$73 an hour
yeah,
after benefits.
those who do not want to
I'd
support
rather
this,
fund it than find it.
you'd rather fund it and find it?
Fund it than find it. I mean,
I'd rather
we
not
know,
be in the middle of the year.
Oh, I see what
Budget
you're, I see what you're saying.
yeah. If we
Okay.
know that we're gonna have it, I would rather say, this is what it is, this
So-
is what it's gonna
so
be.
that-
The
and
budget's
not
the
find
budget's
it.
the budget.
Right.
Budget's
Gotta
the
stay
budget.
within.
So,
And especially, yeah,
If
Okay.
we're
and
gonna
we're
look
saying
into
now,
it.
and we're not gonna go.
all right, sounds like we can say a yes on this, moving on.
Okay, City Hall door security. Sorry, Don. City Hall door security.
How much was that?
30,000.
Anybody does not want to support that?
I want to, but I also don't want to, you know, but I think it's fine, especially.
I see leaving in for now. We gotta go back, we gotta go back around again.
Okay, all right.
All right, so we're gonna keep that in?
All right, so much pressure.
We're gonna keep that in, okay.
I think it's needed.
So if we go with that for now, you know, try to keep in what's needed, and then we can still make those adjustments.
Sorry, a lot of these were just kind of questions.
Yeah.
You know, like City Hall bathroom
You're
renovations,
welcome.
that was more of a discussion and not,
That's
so
fine.
skipping over that. Okay.
Yeah, same with like the pickleball courts and just, I just have questions about them.
Equipment rental, this is in both A 5110 streets and A 5142 snow and ice, Jenny?
I am so sorry, I was not paying attention.
That's right.
Let's go A 5110 464 equipment rental, is that $15,000 if I remember right?
I think one was 15.
Yes, it was 15,000.
So that's for, Chris, primarily the Silver Creek detention basin, cleaning, and other equipment rental that may be needed.
Mhm. Anybody not supportive of that? All right, we're good.
Yes?
How much is it?
15,000. Snow and ice removal, there are two parts. Let's go with the contractor equipment hire, 10,000.
Now, can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
So far, these are all things that have not been included in the budget that we are saying,
Yes,
Yeah,
okay,
that's correct.
there's gonna be, but they're gonna go around again.
Right.
okay.
Good. We're gonna hear a
First
total
draft.
on people in the,
Sticker shock's gonna come here.
I
yeah,
know,
well,
I'm scared.
we can count on that. So, is anybody not supportive of this? Snow and ice?
I mean,
Yes.
no, I am, yeah, sorry. I'm quiet now.
Tied.
You're supportive of
Yes.
the
Yeah.
expenditure? Okay. And you have the dollar amount?
Which one is it?
The contractor, 10,000. 464.
Yes,
No, no.
10,000 for the contractor.
And
And
then
that was the
salt.
high end, that was the higher end of the contract.
That wasn't a range, it was just 10,000
Oh,
for
was it?
request, yeah. Did we wanna discuss the 409, which is the salt itself, or did we resolve that, Chris? I mean, I forget the request.
There's 120,000 in the budget for salt now, the request was 150.
So we're up 30.
Or, correct, Chris? I think it was 150.
So do you wanna add $30,000 to the salt budget?
I think again, this.
I thought you just said we over-ordered and you thought you were all right.
Well,
Or did I misunderstand
yeah,
that?
ask for
what I
more
heard
money.
too.
Yeah, that's my council for more money.
Oh, I remember.
40 grand,
Yep.
30
Yeah.
grand.
Yep,
Yeah,
because last winter.
But that was,
really-
rough.
That was based on
Right.
last winter, so.
It was
Right.
exceptionally.
but the previous winter, that would have been enough.
But the woolly caterpillars,
What did I say, Mark? What
they
are
say
the categories?
snow.
I mean,
Snow.
this is another thing that I would rather fund it than find it, personally.
Yeah.
I think we use too much salt.
I mean, it's a contingency thing too, like, this is the kind of thing that I think the contingency is for, like, oh, we had a harsher winter than usual. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all for me, rather than a project, it's like, oh crap, like, we didn't see this.
The only thing, yes, however, I would
Yes,
very
it did.
difficult to find,
That's
right?
right.
It did.
Because it was in demand.
That's
So
right.
it's just something that if we were able to stockpile now in anticipation of ice, you can
Yeah.
avoid
Yeah.
the scarcity.
Well,
It's just something to think about.
You probably are gonna say the same thing I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
Part of the reason every year we're asked to give a range of what we will order. And last year we undershot what we thought we were gonna order. Because of the salt shortage last year, they wouldn't send us more salt, except for a higher price.
Yeah.
This year, I changed what my allotment is. So I based it on the lower, I increased the lower end and increased the higher end. So that 120 is still in that range, 150 was in that range. We're still okay. We got the price locked in, we're guaranteed that salt this year. So if I have to order the same amount of salt we ordered last year, they have to provide it to us. Last year we were in a situation where we exceeded our amount and they did not have to provide it to us.
So this $30,000 that we're looking, 30,000 is is, from what you're saying, maybe not as serious a priority as maybe some of these other things we're
We might
talking
be
about.
okay.
Okay. I'm gonna put my hand up.
We could also
So those are,
raise by
okay,
other amounts.
non-supportive, yeah, non-support, okay, great.
Do tier two.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that.
So
Honest
that was a
appraisal.
no?
You know, we could also consider funding it at less, funding more than $120,000, but not all the way at 150
That's
too.
true.
Like, what if we funded $130,000? It's closer there.
Okay. What do you got?
I'm not sure if this one, PPE and uniform upgrades,
That was a question.
that was a question one, okay.
That was a question.
Hodges Pond fountains, that was a question. Pickleball court repairs, that was included. Benches,
Oh,
that was a
More-
alternate idea, sort of,
Yeah.
pursue
Right.
alternate ideas.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the benches for
For-
Plaza?
No,
Buddy-
no, for-
Buddy benches.
The dog park.
Dog park
Oh,
and
the dog
playground.
and playground.
Yeah. Okay.
we're gonna talk
Rufus.
to the scouts.
No, that was alternatives, we weren't voting. That was-
Yeah, exactly, we're gonna pursue some other thoughts on that.
We mentioned the dog park access,
The fence,
No.
creating
Yeah,
a
that was
second
just a
entrance,
question.
that was a
Just a
question.
discussion.
Dog waste bags,
Oh,
I see.
do we increase, I think we had put in there, did we cut that back down?
three.
We've got 3,000 in the budget for it right now.
Okay, so do you wanna increase that by $3,000?
I thought we talked about,
Nope.
all right, so those are not support, just raise your hand.
I
What
would
was it?
support.
The dog
Not
park,
to-
that's, so we,
Yeah, that's
all right,
fine.
so that's
By
enough.
saying no, it means the budget remains at 3,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
but I thought that was the case where we actually were leaning towards removing that and not providing the dog bags.
I thought so too.
We
But
still
hold on.
need dog
Elsewhere.
That's true.
Right, we need some for the other
For the other
locations.
locations.
Right, right.
Other
Okay,
places.
okay.
And I'll need, if we're gonna change it, I'll need money to buy new
Figure out.
devices.
Right, yeah. And also, I think we should look at additional receptacles closer together.
Right.
So,
Scooters.
especially if we're not gonna have the bags,
Yes.
people are gonna not wanna walk across.
Well,
with a
Chris, in that case, do we need the money for additional receptacles or?
I'm gonna have to do some research. I will say that I'll try to keep it in the 3,000. If it's more, maybe I can come back.
Yeah.
Take it out
Okay.
yourself.
I'm good with that.
If it's more, it's probably not gonna be that much more, yeah.
You guys, student interns,
Oh, God.
It's educational. That's sciences.
Each
Jenny.
council member has to take a turn.
Jenny.
picking up the board.
Cybersecurity insurance,
About 25,000.
All right, so cyber security insurance at 25,000.
Why was this on the chopping block in the first place?
It's never been in the budget.
Okay,
So, and I did not put it in the preliminary because I wanted you guys to discuss if you wanted it.
okay.
Right, and there's nobody who doesn't support
What's the
that.
benefits of it?
As it, what's the benefit of it?
Yeah, what do we give with the insurance? Like, is it covering us if we get
There's
taken over an
reasons.
attack or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's mostly financial remission. So if we go down, I don't wanna speak to, if we have backups in place, will we, okay. But this is going to help cover any time loss, any expenses that are incurred because of it. If that attack involves some sort of financial benefit to someone else through their actions, it helps us recoup that money,
So it's well worth $2,500.
1,000. but yes.
25,000.
I thought,
No, 25,000.
Thousand.
oh,
But you're talking,
it still is, cause.
It is.
I've gone through it. Yes.
Is it covered overtime?
anything associated with the attack could be at least claimed. What they pay, that's, yeah.
Well, and what I'm hearing.
All right,
from
so
these things
those
is
not
that-
in support of this? Okay. We can move on.
Band concerts?
Okay,
There's a
so,
suggestion to remove
yes,
and reallocate.
so I think that then we landed on this idea that this person, this new person, could potentially take on events coordination, which I think would eliminate that need to remove those.
Right.
But if we need it, but I will say that if, and just from my perspective, one seat, that if we needed to remove in order to pay for that $100,000 new position, the band concerts in the park, or just adjust that budget somehow, use some of that budget toward funding that new position, since we know that they're going to have those types of responsibilities, that would be something that I would
It'd be, so it'd be a council conversation at that point.
yeah, well, and especially like, because if we fund the, music coordinator, but we have an events coordinator, I don't know, that seems like duplicate effort, so maybe that funding, but anyway, I guess we can talk about it later. But that was my suggestion.
Right. So, but for our purposes right now, is there anybody who doesn't support this?
Support what?
Leave it the way it is.
Oh, leaving it, that's right, it's leaving it the way it is. I'm sorry. Yes, leaving it the way it is.
Okay. Public art, do we wanna add additional $13,000 in the 2026 budget, which would be funded from a community development program income fund, not from the general fund?
Yes.
So didn't we already,
Yeah.
We're just going
Just
through
have to like.
everything.
Yeah,
No, I'm sorry, but in a,
This is the public art for it.
I didn't hear that part.
Sorry. And it's not funded from the general fund, it's funded from the community development
I don't know what
program
you
income,
said.
for next
income
year, it's
fund.
not for next year.
right.
Yep.
All right, so this is the money that for what it's worth, the Arts Commission is expecting anyway. So it's not coming out of the general fund again. Is there any reason that we
What do you
want
mean
to
they're
throw a wrench
expecting
into
it
that?
anyway?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean they're expecting it anyway?
I think that they had been told that they were gonna be seeing that on.
Wait, this is this year or next
No, no,
year?
Ah.
They
This
keep
would be in
saying
addition to that.
that they were told that.
They
Never.
do.
This would be in addition to that.
Oh, in addition to
Yeah,
that.
they were allocated by the council $30,000
Right.
in 2025. That would carry over, this would be an additional $13,000.
Weren't they told that they'd be seeing this $13,000
No,
every
that,
year?
no, that,
No, they were
no.
told that that was our proposal, that we would discuss that right now
Okay,
in budget.
At 11, yeah.
yeah,
You're right.
there you go.
So yes. on
So
that.
yes, they were, yes, so
Yeah,
that works
we're-
out. All right.
Public art's good stuff.
Love when something works out like
And
that.
there's
Okay,
so-
so that's a yes. Anybody, anything else that we have that I have an ass backwards idea about?
No, that
That was
is,
about it?
That's
Break-
it?
No,
Miss
break
something?
rooms,
Oh, yeah.
break rooms, refrigerator,
sorry, I missed something.
We were looking at like $10,000 total for that, right?
um,
It's 2 rooms.
and the cleanup services, we answered that, that was a
Yeah.
no for right now,
The
Okay.
cleanup services, what is that?
for code enforcement.
Oh,
that's
okay.
what
That's right.
Wait,
Oh, the 5,000.
okay.
I
Okay.
thought, I was in favor of that, because then we've budgeted more and we can track it.
And then,
Right.
yeah, yes.
I mean, because we get it back, but this
Yes.
way we know that that's where it's going.
Yeah,
Right.
but the break rooms were,
So everybody supports that.
One at a time, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cleanup services was $10,000, Ginny?
I'm sorry,
Cleanup services, was that 10?
it was 5,
5?
yeah.
Alright, and that's a yes.
Oh, it was a yes?
Oh, I don't know.
No,
I'm a yes, but I think I'm in the minority.
Right,
What is it? What is
the cleanups,
The code enforcement.
Code
Oh, the
enforcement,
Right.
like bond or
Right.
building.
right.
And it gets replenished through fines and fees, but if we budget it, then we can track
Right.
where it's going.
So is there anybody that does not support that?
It's kind of a budgeting thing.
Okay, so,
Not a real expenditure.
Sorry, I skipped those. So now going back to the break room request for City Hall. was how much? It might be between two codes.
I think it was in two different codes, let me look.
Wasn't
Is it
it?
10? I thought
One was,
together
no,
it
I
was
think
10.
that one was 4,000.
And the DPW one was 6.
That sounds right.
409 was 4,000.
Yeah,
464 was something else.
it was, oh, you're talking about code.
I can't find it.
I think it's
The
just
break
4,000.
room, chairs, table, and refrigerator was 4,000.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And then the other one.
The DPW one was 6.
And then the one for the parks was 6,000. Because that included break room, bathrooms, and, employee break room and the bathroom storage improvements.
So let's go with the city hall, $4,000.
Yep.
Yep,
And the other one, 6,000.
yep.
Okay.
And the other one I've got on my list is the internship for,
Oh, yeah.
Chris.
I'm a no on that.
How much is it?
10-4
What was that one for?
Internship.
internship for,
Oh,
engineering.
okay.
And-
Oh, right, until if we decide, if we hear back from the town and we have a funding source.
Yeah.
then
So we're
yes.
throwing that in the,
Yeah, I'm a no.
your no?
Yeah,
Level 2.
I'm a no.
I think it's a
Just,
wait.
just a straight ahead no. All right, so we have,
So that's a no?
all right, so we,
Yeah,
We'll revisit it if the town comes back. That's,
Okay.
right now it's a no.
All right.
Okay, one request I would like you to consider is increasing the contingency up to an even 200,000, and that would be 26,500 increase.
I mean, I like that because because of my whole salt argument.
Yeah.
I feel like it offsets that, like if we're gonna do salt and contingencies, then it makes sense to move the money there.
Wait, it's 200,000, it's a one.
It's an increase, what's in the budget right now is like 173,000 and something. And if you increase the contingency up to 26.5, it'll bring it up to 200,000.
Which is an even number,
Yeah,
which we all
I
like.
agree.
That's good.
Hey, stick it in there.
Tell us, Carrie, in your
It's like
nicest
ragu,
voice.
it's in there.
The New York State
all right,
Lottery.
have we rolled through all of it?
I believe we have. There's something I missed, but I think that's it.
Now,
You wanna
the-
print
sorry,
those?
So
the other
you're gonna-
things
you're
that
gonna-
we're going to be deciding upon later with the admin manual are the adjustments for the administrator's pay
Yes.
raises,
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
So
so
that
that
will-
means that this number is subject to change
Yeah.
depending on
Yep.
those decisions.
Yes.
Mhm.
Go up.
All right, yeah, and,
You're all aware.
I trust you, I wasn't
That's
here.
good.
so, but I am going to ask you, if we are going to be increasing, adding the executive assistants, which I already told you I strongly support, and increasing the fire overtime, and then possibly increasing the admin, I would like you to think again about the second accountant, so just keep that in mind.
We did, we went through that already. Now it's the time.
Oh, you're gonna hand it to us and let us all.
Yep.
Oh, wait, you're not
Hard
gonna say
copy.
it. Oh, goodness.
Fold it up and
Like,
put
a
the unfold
little
it.
glue on,
Everybody
little
at
glue on
once.
the back so you get the
Reveal.
sticker shock, you know?
Oh, if we had the thing,
Thank you.
you could just
Everybody
put
sit,
it on our-
make sure you're
Thank you.
sitting
Is it at
down.
the printer, Carrie?
Brian's getting it.
I think it's like 5.
That's that.
So, you guys, I have an important item of business while we're waiting for them to print out.
I feel like it's like being that too.
Super important, not related question. Is any of you guys planning on marching in the
Yes.
Halloween parade?
My son
It's gonna be
will
porn,
do it
no.
with his school, and so I will be with him.
Like,
I'm
just
gonna be
wondering if
watching.
My wife and I will be there, absolutely.
My kid's in the parade.
Like,
Yeah.
Band.
Oh, the band's my favorite
I
part.
know, they're awesome.
yeah.
I know, Amelia's already telling me that they're saying that,
90% chance of rain.
Oh, no.
that they're not sure about
And
the
it's a
parade.
Friday.
I think we could do a
So-
rain
Okay.
The band has had many
Scott, I have a costume idea for you.
conversations.
About contingent, like,
Let's get ready to rumble.
Are you guys looking at me?
Scott, you can march in the parade, just be the frozen salt.
Thank you.
Okay,
Without
wow,
going
you were
over.
good.
Get a wig and an umbrella.
Okay,
You're good.
all right, have a number.
alright. That's really.
It gives us something
totally
to
exercise.
deal with them. But it also brings to light
type.
I mean, to me, this
Account,
says like,
$123,000?
No,
That's right?
But
Okay.
that's salary
because it
and
includes
benefits.
salary and benefits.
Recruiting.
But those two are on tier two. The
there was-
coaching and the accountant are on tier two.
Yeah, because we,
6 hours.
Katie and I put our hands up for
So
no.
now,
But two people okay, hold on.
so,
On the accountant.
Well, all of them
Yeah,
were two
you
people,
did.
right?
So
Yeah,
accountant
no.
and coaching are both out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're at,
oh, well, they were both maybes.
All right, so,
They were maybes.
Like, keep it on the side for just in case.
But I
so that's
am gonna
$130,000
it's 417,750 is your new total.
Okay.
417
750.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I mean, like,
Where do we get it?
to me, looking at these numbers, this to me feels like we have come up with what we need, what we feel like the city really needs in order to thrive and do the things that we know that the city is, has potential to do. And so now is the tougher job of finding how to find all of that. But I think that's really important.
Is that what
Scott
starting now?
first.
Are we gonna go around again?
Yes.
Because I was just kinda like, say, yeah, let's put it in here. I
Yeah,
think
we
that's
go
a
around
basic
again and
number, but now
we'll start
we have
to
the number, it's
see what we
like-
need to do. Yes, yes, we will. Mike, did you have something?
Well, first I want to understand the procedure. Are we going through these, discussing these a second time, or are we just
Oh.
looking them and voting them?
I think we're just gonna vote.
But also the public, well, I think we have two things, I'm sorry. I think we have two things to consider, cause public arts is not coming from the general fund, so it's not an increase in the general
Oh,
fund.
there you
And then
go.
we'll take that off too.
Where's that?
Oh,
Well, public arts
public
already
art
has a source.
funding source, right? And then also the not the contingency, the cleanup in services, we will fund it
Mhm.
in advance, but we'll also get it back. So I just think we could leave it in, but that's something to note, that it's not a complete outflow. It has also a revenue account associated
All
with
right,
it.
so you're at 404.
That brings you to 399,750.
Hey.
Oh, you took out one else.
399 what?
750, because they said cleanup services.
Oh, okay.
Well, just remember that
It has to be
the
in the
cleanup
budget.
services, you're not gonna have a revenue to offset it. So it's going to increase the expenditures, because I've already budgeted the revenue for code enforcement where I think it should be, unless you want me to increase that.
Okay.
But I've already increased it by about $40,000.
Okay,
And
and
I-
that's including what you're projecting for cleanup
Yes.
services.
All right, so we're back
Okay,
up to
so keep the
4,000.
5,000, just kidding.
So the 5's gotta go
Yeah,
back.
Yeah, the
I
five's-
agree, keep that 5,000, because even if the revenue is going somewhere else, I think that still needs to be accounted for.
And that's one of the reasons why we took it out of the budget, because that way we can fund it on occurrence.
Yeah.
And take it from the contingency.
Wait, are we
Yeah.
still at 399 then?
404.
404, 750.
404, okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Mike, I just wanted to throw that out there before we went into process.
Okay, so we're at $404,000 and change, 405 for all intents and purposes. And so we should probably take these one at a time and see what we have in terms of consensus to keep them in. And at this point, just raise your hands, yes, let's say.
Yes to
Okay.
keep it in, or yes?
Yes to keep it in, yes to
Okay.
keep it in, just,
Plus the admin salaries.
plus what?
We have the admin
Yes.
salaries, just keep that.
Yep,
That's
and-
right, tuck that away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, if this number's gonna go,
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Yes, it
All
would,
right.
but these are the hard numbers that we're working
Did
with.
you hear
Those
that, Don?
future numbers
Raise
are
your
future
hand for
numbers.
yes,
Mhm.
leave it down for no. I didn't know if you heard, 'cause I had problems here.
All right, so starting off with
Before we talk about, is it useful to talk about keeping or cutting stuff before we talk a little bit about where the money might come from?
I think we figured it out.
That's
Most of it's coming.
It's gonna be
True.
taxes have to go up.
And-
The tax cap will go up, they have to offset this.
Well, I
And
mean, that's my question.
unrestricted general fund.
And unrestricted.
And
Yeah.
And we
unrestricted
haven't
funds
decided where
and,
we're restricting funds.
Cause
We're
I
gonna
would,
be here for a full another 2 hours.
first of
Well,
all,
well-
can I just
Fading.
sum it up? The restricted, there's nothing in here on this list that can come from the restricted funds, because none of this is equipment,
Mhm.
Yeah.
okay? So,
be general
Okay.
fund.
so,
No, the unrestricted general.
the unrestricted,
fund now.
yes,
Yes,
but
yes,
not the
yes.
restricted.
But we haven't talked about restricting, cause you made suggestions about restricting
Yes,
overages.
yes.
We're not gonna talk about that today?
Well,
That's
I
next.
don't know if you guys want to talk about it at this hour,
Maybe
but,
next time.
but it is, I'm suggesting that we take 1.7 million from the unrestricted fund balance and put it into the reserves that I listed in last week's memo.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'll have to just
Fine.
revisit that
Yeah.
before I opine.
So, what I was going to suggest, just conceptually, and Jane, tell me if this is, we can do this or not, to take 200,000 from the unrestricted fund to pay for half of this, with the intention that we would then, if the occupancy tax comes through, that 200,000 would then go back into the unrestricted fund.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
actually, because looking at this number and thinking about that with the occupancy test, and I know that, you know, we're not looking at it starting like January 1st, but, you know, this kind of number does, you know, get close to the, you know, what we're expecting eventually.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So it, you know, looking at doing a plan where, you know, we start off the year with the understanding that, you know, we're looking at balancing, you know, with that. And I think we took that out of our budget planning considerations, right, the potential, but, it seems much more potential now that we know that it's gonna be reintroduced.
Yeah, okay, just to finish my thought, that,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we take 200,000 out of the unrestricted and still be well above the 35, not well above,
Yes.
but we can still be,
Oh, yes.
some percentages above the 35%.
Yeah, you're sitting around 30.
So we're not going too low, and in all likelihood, that money later in the year will go back into the unrestricted fund. So that would get us halfway to funding this.
Correct, just assuming, you know, we get that $200,000 in occupancy tax, assuming by the end of the year, we're in an overall surplus, then it would go right back to the unrestricted fund balance. Obviously, if whatever other factors come into play and we don't
And you have to,
exceed, then there would be a downside.
Katie?
So, okay, so the city hall door security is not a reserve worthy expenditure?
we could take it out of the building reserve, I suppose.
Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. But the other thing is, to Mike's point, if we were to take, I mean, we have 1.7 million in surplus, right? That you want to put into, in the unrestricted reserves, that you wanna put into reserves.
Yeah, but remember, in the budget, we're also taking out 1.5 of the reserves. So I wanna put
Oh,
in
okay,
1.7
So we're
and
really only putting in 200,000.
correct.
Shoot, okay, so then taking out the 200,000.
We're still sitting at 40%, even as we've
So-
taken that money out,
So
over
the
a 35%.
200,000, I mean, what if we just put in the 1.5 that we're taking out? And then the 200,000 funds half of the 200,000 in the unrestricted general fund funds half of these expenditures.
Yeah, that's what Mike is saying.
Okay, so you're saying only bank the 1.5?
I don't think you.
I didn't
No,
follow
you-
that.
You didn't take it there? Okay, but so I would be in favor of that, cause we would be replenishing the reserves that we're expecting. I mean, we're not saving, right, but we're also mitigating our spending.
Mhm.
So we have 1.5 going in to offset the 1.5 coming out.
Right.
We have the excess 200,000 from the unrestricted that could go to pay for half of this,
Mhm.
and then the other half we'll talk about.
Right, exactly.
But the 30,000, if we take that from unrestricted reserve, we would wanna then restrict that, so
Right.
it's kind of just,
So you're looking at $174,000 in change, on the other side of the $200,000 if you pull it from unrestricted
And
reserves.
that is where potentially the tax levy
we have 404,
increase.
so it's 204,000.
I got 174 because we took
Oh,
the
so 30 from
$30,000
reserves.
off.
It's, well, if the concept is to replace the reserves that we're spending in 26, then that would be a wash. So it would still be the 204. Because we would wanna put the extra 30,000 into the reserves.
Good point.
Yeah, so it'd still be 204,
Mhm.
and we would have to figure out where we need 204 to come from.
Right.
And that's potentially where then the tax levy.
That's exactly right. Yes. Scott?
I just am not comfortable banking on anything from the state that we haven't gotten.
Right.
just because it's gonna get reintroduced doesn't mean they're gonna pass it. And even if it gets passed, doesn't mean the governor will sign off on it. And that's a big assumption to make.
Yeah.
But we have
The only thing I
The
can,
occupancy though coming, the
Well,
bank
right.
guy not
In
coming,
terms
I
of
just,
getting reimbursed,
Right.
but we're not like, we're not, it's not like credit, we're not saying like, we'll get it when we get the money, it's like, we have the
Right.
money, and we're just saying like,
Right.
we're willing to take this risk.
Right.
And we might be reimbursed, and that would be good.
Yeah.
And if we're not, like.
and for what it's worth, we were just looking at a list of about 7 or 8 municipalities that had advanced through the process. Our application essentially, just there was a minor glitch, and it wound up just pulled back for the heartbeat that meant that it gets introduced in January. But the precedent is that everything that was presented passed without issue and wound up on the governor's desk, and there's no reason to think, this is already passed the assembly, so there's no reason to think we shouldn't, be able to,
That would be one of the
99.999% count on it, along with our SAMS grant.
Really?
that's still sitting on
Just
the
to
desk
bring
and
that
hasn't
up.
been signed.
Oh, who was talking about a SAM grant, depending on a SAM grant, and I was like, well.
Yeah.
For our reimbursement.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Did somebody else have something?
Well, I think the point that, to Scott's point, you don't have it in hand,
No.
and the amount for this tax, and so we can assume we would get the rest from the property taxes.
Yeah, it's a 99, I would literally say, it's not 100% budget, but it's as close as you can get to 100%,
Can I-
that'd be.
Can I jump in?
Yes, Jenny.
I just want to give you something to think about, because as somebody reading the budget, I would ask this question. So if you're going to allocate 200 more thousand from fund balance, that means you're going to have $2 million that you're appropriating from fund balance. You know that number's going to get bigger in '27, because the costs are going to go up more than our revenues are going to go up. So how are we going to get rid of the budget deficit? So just basing it on the 1.8, I'm saying 400,000 from occupancy tax, 500,000 eventually from paid parking, and then, as I said, a $600,000 tax levy increase. And then if the extra state aid is made permanent, that's 259,000. That's almost 1.8 million. So I just want you to think about that for the future.
Yeah, we're also
So,
looking at.
yeah, so what I'm saying is, if you wanna fund this whole 400 and some thousand dollars, I want you to seriously consider, this is gonna be repeating expenses, and you're going to be in this difficult position again next year with not enough funds if we don't have the revenue sources behind it. And then it will compound on your fund balance. If we are lucky enough to fill all of our positions, then we're not going to have that surplus that we have been realizing.
Scott, I'll let Scott first.
So, but to that point, that's some big things to put in your hat. Like, we're banking, we're gonna get this 500 in parking, we're banking, we're gonna get this.
Yeah.
I'm not a Betty man that way.
No, I understand that.
And
No,
that's what I'm
no,
saying now, when we
just-
go back down to this list, you're gonna see my votes change big time, because I'm sitting there looking at everything we're gonna do, and I know the outcome, and I understand where you're coming from with the repeat costs and stuff like that. I'm not a Betty man that, until I have that money in my hand,
No, I understand
so
that.
we can do that. So I agree with you.
Yeah.
I guess is really what I'm saying, that's.
So, and I do know the paid parking number sounds high, but I cannot tell you how many requests I get at the window constantly to buy parking permits.
Yeah.
And so you just need, if you sold a parking permit for $100, you just need 5,000 requests, and that will add up very quickly.
And that's what we were just talking about, it clicked,
I know.
you know, so, yeah.
I had to duck under the table when I said that.
Right. Katie?
So, the only things that I see in here that are recurring expenditures are the EA to the CA and the cybersecurity insurance, and then of course the admin salaries, which we have not accounted for.
Right.
Although the salaries have been calculated based on the
Correct.
projected admin manual,
Correct.
so they'll just fluctuate. It won't be like a sudden new expenditure. I mean, I'm sure it will be stark, the difference, but
The,
It's not like that's not included at all, it's just a different number. But yeah, so I only see those two things. Are there any other things here that are recurring?
Yeah,
Right,
what
or-
you're going to have, you're gonna have replacements, so instead of doing a break room repair,
Uh-huh.
in City Hall, it's going to be something different next
Sure,
year.
of course.
So that's what I mean by reoccurring. It
Uh-huh.
may have different tags, but it's still going to be things that need to get done.
Yeah.
But they don't like compound, those are things that we sort of take like one-on-one, you know, so I just view them a little differently. Like, if we hire someone at $100,000, next year, it costs $120,000, and the year after that, it costs $140,000.
Or 100,000, 100, and 500.
Yeah. And but
So-
that OT budget, that's, something that will, continue on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
hopefully not, I mean, I
Yeah,
think
hopefully we can
the strategy is to
reduce
sort
it,
of,
but we're still gonna have OT costs.
yeah.
Right, right. But it's a good point, is that there are only a couple of identifiable ones here that are regular, you can count on them, it's gonna be every year, it's gonna cost you that or a little bit more for that line. Other things,
But they'll be
you would be
replaced
fixing
by
a
other
break room, but
projects.
you'll be
Of
fixing
course, it's
something
gonna be
else.
something
But that's
else.
just like owning a home, there's always something you're fixing,
Yes,
right? But,
That's what I'm saying, it's just gonna be replaced by
Yeah.
something, because they
Yeah.
can't do everything in the same year.
of
Yeah,
course.
Right.
So they give you the highest priorities first. I just want you to be aware of that. But
Sure,
I
sure.
don't see these requests going away.
All right, so let's just roll through this now. I know Scott's already got a couple of votes that are gonna change on this, right? And there may be others the same, so let's just roll through
Can I
this.
clarify how our voting works? There's 6 of us here, what?
We're not,
I mean,
it's
I
a
know
good,
it's not exactly voting, but.
yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Five rules the day, right? Whether we have 6 or 7 here or 8 here. And I feel like that's probably what's appropriate in this.
We can't assume what the other two are
No, we
gonna
cannot.
think about anything. because they're not
Exactly
here.
right. So we're gonna go through this, and two votes nay are gonna wind up killing whatever it is that we are rolling through here on.
So
And-
raised hand is the.
Yeah, so let's make it easier to let's just raise hands on no. Raise hands for no, all right?
Raise
Just
hands is a no.
easier to
Raise hands is a no.
count.
That's what it was last time.
Okay.
Hands
Yeah,
is
so,
no.
yes, thank you.
Can I just ask before the
Sure.
one thing that I'm really on the fence about, and only because it wasn't included and we've added it back in, is the equipment rental for the Silver Creek thing. Could you just elaborate on that process a little bit more? And I'm sorry, maybe I blacked out when you were talking about it earlier, but
So the
Just like,
Silver Creek
what are
is
the-
a retention basin that, hold back water, hold back debris from being rushed down to
The
the
mill
mill
race.
race.
Yeah.
I think about where it was, getting a little late, sorry. Empties of the mill race, so it holds all that wood and debris, sediment, and so it's full.
Oh.
And so we need to clean it out, because it's not functioning correctly now.
What does SH stand for?
And, so we have to rent
That's who
a
initially said no.
long arm excavator and a bulldozer,
Okay,
to remove the material and spread it out where we're gonna spread it out.
okay. I just kinda wanna know the consequences of the
Yeah.
project. Thank you. All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Shake it, shake it.
I'll open it for you. Scott, I'll shake you open it.
All right, so a raised hand is no,
Okay.
okay? So the EA to the CA, the executive assistant to the city administrator.
Crushed. I'm also crushed.
Yeah, that was like my
That's
top
devastating.
priority there.
Yeah, same.
These don't have to be final votes.
No, I know.
All right. Coaching for the city administrator.
That was already out.
That's all.
I'm sorry?
That was out. That was part of that stuff we moved out to the 404.
Oh, was it? Okay, sorry. Accountant?
That was
That
out.
was out.
That was out as well. Oh, jeez, all right. Recutting consultant for, that's,
Recruiting.
I know it's recruiting.
You're killing me. It's too late.
All right. So now I'm confused.
So the next
Fire
in
overtime.
item is fire overtime budget.
Fire, okay, let's get rid of those then. Fire overtime budget. Do we have any? No, we don't. City Hall door security, is coming out of that other fund. Right.
I wanna see what's left in the building reserve, hold on one second.
Gregory's.
We had in the preliminary use of 76,000. That would put the balance at 164. So you've taken another
So the only thing that's
30
left
off
is
of
the
that.
uses that
134
Okay.
is what it would
No,
be.
that's out.
So as well.
I'm good with taking that out of reserve.
Okay, all right.
So I can zero that out, it's coming out of reserve?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, equipment rental, Silver Creek. Anybody say no?
Why is that not coming out?
Equipment rental,
Yeah.
it's not really a capital project or an equipment purchase, it's an equipment rental,
Joe,
so
it's
it's
just a
On
service.
this side.
Oh,
I have more of a question than a no vote
Yes.
on this. Is this how dire straits is this for this year? Is this like a,
This thing is full and not functioning properly.
You're gonna flood all of Center City.
Yes.
This will get heavy rain.
Yes. Yes.
then I'm not thinking of Silver Creek.
Seventh Ward,
What am I thinking
over
of?
near,
Silver Creek
Clinton.
up by Housing
Right below
Business.
Hardwick, below
And
West
this-
Street.
I'm not thinking of Silver Creek, so that's why I rose my hand for a question.
So where is this?
Get your rowboat out.
My ward just below, just below West Street, all goes up, like where Spruce Street Extension goes up into the woods.
So it's that stream that
Yeah.
I was thinking in the park for some reason, the one that goes out to the,
I was thinking the park too.
yeah, sorry.
All right. So there is, everybody supports that?
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't wanna flood anybody out.
All right, equipment contractors, snow and ice.
And this is just to remove it if we have a big snowstorm?
Yeah,
Yes,
which is
pretty
like,
much.
maybe we'll spend it.
When's the last time we used them?
Not since I've been here.
So
Oh.
can I say,
So 2 no's.
I think we'll be all right.
Three.
I'm gonna be
Increase our
confident.
contingency.
If
The
it's-
water main breaks
if
on
it
me, in case anybody
snows.
forgets.
Snow and ice, snow and ice, we're gonna hear it next year.
But we increased our contingency.
All right.
Nor'easters this year.
I know.
All right, right.
Snow and ice. Scott, I'm just gonna remind you, we have heard about snow and ice throughout the summer.
Cybersecurity insurance at $25,000.
I'm just such a bad adult and I hate paying for insurance, so every time I have been like, but I don't know. I mean, I don't wanna, I'm gonna say no, just because I'm the
You're
only
saying no?
one, so I can do it and clear my conscience and it can still go through. Thank you.
But hopefully, are you the
I'm
only
sorry, I
no
hate
here?
paying
You
for
are the only
insurance.
no.
Like, oh my
Okay.
God, it's fine, so.
All right.
I know it's not responsible at all.
Yeah,
but
public
thanks.
arts wind up? No, okay. Break room at City Hall at $4,000.
I think
Anybody
it's
say no?
fine. Try not to spend $4,000.
Okay.
please.
Break room, DPW Parks, 6,000. Anybody say no?
Same.
Okay.
Ditto.
Cleanup services at $5,000.
Yes.
That's it. Nobody says no. Contingency increase of 26.5.
You still want 26.5 as we,
You can cut it, I may come back and ask for more.
All right, Don's a no.
I don't know, I'm on the fence by this. I guess I'm just not understanding.
Already cut out the ice and snow.
Cut out the ice and
Contingency.
snow.
I'm just saying, if we don't have the ice
Minimize the
and snow, we
salts.
need.
Oh, so you want me to leave it in because I cut out the ice and snow? So
Yeah,
you
I
won't-
do.
You won't show up on my doorstep with a shovel, okay.
All right,
We're worried
and
about who's stirring up at
so
12.
that's, so we really, do we have anybody say no to that? No. Okay. Don said no to
Don
that.
said no.
All right.
Okay,
And that's what we've got.
I have a request.
Yes.
And it's just because I know what we've put into this budget consideration and the workload that we have. And if you are willing to consider funding additional fire overtime, and then you're also gonna be considering additional raises on the admin, I just want you to vote one more time, please, respectfully, for the assistant for the city administrator.
You know,
I also would like to
yeah,
ask.
you beat
that
me
we
to
revisit
it,
that.
Ginny.
Ginny
I'm gonna
didn't
give you
ask,
my
I was
gavel.
going to ask.
That's really where I was gonna go as well.
I don't think we should revote.
Well, I'm
No, I like it.
I'm gonna weigh in and say, this is, a,
Imperative.
this,
It's so critical to our
guys,
operation.
It is. It's
I'm just gonna say that from my
Why fire
perspective,
overtime?
you know, I live next door to Greg, you know, and I see also all the arguments that have been made over the course of the last several years for this need in various iterations. And this is by far, I think, about the most important position that we might be able to add to the city.
Can I offer a compromise? What if you lowered the fire overtime to 100,000?
Yeah.
And then put the CA position back in?
Can we see where we're at first, money-wise, and then we can have?
We can get a dollar
I just wanna
number
know what the number
real
is.
quick. You want to just give us the dollar number?
265,750.
But that's,
So again, if we were to follow Mike's suggestion of moving $200,000 from unrestricted reserves in anticipation of what's fairly likely, you're looking at $65,750. This is minus the EA to the CA,
And
which is $100,000 inclusive of everything.
an admin salaries.
Right. We're not playing with the overtime or anything like that. We're just looking at this number here, 265,750 minus $200,000 moved from unrestricted reserves. This is what you're looking at. Do we add $100,000 to that to create this position?
Yes. Can I remind that we also talked about not, the functionality, how this person could support the city administrator, but throughout our conversation, we kept coming back to, it could, somebody to help with communication, somebody to help with events. Like, we kept turning to this as somebody who could help with things that we find as gaps and that have been identified by the community as needs that, for the city. So I would prioritize this very highly, and I would like us to revisit that.
please, you guys know I hate to spend money, and this is the one position that I have been, like, whatever it takes, because I really see this as, like Elaine was saying, I just wanna emphasize that, and just recognize that I am kind of a penny pincher, and, I really think this is worth it.
Anybody else want to speak
So I don't think
on
votes over there.
one side or the other of this? Because I do want to take another vote on. It may wind up the same, but I do want to take another vote. Does anybody want to speak to this before we do?
I'll speak after we vote.
All right, then let's just, I'm going to go around the room. Aye or nay? Only
In support of this
in
adding?
support of this.
Aye.
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 No.
Aye.
Oh,
Okay,
guys.
so, okay, so, I thought that was gonna happen, so what I wanna say is that Ginny's idea makes sense to me if we, sorry, Brian, but I feel like this position's important. Like, I would suggest, let's cut some of the money from what we put in the contingency increase, and
Yes.
cut some from the fire OT budget,
I was gonna suggest the same.
I mean, is there any?
and see where that puts us out.
Anywhere?
If we put the contingency to 20,000 and then,
You can take the
Fire
contingency
team.
out and leave it at the
we
number that we.
could, yeah, I know we could.
You can
I'm
take that
hoping
out.
to keep some of it, but
Why don't we move from the unrestricted?
that's
We
true,
could,
we could do
because-
that
Why
too.
don't we just do that?
Yeah.
I would be
I would
interested
support
to
that.
know, staying within, I mean, this hurts my soul. I think staying within our fiscal policy for our unrestricted reserves, I would be interested to know what that dollar amount would be, to see how much we're proposing to spend and what percentage of that percentage it actually is.
And
Because
along
that's
those lines,
kind of an easy thing to figure out.
just to complicate things further, just throw out there, while we're not discussing it as part of the 2026 budget, because it wouldn't really affect that, we've talked about bringing back in November when we get updated numbers, talking about 484E.
384E for the
384E
police
for
department.
the police department, which would be a one-time significant expenditure,
It's gonna be,
$500,000
it's gonna be over
more,
$500,000.
to join that. So that's another potential one-time expenditure to come from the unrestricted general fund balance.
From, in 2026 November, or
In
2027?
2025 November, we'll
This
have
November.
updated numbers from the retirement system to really.
Oh, retirement system. Okay, right.
Right.
It doesn't need to
Got it.
be part of our 2026 budget because it would be a one-time thing.
But it will
But it will
impact,
impact the
okay.
membership fee.
Okay, can I make a proposal?
Yes.
Of places I'd move things around?
Mhm.
I propose that we get rid of 20,000 of that contingency increase. Get rid of 30,000 from the fire OT budget. And that we raise the tax levy to 350,000, which would cost about $13 for an average household.
It's really reasonable.
Yeah, that all sounds very reasonable to me too.
What was the tax levy? I'm sorry.
I didn't,
That raised the tax levy from 300,000 to 350,000, which would cost about $13 for an average household.
The 50,000?
can I jump in?
Yeah.
I just want you to seriously consider what the ask is gonna be next year. I've told you already a number of times to consider at least 600,000. I know you probably won't go that high, but the reason we're in the situation we're in right
Yeah.
now is because we
Because
only
we
went
had it before.
300,000 last year. So, the next year, it's gonna be even more difficult.
Yeah.
So I just want you to seriously consider the difference between 300,000 and even 500,000. Just kind of look at the chart and see what it is.
Like,
Because,
oh, sorry.
yeah, because, like I said, I just want you to understand the rolling effect in the next year.
Just what I wanted to comment on that, because we were talking about those compounding costs, and I know, or, expenses and everything, but the tax levy, that also compounds, whether it's raised or lowered. That impact will compound over time.
Okay, so raise it to 400,000. That costs $26 per average household.
Mark,
Yes, Scott, sorry.
I don't know why we wanna take money out of the fire department overtime, because we're gonna end up just taking it anyway, because he's gonna be
Right.
coming back, he's already just said he's gonna come back. I don't understand why. We split the difference of what he thinks it is and what,
Right.
and then what Jen's,
When was the
the fire department overtime.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure why we even wanna discuss taking money out of there, because we just split the difference, and we know that even if splitting the
It's gonna
difference, we're
come
probably
back.
gonna have to find it anyway. Even if we tell them the budget's the budget, I mean, I can't guarantee how many fires we're gonna have in the new year.
I mean, but I really, and maybe when I spend 24 hours at the fire department, I'll some way feeling differently, but I think, you set a overtime budget, sorry, I totally.
No, no,
Go ahead, turn.
But I think Mike is gonna say something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, finish your thought.
like, if we think of overtime budgets instead of being an annual overtime budget, you think of it, okay, you divide that by 12, you have 12 monthly overtime budgets. If you're gonna go over for a month, then you have to do something drastic to cut back to make it through the end of the month.
That's true.
Just like, I have to stop going out to eat at the end of the month because
That's right.
I'm waiting until next month.
That's right.
I mean, and Brian, I hate to say that because what you do is a lot more important than me going out to eat, but I also feel like if we gotta make it through the last week of the month by having 2-person ambulance crews, then that's what we gotta do.
Katie?
I think, given the hour, that we may need to schedule another special meeting prior to laying the tentative budget, because we haven't discussed the water fund, and I know that there's like other things on your list, and I think that we have gotten to a place where we need to make very serious and very thoughtful decisions, and like, not one of us is above 50% right now.
No.
And so, I just think like, we've landed with the things, like we said, that we feel like are needs. And we can look at the admin manual, maybe we can look at that more comprehensively, maybe that sort of gets pushed up so we know what that's gonna cost. And that helps us figure out what the rest of these where the rest of these things land. And then we just get together one more time to talk about the levy, use of unrestricted reserves, and then we lay the tentative budget. I mean, is that reasonable?
I think timing wise, tomorrow night, the Finance and Human Resources Committee already scheduled, council members can show up, and, we don't have to notice any special meeting. This is all finance and HR discussions, people were available, we could continue the discussion there. Otherwise, for us to put together the tentative budget for Tuesday, can't.
I know.
Possibility of that. So that sounds like a plan.
So I suggest an alternative.
What's it-
For
what's your-
the admin position, we take a vote at the regular council meeting, because there'll be hopefully all 8 members.
But it would have to be put into the tentative budget, whatever we decide on the admin, would have to be put into the tentative budget to be laid, right?
But the next meeting is on Tuesday, the following,
Oh, you're
Yeah,
saying-
Tuesday.
Is
That's
the,
when they need to have it prepped.
does the council have the power to override the charter and say that the tentative budget can be laid on the,
I don't think so.
the,
I think the tentative budget can be laid on Tuesday, you could still change it
Yes.
before the second meeting, and you have like a
Right.
second
Right.
draft of the
Still add
tentative
it.
budget.
That's true.
But when you vote on the 18th, that's when.
so we
you
can, so
But we'll
we,
have to-
we basically can lay this budget as the tentative budget if you want, and then continue the discussion with all of these.
The only
We can
difficulty
add
that I
the-
see in terms of more work for you
add that
is that if
and
we're
let
gonna
everybody
address,
vote.
if we're gonna address the admin manual, that's gonna be a lot of individual codes that we're gonna have to vote on. We're gonna have to
Well,
make
no,
sure
what
that
I'm,
we-
no, you have a meeting in between the first and the third Tuesday.
Oh,
You do it that way.
gorgeous, yes.
We have a tentative
We already have.
special meeting scheduled, it's only for an hour, but it's before the November 13th finance and HR meeting, but you can,
So the
Okay.
special council.
make that longer and.
Cool.
I gotta remind people, when we talk about the admin manual, you're only gonna have 7 because I can't touch it.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't even say anything about it, like I gotta.
Right.
So,
Okay.
can you recap the plan?
So we should have a meeting for that, you just don't have to.
Yes, there you go.
So the finance, just to remind everybody, would meet tomorrow at 6 o'clock, so Thursday.
So it's
5
tomorrow.
o'clock.
5
Five
o'clock.
or
Right,
six?
I had it down for
5.
Okay.
Why did I think?
I didn't even know
I
we
think
even
the
were
last one
meeting.
went to 6 for some reason, but this one came back to 5.
They're all 5s unless Board of Public Service is meeting at
Finance
4,
meeting.
because that might run into,
Thursday.
And then on the 13th, if there's a special council meeting at 5, then you'll need.
then you get to meet it.
Or at 11.
At 5 p.m. Oh, my word.
We meet tomorrow?
Finance does.
Yeah. At 6.
15
No,
minutes.
sorry, 5.
Yeah.
It's
If we hang
almost
out a little bit
already
longer, we'll be meeting
tomorrow.
today.
Aren't you excited?
And we
Is there a plan, sorry, like, is there a plan for other council members to attend the finance committee meeting tomorrow?
I
I think
will
that's the plan.
try.
Okay.
My kid
Please
has a
come.
GI appointment and it
Just so I
all
can
day,
announce
but
that a quorum will be,
Oh.
We need to have this discussion.
yeah.
Carrie, could you
I am a
toss me
maybe,
my
depending
phone?
on my arrival time.
I'm gonna make sure I have
But I'm
childcare.
gonna prioritize.
We're gonna have a
Meeting at
6-year-old with us.
5 till,
5 till midnight, probably.
I can bring, Katie,
And no
I can bring you a
pizza.
babysitter
there'll be cold
if you need
pizza.
one.
Okay, I'll let you
I'm
know.
not.
I will pay.
There'll be cold pizza.
I will pay a
There'll be cold
babysitter.
pizza.
All right.
I can be here by 5:30 probably.
We'll do the regular finance agenda first, get it out of the way, and continue on with a finance and HR discussion related to the budget.
With that in mind, I can plan to come even if it's late. So.
Okay.
And
All right.
So,
We'll,
we're still at 5 o'clock tomorrow?
Yes, 5 p.m.
and
All right.
Barry or Greg, you will specifically let Shannon know.
Mhm.
I will text them.
All right. So, unless somebody has something else they want to add, anything for council consideration, executive session, or anything else?
I'll move it. No.
Executive assistant, did you say? Executive assistant?